635. Vol 6ch, 1. The Shattered Crown. The battle at Sky City had left Leon and the Dragon Kings significantly weakened. The Tower Master suggested they rest here for a couple of days before returning to their respective tribes. Morgan frowned. "Old man, your Sky City is in ruins. Where exactly are we supposed to rest?" The Tower Master smirked. "Ah, young one, do you think I've lived for thousands of years without keeping a backup plan?" With that, he activated a spatial magic circle, transporting everyone to a hidden chamber. The chamber was fully furnished, with an abundance of supplies, like a survivalist's bunker prepared for the end of the world. (636) Vol 6ch, 2. After calming down slightly, Mevis accepted the tissue that Noah handed her, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes and sniffing softly. She paused for a moment, then bent down to pick up Noah, placing her on her lap. Noah froze. "Mevis, teacher, what are you doing?" Mevis gently pinched Noah's cheek. "I've always wondered what it would feel like to hold my younger self." Noah. "Oh my God, am I really going to grow into someone this eccentric? What about my dignity? What about my pride as a person? It's all gone." Instead of avoiding the situation, Noah sighed deeply and quipped, "I think I still prefer the cool and collected version of you, Mevis." "Ah, that. At the time, I couldn't get too close to you. Otherwise, Elizabeth might have discovered something, and I wouldn't have been able to stay undercover near Shadow." Hearing this, Noah raised an eyebrow. "Elizabeth discovered what? What do you mean?" "In the same cohort as Mies and I, there was a student named Sally. She was actually Elizabeth, sent to the academy by Shadow." Mevis spoke as she hugged Noah like a giant teddy bear, holding her on her lap and casually pinching her cheeks as she continued. "In the original timeline, the four of us sisters, along with Hefei, nearly fell victim to Elizabeth's schemes. Fortunately, that woman was pretty dim-witted. Little Aurora ran circles around her until she failed so completely that she ended up writing articles about us." Rosvisser's eyes moved slightly as she contemplated the situation before asking, "You mentioned being undercover near Shadow for many years. Why didn't you try to contact us earlier? That way, we might have been able to avoid so many troubles." Since it was already confirmed that Mevis was Noah from the future, she should be well aware of everything that was about to happen in this timeline. If she had reached out earlier, perhaps the decisive battle at Sky City could have been avoided altogether. To this question, Mevis provided her explanation. "Because of the event anchors." Rosvisser frowned. "Event anchors, what are those?" If the existence of Mevis as a person were erased, then this timeline would develop into the same future as my original one. That is, I would become the child of Shadow, and Shadow would obtain the power of the dragon god. We would lose, and Shadow would unite the entire Samel continent. And the victory I achieved, after gaining the dragon god's power, became the event anchor between the two timelines. As someone who doesn't belong to this timeline, I can only forcibly interfere with the event anchor to change its trajectory. I cannot excessively interfere in major events. Little Aurora once told me that if I meddled in too many other major events, it would create an even more unpredictable future. That future could be better or far worse. We didn't dare take that gamble, so for the past few years, I've only been infiltrating Shadow's side to monitor his movements. I avoided contacting you or stepping in to help." After listening to Mevis's explanation, both Rosvisser and Noah nodded thoughtfully. "I see." As if remembering something, Noah asked, "Now that we've defeated Shadow, does that mean the future has changed?" "Exactly. The moment we defeated Shadow, everything in the future began to develop in a more stable direction." At this, Mevis's originally calm expression turned slightly somber. Rosvisser quietly observed her, guessing that she was once again recalling the events of that tragic future. The Mevis from before, living in a world shrouded in shadow, had only shared the tip of the iceberg when describing the tragedies she had experienced. Realizing this, Rosvisser softly said, "If you want to talk more about the future, you can share it with me. I'll bear it with you." "No." Mevis quickly adjusted herself, raising her head with a cheerful smile. Little Aurora told me that, as a traveler across timelines, I would retain all memories of every timeline. But the people from the altered future wouldn't remember what happened. And I don't want to burden you all with that pain. Saying this, she turned her head, glancing at the dazed Leon nearby. Let me bear all these shadows alone. She said it so lightly, as if she were making a casual promise among friends. Rosvisser looked at her profile, a mixture of pride and heartache filling her chest. But she knew her daughter well. Even though her personality had grown more cheerful, the stubborn streak in her soul would never change. She possessed a relentless hero complex, just like her father. Rosvisser lowered her eyes, clenching the fabric of her dress tightly, and replied in a low voice, "All right." After a moment of silence, Noah asked, "What about you, Mevis? Do you already have memories of what happens many years into the future?" Mevis shook her head. "No, little Aurora said I would only recover those memories after returning to my own timeline. It's a kind of protection mechanism for the brain." "Oh, I see. By the way, you mentioned not interfering in major events. Does that mean you've done some things that wouldn't impact the future significantly?" Rosvisser asked. This time, Mevis smiled with a touch of pride. "Of course." Noah leaned forward eagerly. "Like what? Tell me." Mevis hugged Noah, gently swaying side to side while her tail flicked playfully behind her. She stared at the ceiling in thought before saying, "For example, do you know about the blue jade lingjai?" Noah nodded. "Of course. Teacher helped extend my primordial mode's duration, but that thing has only recently been cultivated successfully. It'll take years to fully mature. Well, when I came to this timeline, I brought some blue jade lingjai from the future for you." Noah blinked her wide eyes in astonishment, staring at Mevis. "No wonder I suddenly felt like my primordial mode lasted longer that one day." "Yup." Mevis playfully nuzzled Noah's cheek and smiled. "Consider it a gift for the younger me, who never had the chance to enjoy blue jade lingjai." "This is outrageous." "Nope, it's real." "And what else?" Noah asked. "Well, I've protected you and your sisters countless times. Even though Elizabeth didn't succeed in the original timeline, I was still worried you might get hurt, so I interfered whenever I could." Mevis continued, "And during the outdoor exam collaboration, I secretly rigged the draw to pair me with Dad." She grinned mischievously, as if savoring the memory. "After all these years, I finally got to do something with my dad again." When Mevis said this, her face still radiated reverence and longing. Rosvisser knew that since childhood, Mevis, or Noah, had always admired Leon, aspiring to become a warrior as strong as him. "And now you've done it, Noah." "This me, Noah." Mevis pointed to the little bear patch on her jacket for Noah to see. Noah's eyes widened in realization. Mom, you just reminded me. That patch, it looks exactly like the little bear plush Dad won when he played ball at Young Dragon Paradise years ago." Mevis smiled softly. "That's right, before I left, Thorn sewed it on for me because..." She bit her lip and steadied her emotions before continuing. "Because none of us knew how long it would be before we'd meet again. Whenever I felt hopeless, I would look at this little bear patch. It was the only thing that kept me going before I could meet all of you again. They were waiting for me to return. Everyone was waiting for me to come back. I absolutely couldn't collapse before the dawn. 30 years, holding on alone in a world that didn't belong to her. She knew where her home was, and she knew how to find them. But because of the constraints of the event anchor, she couldn't meet them under the pretense of reunion. During those cold and lonely nights, her only companion was the bear patch her sister had sewn. No wonder she said she would bear all this pain alone. These experiences, too heavy to put into words, were not something everyone could endure. Rosvisser didn't probe further, not because she didn't want to talk more with her daughter, but because she feared she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. There was still so much more she wanted to hear. Mevis continued to share stories about the little things she had done over the years. Indeed, they were all actions that wouldn't significantly impact the future. "How did you manage to come back to this timeline?" Noah asked. "Did you use the same reversal magic Dad used back then?" Mevis shook her head. No, it wasn't reversal magic. She thought for a moment, carefully choosing her words before explaining. Actually, we didn't have any record of Dad's existence, as Leon Kazmod beyond 10 years into the future. All we knew was that Dad accidentally traveled 20 years forward in time and, with the help of us three sisters, managed to return here. In simple terms, what you know about the 30-year future is the same as what I know. So, as for reversal magic, little Aurora never had the chance to research it. But she did find another method to send me back to the past. As she spoke, Mevis tapped her temple with her finger. She only transmitted my soul and consciousness. Hearing this, Rosvisser and Noah were both stunned. Soul and consciousness only? Is that even possible? I remember Dad saying that people can travel to the future through spatial rifts, but can't return to the past because time cannot flow backward. That's true, but that limitation only applies to living beings, Mevis said. Little Aurora conducted numerous experiments and found that any living entity sent to the past would experience a phenomenon called temporal resonance collapse. In other words, if a living entity from a different time coexisted with its past self, both bodies would simultaneously disintegrate. So, the real reason time cannot flow backward is that no living being can withstand temporal resonance collapse. This is a law of the Samel continent, one that not even the dragon god can override. But souls can. After countless failures, little Aurora discovered that souls could escape the constraints of time, and temporal resonance collapse wouldn't affect them. Once we realized this, we began discussing who should undertake this difficult mission tied to the future. Last time it was Dad, but after being severely injured by Shadow, he spent years recovering, so it had to be me. Besides, at that time, my soul had already fully merged with Noah's. Sending us back together made the most sense. Mevis held Noah's slightly cool hand and paused before continuing. And for a soul that crosses time, it requires a compatible host to operate in this timeline. The conditions for a suitable host are strict. First, the host's magical attribute must match mine, lightning. Second, the host's soul must be in an extremely weakened state, near death. Finally, we needed the host's permission before their death to borrow their body. Noah pursed her lips and asked, "Then how did you and Noah choose Mevis?" "We found Mevis in a cave, already on the brink of death," she explained. Mevis had the same lightning attribute as me. Due to the war, she was trapped in that cave, gravely wounded and barely hanging on. We tried to communicate with her, and she agreed to lend us her body, but on one condition. Protect her family, Rosvisser finished for her. Mevis blinked in surprise. "Mom, how did you know?" "Leon and I visited the Black Moon Dragon clan," Rosvisser said softly. The entire clan had been reduced to ruins by the war, but we were fortunate enough to find the home of the Moraro family, where we read a diary written by Mevis's sister, Kate. She had a loving family, parents and a sister who adored her. So I thought, if she had a chance, her greatest wish would be to protect them. That's right. The condition for borrowing her body was to ensure her family's safety. And we did it. Her parents have been placed somewhere safe, and once I'm ready to return, I'll reunite them. Mevis paused before adding, "But the Black Moon Dragon clan has already been destroyed, and rebuilding Sky City will take a long time. I don't know where they can settle." "I'll take care of it," Rosvisser said. "Leave this matter to me." Mevis's eyes lit up. "Okay, thank you." That morning, they talked for a long time. After all, 30 years of bottled-up thoughts couldn't be shared in a single breath. "637. Vol 6ch, 3. Uncle Leon has been unconscious for a week now," Hefe said, running up to the bedside. She looked at the still unconscious Leon, blinking her big, bright eyes before turning to Constantine with a serious expression. "Father, is Uncle Leon dead?" Constantine pressed his lips together silently, thinking it might be time to teach his daughter a thing or two about how to phrase her thoughts. He picked Hefe up, sat down beside her, and shook his head. "That guy's just exhausted. He wouldn't die so easily." "Oh, okay." Interestingly enough, a few years ago, Constantine was among those who most wished Leon would kick the bucket. But now, with a complete 180-degree change, he found himself sitting at Leon's bedside every day, waiting for him to wake up. And Constantine wasn't the only one. The people of Melkve were all anxiously waiting for Leon to regain consciousness. For the past few days, it was Mevis who had been tirelessly taking care of Leon. Nova was too young and didn't know how to look after adults. Rosvisser tried to help several times, but was repeatedly turned away by Mevis, who insisted, "Your Majesty, you mustn't concern yourself with chores like this. Leave it to me." Mevis herself had only returned after the war, brought back by Issa's people on the night of the final battle. According to Issa, Mevis had gone missing for several hours during the fight. It wasn't until she regained consciousness, gravely injured, and confirmed Shadow's presence had completely vanished that she returned. Her injuries were severe. Charging into the front lines of battle with her body was a signature move. For Mevis, broken bones were considered minor injuries. This was why the council had reluctantly allowed her to stage her death. So, the family, along with Constantine and Hefei, watched as this princess from the future busied herself with taking care of them. Constantine had even tried to help to lighten her load. Initially, Mevis had allowed him to assist, but after Constantine accidentally dumped an entire basin of warm water on Leon's face, Mevis began to suspect the Red Flame Dragon King was using this as an opportunity to exact some form of revenge. From that point on, she refused to let him help. Fortunately, pretending to be a comatose person wasn't particularly difficult for Mevis. Life in Shadow's controlled future had been far more grueling than this. "Mevis, teacher, when do you plan to return?" Mevis leaned against the window, arms crossed, gazing down at the succulent plants on the windowsill. "Once Kanya regains enough primordial power, we'll be able to perform a reversal spell to send me and her soul back to our original timeline." Noah nodded. "Oh, so that means it'll take a long time, right? Since that teacher of yours works so slowly." Before she could finish her sentence, Noah suddenly straightened, her tail sticking straight up as if electrified. She lifted her hands to cradle her face and exclaimed, muffled, "Who are you calling slow, you brat? If it weren't for your weak body, I'd have been done ages ago." The voice came from behind Noah, a menacing presence emerging as she tried to defend herself. "Don't look at me like that. If you don't want me to complain, maybe you should switch hosts. This king has chosen you for your potential. In a few years, once you've grown up, your body will belong to me. Respect your elders, kid." If little Aurora had been there, she would have recorded the scene with a memory stone. After all, her second host, Mikali, lacked the stoic resolve that her eldest sister always displayed. Eventually, Mevis intervened. "Enough, stop arguing." She gently pulled Noah into her embrace. The old ancestor, silenced, retreated into the consciousness space, likely planning to resume the argument in the stillness of the night. "Right now, your body's strength does limit how quickly Noah can accumulate primordial power," Mevis explained. "But my body doesn't have that problem. I estimate it'll take about a month to gather enough power to perform the reversal spell." Mevis tapped Noah's nose lightly. "So you need to grow up quickly and become me, okay?" Noah nodded firmly, determination shining in her eyes. "I'll become as strong as you." Mevis smiled and rubbed her cheek against Noah's. Rosvisser quietly observed the heartwarming scene, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Her eldest daughter had grown so strong in the future, just like her father. A sudden thought crossed Rosvisser's mind. She wondered if, in the near future, Noah might become not just a great warrior, but also the youngest dragon king in the history of the Silver Dragon clan, or even all dragonkind. After all, the Silver Dragon clan's unique ability to access primordial mode and refine its use to enhance their mastery of ancient magic put her in an entirely different league. In terms of strength alone, Noah already qualified as a dragon king. What she lacked now was simply experience. Rosvisser's thoughts deepened as she gazed at Noah in Mevis's arms. Leon and Rosvisser had always raised Noah to become an exceptional warrior, never once considering the path of a dragon king. After all, grooming a dragon king candidate was far more demanding than raising a warrior. Throughout history, the dragon race had never lacked outstanding offspring, but very few were qualified to ascend to the title of Dragon King. Even some who had claimed the title did so through questionable means. Rosvisser wasn't sure what Noah's intentions were, or if this was all too premature for her. After all, Noah was only 8 years old. Youngest Dragon King, let's leave that for when she's older. Rosvisser Noah. A faint voice interrupted Rosvisser's thoughts. She jolted upright and rushed to the bedside. Leon, are you awake? She leaned down, gently shaking his shoulders. Mevis and the others quickly gathered around. Dad. Brother-in-law, if you're alive, say something. Father, I like Auntie Ali's way of speaking. Can you teach me? Constantine. I should really keep my distance from the Melkve family, Constantine thought to himself. Leon slowly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he was startled by the crowd surrounding him with expressions straight out of a "You're finally awake" JPG meme. But more than anything, his body's defense instincts kicked in. Before falling unconscious, Leon's body had been in a state of intense combat. Even after 7 days of rest, it hadn't completely relaxed. Fortunately, the familiar sight of silver scales and hair brought him back to reality. Leon's brief struggle ceased immediately. Rosvisser gazed at him, exhaling a breath of relief, her silver eyes filled with concern. How long was I unconscious? Leon asked hoarsely. A week, Rosvisser replied. A week, Leon's eyes widened briefly before he let out a long sigh. Everyone expected him to say something emotional about waking up after the battle. But instead, General Leon blurted out. If I was out that long, I must have called your name a bunch of times. How embarrassing. Truly, a silent Leon is the best Leon. (638). Vol 6ch, 4. After regaining some clarity, Mevis explained the story of her journey to this timeline and the events of the future to Leon once more. When she finished, Leon fell silent. After a long pause, he murmured, So that's how it is, so we lost a shadow in the future. He sat at the edge of the bed, holding the glass of water Mevis had handed him. Leon stared down at the still surface of the water, which reflected his face, scarred, lifeless, and pale. In that moment of quiet, Leon was reminded of a nightmare that had haunted him for years. In that dream, the dragons had been defeated, Noah's dragon ship was nailed to an iceberg, and he wandered alone through a barren wasteland littered with corpses. But worse than the blood-soaked landscape was the torment of guilt and regret that consumed him. He had failed to protect what he cherished most. His dreams of glory had become nothing but an empty illusion. Yet reality had diverged from that grim dream. They had won. However, if it hadn't been for Mevis's intervention, Leon couldn't be sure that the outcome would have been any different from the nightmare. Even with Shadow defeated and the critical battle won, a lingering sense of unease remained in Leon's heart. Dad. Mevis's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Leon raised his head and looked at her. What is it? I know what you're thinking, Mevis said. In the future, during those years when our family was on the run, you often blamed yourself for not being able to turn the tide like you had in the past, for not saving everyone from the flames of disaster. Mom, Tyne, and I all tried to help you move past that guilt and regret. But the defeat hit you too hard. It wasn't just the immediate responsibility that weighed on you, it was also the uncertainty and helplessness about the future. We spent years in a dark haze. Even though you mostly kept an optimistic front, I knew better than anyone how desperately you wanted to change our situation. That's why I came back, Dad. Leon gazed into Mevis's eyes, which shared the same dark hue as his own. Within them, he saw a steadfast conviction. The room was utterly silent, as everyone listened intently to this father-daughter conversation that spanned across time. I didn't come back just to help you defeat Shadow, Mevis continued. I came back to help you reconcile with yourself. Leon echoed her words, stunned. Reconcile with myself. Protecting this family isn't just your responsibility, Dad, Mevis said gently. It's the responsibility of every member of the Melkve family. She smiled. Look at me, I've grown strong. In the future, Moon, Aurora, and Muse also grow incredibly strong. We won't always be the ones being protected by you and Mom. When danger comes, we'll fight with everything we have to defend our home. Whether we succeed or fail, we'll face it together as a family. So, Mevis stepped closer to the bed, extended her hand, and lightly clenched it into a fist, holding it out to Leon. Past, present, or future, it doesn't matter. Will you make peace with yourself, Dad? Her voice was soft, but it carried a profound understanding of Leon's struggles over time. Mevis understood her father better than anyone else. His guilt and self-reproach were things she had lived with for decades. This man's pride and strength didn't allow him to accept such a crushing failure easily, leaving him trapped in a cycle of self-blame. But just as Mevis said, her return wasn't just to defeat Shadow, it was to help Leon heal. Her words wouldn't have carried the same weight if spoken by Tylo or Charlotte. Only Mevis, who had lived through decades of hardship, and was both Leon's daughter and someone who had experienced the tragedy, had the authority to say those words. Leon hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and lightly bumped his fist against hers. "Thank you, Noah," he said softly, his voice tinged with melancholy. But then, as if brushing away the heavy emotions, Leon smiled faintly. "You've saved me once again." Mevis pulled back her hand, crossing her arms with a smirk. "If I don't snuff out your extreme individual heroism now, I'll have to deal with an even more self-pitying dad when I go back to the future. No thanks. Saving present dad means saving future dad. Who says Noah doesn't know how to talk? This Noah sure knows how to talk." "Leon." As Leon's mood visibly lightened, Rosvisser finally stepped forward. "Rosvisser, I'm sorry for worrying you." "As long as you're okay." Rosvisser shook her head, stepping closer to take his hand. She placed it gently on her lap and said softly, "That's all that matters." "Ahem." Leon pressed his lips together, searching for something romantic to say to lighten the mood in the room. "Throw a bit of dog food around to clear the room and have some alone time with my wife," he thought to himself. But just as he opened his mouth, Rosvisser cut him off with a smirk. "Now that you're awake, let's talk about the 3,000 times you called my name while you were unconscious." "Nanny." 3,000 times, Leon tilde Rosvisser tilde Rosvisser tilde. "Leon." "Help, the boomerang of embarrassment is coming too fast, like a whirlwind." "I'm not talking about this, no way." "Come on, let's talk about it." "No." While the two bickered playfully, Constantine quietly picked up Hefei and left the room. Marriage is terrifying, Constantine thought to himself as he retreated. Meanwhile, Isha sat cross-legged nearby, resting her chin in her hand with an anti-smile as she watched her sister and brother-in-law banter. Noah walked up to Isha and asked, "Auntie, did Dad really call Mom's name 3,000 times?" Isha picked her up, placing her on her lap, and replied, "He did call your mom's name quite a lot, but whether it was 3,000 times, Auntie doesn't know." "Then how does Mom know?" "Because..." Mevis joined them, sitting next to Isha. "Someone who loves you will remember every word you say. Some people might remember the times you mentioned others in your sleep, maybe dozens or hundreds of times, just for fun. But 3,000 times? That's love, that's care, that's seeing you as their everything." Leon had called Rosvisser's name 3,000 times, and she had remembered every single one. As the evening sunlight poured in through the windows, casting its golden glow over the ruins of Sky City, the warmth within the room was unmistakable. The Melkve family, against all odds, had found their peace together. "Are you taking Noah back first? Why?" The next day, the group bid farewell to the Tower King and several Dragon Kings as they prepared to return to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Before departing, Mevis suddenly suggested that Isha and Noah head back ahead of them. "Go back first to prepare." "Memo." Mevis didn't elaborate. Instead, she transformed into her dragon form, lowered her body, and let Noah climb onto her back. Leon still didn't understand. "Prepare what?" "You'll find out tonight when you and Mom return Tilda." With that, Mevis flapped her dragon wings and soared into the sky. "We'll be waiting for you at home." As the black dragon's silhouette disappeared into the horizon, Leon and Rosvisser were left utterly puzzled. "Do you think they're preparing a surprise for us?" Rosvisser asked. Leon frowned, thinking for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't think it's a surprise." Silence. 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 Suddenly, the couple turned to each other in perfect sync, and at the same time exclaimed, "What?" (639). Vol 6ch, 5. TL Note. Christmas Tree Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Christmas Tree. Dear readers, on these festive days that fill the air with joy and warmth, I want to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for the novels I translate. Thanks to you, each chapter is worth the effort, and I am truly grateful to have such a wonderful community of readers. May your Christmas be filled with love, laughter, and treasured moments with family and friends. And as we enter the new year, I wish you endless happiness, success, and new adventures, both in life and in the stories we share. Thank you for being a part of this journey. There are many more exciting chapters ahead. Read. Watching the captain and Rosvisser look so flustered, Rebecca's curiosity was immediately piqued. Sis-in-law, what is it? What are your two daughters preparing after going back?" Shaking Rosvisser's wrist with an eager expression, Rebecca demanded answers to satisfy her curiosity. Rosvisser scratched her temple awkwardly and replied, "Well, it's kind of a family tradition. It started out as something just for your captain, but over time, I got roped into it as well." Even Rosvisser, the dignified Silver Dragon Queen, found it hard to maintain her composure when recalling the summoning ritual prepared by their daughters. Although the whole outfit-changing process was fun, it was also predictably chaotic. Every time they returned, Leon and Rosvisser braced themselves for the spectacular and professional scene awaiting them. Rebecca blinked her big, beautiful eyes, still not entirely understanding. "Can I see it too?" "Next time," Rosvisser said. "After the Sky City battle, there's still a lot of work to do within the dragon clans. Once we've dealt with all that, I'll personally invite you to visit the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, okay?" "Yay tilde sis-in-law, you're the best." Rebecca cheered, jumping up and throwing her arms around Rosvisser's shoulders, clearly aiming for a kiss on her cheek. Just as Rebecca was about to succeed, a hand grabbed her collar from behind and lifted her off the ground. Leon, one hand on his hip and the other holding Rebecca like a misbehaving kitten, looked unimpressed. Rebecca turned to glare at him. "Captain, what are you doing? Why can't I kiss sis-in-law? You get to kiss her every day, so why can't I kiss her just once?" "Who says I kiss her every day?" "Oh," Rebecca quickly turned her head and before Leon could react, planted a lightning-fast kiss on Rosvisser's cheek. Then she turned back, grinning smugly at Leon. "I can kiss her every day if I want." "You're impossible. There are people watching." Rosvisser's cheeks flushed red as she averted her gaze and lightly smacked Leon's chest with her hand. "Rebecca." "Martin." On it, handling the situation. "Nacho, I think we shouldn't have come here. No, I think Shadow should have just taken us out entirely." "I hate you. I hate you. I'm going to craft a sniper rifle that can shoot from the Empire all the way to your dragon bedroom, and the next time you kiss sis-in-law, I'm blowing your lips off." "Crazy girl, terrifying threats," Leon said, chuckling. With that, he tossed Rebecca towards Martin, who was already prepared to catch her. Rebecca's petite frame, perfect for ambushing enemies, also made her an ideal projectile for Leon and Martin to casually toss around. Rebecca flew gracefully through the air, tracing a neat arc before landing securely in Martin's arms. Martin held her in a princess carry, while Rebecca stuck her tongue out at Leon in playful defiance. Nacho clapped his hands. "All right, it's getting late. Leon, we'll trouble you and the Silver Dragon Queen to escort us back to the Empire." Leon nodded but hesitated. "The problem is, I don't think we have enough manpower. Originally, Mevis was supposed to help with the escort, but since she and Noah went back early, it's just me and the Silver Dragon Queen now. That's not enough to transport everyone." "Yeah, are we going to have to split into groups for the return?" "If only there were another Dragon King to help us out." Father, why aren't we going home yet? Hefei, the red flame dragon territory was destroyed by the bad guys. We can't return right now. Does that mean we're homeless? Don't worry, Hefei. You can stay at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary for now. Leon, why are you looking at me like that? In a nearby corner, the Red Flame Dragon King and his obedient daughter were discussing their future arrangements, as their homeland had been obliterated by shadow. Hearing talk about needing another Dragon King, Constantine noticed Leon approaching with a peculiar expression. Leon rubbed his head theatrically and said, "Ah, my poor memory. Constantine, can you remind me how my Lionheart Guild ended up here from the Empire in the first place?" Constantine's face went blank. Leon's subtle yet pointed tone clearly suggested he had a plan in mind, though Constantine likely wasn't thrilled about where it was heading. Constantine never expected that his first task after finally returning home from the Dragon Fleet was to act as a transportation service for Leon and a group of humans. Could this be karma for using Farrell as a mount for so many years? Still, it didn't matter. After all, these humans had saved his life. Carrying Hefei in his arms, Constantine walked up to Leon and said, "I can help take your friends back to the Empire, but I have one condition." "What is it?" "My Red Dragon Sanctuary was destroyed by Shadow. Until it's rebuilt, I want Hefei to stay with your family." Leon squinted slightly, smiling as he agreed without hesitation. "That's it, of course, no problem." "Good." With that, Constantine transformed into his dragon form. Hefei clapped her hands in delight. "Father is so cool." It was the first time she had seen her father's dragon form since she had awakened, and her excitement was palpable. Leon turned to Rosvisser. "All right, let's get ready to leave." Memo. Rosvisser spread her wings, and in the blink of an eye, a stunning silver dragon appeared before everyone. "Wow, sis-in-law, your dragon form is so beautiful," Rebecca exclaimed. Leon whistled, summoning the six-winged dragon hawk, which descended gracefully from the sky. Everyone mounted their respective dragons or the hawk, securing themselves as they prepared for the journey back to the human empire. That evening, Leon and his group returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. As Constantine prepared to leave after saying goodbye to Hefei, Leon called out to him. "What is it?" "The battle for Sky City left everyone injured, and we haven't had time to fully recover," Leon explained. "Besides, it's been a while since you've seen Hefei. Why not stay here for a few days and spend some time with her?" Hefei hesitated for a moment, holding onto Rosvisser's hand before finally speaking up. "Father, Hefei really missed you." Previously, Hefei had felt distant from Constantine, and no matter how difficult her situation, she would never consider staying on another Dragon King's territory. Though no one knew exactly what Hefei thought, Constantine, proud as he was, had always seen such dependency as beneath his dignity as a red flame Dragon King. But now, his homeland destroyed, his people scattered, and his body and spirit worn from the recent battle, Constantine didn't know how to rebuild that connection with his daughter. So this time, he decided to take Leon's advice. "I'll stay and rest for a while then. Thank you, Leon, and you too, Silver Dragon Queen." Rosvisser nodded silently, picking up Hefei and heading toward the sanctuary's main hall. Discussions between men weren't something she needed to interfere with. Whatever decision Leon made, she would support it unconditionally. Leon and Constantine followed her inside. This was Constantine's first visit to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. The last time had been for the birth of the Silver Dragon's third princess. He expected to encounter resistance from the Silver Dragon guards, but to his surprise. "Why don't you have any maids or guards in your sanctuary?" Constantine asked, perplexed. Leon stopped in his tracks, laughing lightly. "No maids, I understand, but where are the guards?" He turned to Rosvisser, who was already ascending the steps. The queen shook her head, equally puzzled. "I have no idea." Constantine's expression turned serious as he spoke gravely. If someone were to launch a surprise attack right now, wouldn't the Silver Dragon Sanctuary fall instantly? His concern was valid. Normally, leaving a sanctuary unguarded was a critical mistake. But nothing in the Melkve household ever adhered to normal logic. Ever since the battle with Star, no one dares invade Silver Dragon territory, Leon said, patting Constantine on the shoulder. It's not easy getting a meal at your place, Constantine muttered under his breath. Just then, the sound of drumming echoed through the sanctuary. Leon blinked, listening carefully. It's coming from the courtyard. My earlier bad feeling, it's getting stronger, Rosvisser said. The couple exchanged a glance and quickly made their way toward the courtyard. Constantine hesitated for a moment before muttering to himself. What a strange couple. Marriage is such a terrifying concept. Still, his curiosity got the better of him, and he followed them. When they reached the courtyard, Constantine saw Leon and Rosvisser standing on the steps, frozen in place as if they'd been struck by lightning. Leon, Constantine called out but got no response. Perplexed, he approached and patted Leon on the shoulder. Hey. Still no reaction. What on earth are you? Before he could finish, a loud female voice rang out from the courtyard below. They're not here yet, keep playing the music, keep dancing. Sherry, your guard squad's drumming must not stop. Maids, we've added a new section this time. Muse will lead you in playing the trumpets. Moon, stop eating steak. See that big brass disc over there? It's called a gong. Take the mallet next to it and hit it hard. Aurora, the memory stone can't just film from one angle. Move around, get those dynamic shots. Yes, that's it. How am I doing, Noah? Pretty professional, right? Noah took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and gave a silent thumbs up. Mevis, compared to you, were absolute amateurs. Out of the corner of her eye, Noah spotted the figures standing at the courtyard entrance. She gestured okay to a nearby maid who immediately understood. Taking a sip of water to clear her throat, the maid began vocalizing a few notes, as if warming up. Finally, she gathered her breath and delivered a practiced summoning chant. Princesses, let the heavens be moved. Their majesties have once again returned to life. (640) Vol 6ch, 6. With Mevis joining in, the so-called summoning ceremonies of the past seemed like child's play compared to the professional process they now had. It was hard to imagine how, in such a harsh future, the eldest daughter and her siblings managed to maintain this Melkve family tradition. The losses from the past were tolerable since Mevis had given everyone fair warning early on. But Constantine, he was another story entirely. Accustomed to the solemnity and gravitas of the Red Flame Dragon clan, he had never witnessed such a peculiar scene. Staring blankly at the lively spectacle in the backyard, he sighed yet again. Marriage is terrifying. Hefe Noah Moon Muse. Hefe, curious and full of energy, wagged her little tail as she sprinted over. The little red dragon dashed to Moon, and with stars in her eyes, exclaimed, Moon, what game are you all playing? For once, Moon, looking unusually serious, explained in a rare solemn tone. This isn't a game, Hefe. Then what is it? It's a mystical summoning ritual. Summoning ritual? Hefe's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, that's right. Whenever Mom and Dad leave for a long time, my sister leads us in performing this summoning ritual. And guess what? It always works. Wow, that's amazing, Moon. Teach me how to do it. If Father takes too long to visit me, I'll summon him back with this. No problem. Moon closed her eyes, raised a finger, and began instructing her. First, you need a picture of Uncle Constantine, preferably a black and white one. Okay, got it. Next, you need a bonfire and some food. Once we have that, we'll start offering them in prayer. Got it. And finally, you must prepare to cry your heart out. Got it. Is there anything else, Moon? There's more, but these 3 things are enough to kick off the summoning ritual. That's how my sister and I summoned Dad when he disappeared for 2 days. Moon spoke with the precision of a seasoned teacher lecturing in an academy. Hefe, in turn, diligently took notes in her mind. A black and white photo, a bonfire, food, and... But I didn't see you cry, Moon, Hefe interrupted, scratching her head. Patience, watch and learn. Moon cleared her throat, plopped down onto the ground, spread her legs out, and began wailing. "Wow, Moon, you're amazing. You can cry on command." Two little dragon girls stood watching in awe, while one dared to cry and the other simply observed. Behind them, a fire-breathing dragon uncle stood frozen, a look of exasperation painted across his face. A black-and-white photo, a bonfire offerings. "Leon, is this how you usually teach your daughters?" Constantine's sarcastic grin revealed his gritted teeth. Leon clapped him on the shoulder with a knowing expression. "Just get used to it. Kids always come up with ideas we adults can't comprehend." "So, your family's creative ideas involve turning a funeral into a summoning ritual." Leon spread his hands. "You can't blame me for that. Blame it on the time Noah and Moon first tried this. Rosvisser was there and she didn't stop them." Rosvisser. Smack. A silvery tail quietly struck the dogman's rear. Leon yelped, "Ow," and rubbing his behind turned to ask, "What was that for? Did I say something wrong? Weren't you there?" Rosvisser's face flushed faintly red, her voice a mixture of shame and irritation as she explained. I passed out back then, okay." "Passed out?" Leon blinked, the gears in his head turning. "Oh, tilde, right? That was because of the blood. MMPH." Rosvisser promptly covered the idiot's mouth. Even if Constantine had no idea what blood might imply, Rosvisser wasn't about to let such a mortifying detail slip out, not even with a 1% chance of exposure. Dinner was a pleasant choice. Despite Constantine and Mevis's presence, the evening meal was lively and extravagant. However, the maids serving the dishes showed a noticeable wariness toward Constantine. Although everyone understood that Leon and Constantine had reconciled over the incident from years ago, thanks to Rosvisser's efforts, the Silver Dragon maids had never personally seen Constantine visiting the sanctuary. Adding to that, the losses caused by the Red Flame Dragon clan on the day of the third princess's birth were still fresh. Even though Constantine had paid a hefty price for his actions, the maids' lingering hostility wasn't surprising. Sitting opposite, Leon noticed Constantine's discomfort and the tension in the air. After a brief moment of thought, Leon spoke up. "Milan, leave the rest of the dishes on the cart by the door. We'll serve ourselves from there." Milan nodded slightly, "Understood, Your Highness." As Milan led the maids out of the dining hall and closed the door, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. The remaining dishes were placed on a cart by the door, just as Leon had instructed, leaving the group with a more relaxed dining environment. Constantine understood Leon's intention, glanced across the table at him, and smiled faintly. He raised his glass in a silent toast. Leon, utterly undeterred, raised his own glass and drained it in one gulp. Rosvisser leaned slightly toward Leon and whispered, "Your alcohol tolerance is terrible. Drink less." Leaning closer to her, Leon whispered back with a mischievous grin, "Don't worry, I swapped it out for juice. Watch me drink that fire-breathing dragon under the table tonight." Getting Constantine drunk was a goal of the past. Tonight's target, finishing a bottle of Constantine's prized floral wine. "By the way, Teacher Mevis, what did you do after resigning from your position?" "Yes, we missed you so much," chimed Moon. Mevis, who had discussed her answer with Noah on the way back, responded smoothly. "I didn't go anywhere special, just wandered around a bit. After teaching at St. Heath Academy for so many years, I decided it was time to see the outside world, so I resigned." "Will you ever return to St. Heath Academy, Teacher Mevis?" Moon asked, her voice tinged with hope. Mevis shook her head with a soft smile. "No, I won't, Moon." "Ah, why not?" Moon's disappointment was evident. Mevis didn't answer right away. She glanced at Noah beside her, then at their parents seated at the head of the table. Finally, she reached out to ruffle Moon's hair gently and said warmly, "Because my journey isn't over yet, Moon." Moon tilted her head up to look at Mevis, her expression earnest. "When will it end, Teacher Mevis?" "It'll be a very long time." Moon sniffled but persisted. "Then, when will I get to see you again?" Mevis hesitated, caught off guard by Moon's sparkling, sapphire-blue eyes. Her gaze swept over little Light and Muse, who were also waiting expectantly for her answer. After a moment of thought, Mevis extended her hand and hooked her pinky finger. When you grow up, Moon, you'll see me again. Let's make a pinky promise, okay? Okay, when I grow up, you must come back to see me. I promise. She loved her sisters deeply, both in the past and in the future. Later that evening, as expected, Constantine was thoroughly drunk and had to be carried to the guest room by his guards. Helena was also settled in the room next door, and the children were all asleep. Only Rosvisser stayed behind to keep Mevis company in her room, while Leon joined his eldest daughter for a walk in the backyard. Hands in her jacket pockets, Mevis casually kicked a pebble along the ground and said, "I've told you before, Dad, I don't want to share too much about that bleak future. I don't want my sisters to shoulder those burdens with me." She stopped walking inside softly, her voice calm. "All they need to know is that ultimate fear was defeated and the world didn't end. That's enough." Leon looked at his daughter, his thoughts swirling. After a moment, he shook his head with a rueful smile. "Sometimes, I wish you were a little less like me." Mevis chuckled. "Can't help it, after all, I'm your eldest daughter." The two continued strolling along the training track in the backyard, talking about the past, the present, and the future. There seemed to be no end to their conversations. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and crickets chirped in the grass. Before they realized it, it was already past midnight, yet they still had so much to talk about. Sensing the lateness of the hour, Mevis finally came to a stop and gazed at the empty training field. "What's wrong?" Leon asked, turning to look at her. "Dad," she called out. "Yes." Mevis pulled her hands out of her pockets and slowly walked to the center of the training field. Once there, she turned to face Leon. Her right hand rose, and a blue glow illuminated her palm, casting a soft light on her profile. "Let's duel, just you and me." (641). Vol 6ch, 7. Minor concussion. Isn't that just getting knocked out? How does it turn into a concussion? Your Majesty, the minor concussion His Highness is experiencing is an old issue. However, Miss Mevis's slightly excessive force this time aggravated his previous arm injury. "It's all right, you can leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty." Once the attendants had exited, the room was left with only Rosvisser, Mevis, and the unconscious Leon, who was sprawled on the bed thanks to his so-called minor concussion. Mevis stood at the foot of the bed, her hands clasped behind her back, her head slightly lowered. The tip of her shoe tapped the floor in small, nervous movements, resembling a high school student called to the principal's office for a mistake. Rosvisser sat on a chair by the bedside, her arms crossed and legs elegantly poised. She glanced at the unconscious Leon with a mixture of exasperation and amusement before turning her attention to Mevis. In the future timeline, has Leon finally managed to store magic power without relying on his dragon markings? No, not yet. Then why did you hit your father so hard? He had just woken up from a 7-day coma, barely had a single meal, and now you've knocked him out again. Sigh. Rosvisser rubbed her forehead in frustration. She wasn't truly angry, but she couldn't help feeling both amused and exasperated. This father-daughter pair is impossible to deal with. One was oblivious to his own physical limits, and the other had no concept of restraint when striking. Rosvisser couldn't help but wonder, albeit jokingly, if Leon's severe injuries in the future timeline, which took years to heal, might have had something to do with Mevis. "Mom, don't worry," Mevis chirped in an attempt to defend herself. "Dad's super strong, he'll wake up soon, I promise." "Soon? With the way you struck him using a triple electric storm in the backyard, he'll be out for at least 3 more days." Mevis scratched the back of her head sheepishly, clearly not helping her case. "It was a tactical knockout," she explained earnestly. "Mom, why are you so eager for Dad to wake up anyway?" Rosvisser froze, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She straightened her posture and turned her head away. I'm just worried about your father. That's all, worried." Mevis raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes gleaming with mischief. "Dad once told me that Mom rarely lies, and whenever she does, it's always painfully obvious. Her biggest tell is repeating the key phrase of her lie." "Oh, just worried, huh?" Mevis tilted her head, rubbing her chin as if deep in thought. "But Mom, Your tone and expression don't really look like worry to me. Rosvisser gave her an uneasy glance. If it's not worry, then what else could it be? She asked defensively. Ahem. Miss Prodigy got to work, her brain whirring. It feels like you had some kind of agreement with Dad. And now that I've knocked him out, your plans are ruined. Doesn't it feel like that, Mom? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Rosvisser shot out of her chair. Absolutely not. Mevis, don't make things up. You're so flustered you called me Noah, Mevis teased, smirking. Are you trying to pull rank on me now, Mom? Rosvisser glared at her eldest daughter in a mix of shame and anger, but she couldn't muster a retort. Hiss. This girl didn't just inherit Leon's extreme heroic tendencies and abstract way of thinking. She also inherited my cunning and wit. In the past, Noah had shown glimpses of these traits, but in just a few short years, they had blossomed into the formidable sharpness of Mevis. It left Rosvisser utterly speechless. Sigh, it seems my inability to win arguments is genetic. Leon and Rosvisser's relationship was one of constant bickering and stalemates, with neither ever truly gaining the upper hand. Now, with their combined characteristics, the daughter they had produced was practically invincible when going up against either parent individually. After all, whatever Rosvisser had, Mevis also had. And what Mevis lacked, Rosvisser didn't have either. This was the creation of a true supermodel hybrid. Facing her future daughter head-on, Rosvisser could only acknowledge her defeat. However, she still had one move up her sleeve, one that Mevis couldn't counter. I said there's no such thing, HMPH. HMPH, stubborn. This stubbornness, my dear, is the result of years of practice with your father. Say what you will, I won't admit to anything. What can you do about it? HMPH tilde. All right then, Mom. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Mevis smirked, taking a step closer to her mother. Before Rosvisser could react, Mevis lightly patted her on the shoulder, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a quick kiss on her mother's blushing cheek. Then, without giving Rosvisser a chance to respond, she dashed toward the door. I'm off to play with Moon and the little ones. Call me when Dad wakes up. Bye-bye. Thud. The door closed behind her. Rosvisser stared at the door for a moment, an exasperated yet fond smile spreading across her face. She's already so grown up, yet still so impulsive, she muttered to herself. Turning her gaze back to Leon, her smile faded. She sighed, looking at his unconscious form. And I thought you were the only fool in this family. Despite her words, Rosvisser rolled up her sleeves, soaking a towel in warm water before wringing it out. She leaned over, gently wiping away the dirt from Leon's face. Bit by bit, the dust left by Mevis's punches disappeared, leaving only the faint marks of a scuffle on his sleeves and the imprint of her fist. At least it's a fist mark and not a shoe print. Your precious little girl isn't completely heartless. She continued muttering as she cleaned. You don't even know your own limits, do you? She challenges you to a fight and you just go along with it. It's not like she's leaving tomorrow. She'll be here for another 2 weeks. I get it, you want to spend more time with her. But seriously, was one night going to make a difference? And we had plans too. Her voice trailed off as she placed the towel back on the bedside table. Rosvisser sank into the chair again, her gaze softening as she watched Leon's sleeping face. Her thoughts drifted back 8 years to a similar moment. Back then, she had been the one lying unconscious, suffering from the aftereffects of her blood awakening. Leon had sat by her side for hours, his face filled with the same mixture of worry and affection she now felt. 8 years later, the circumstances were reversed. Even if she would never admit it aloud, Rosvisser knew one truth deep in her heart. She loved this man more than anything. Suddenly, a mischievous idea flitted through her mind. Her cheeks, which had just cooled down, flushed pink again. Just so we're clear, she whispered, this is only because I don't want to break our promise. It's not because I actually want to do something sneaky like this. With no one else in the room, it wasn't clear if she was speaking to Leon or trying to convince herself. Blushing, Rosvisser leaned closer to him, gently cupping his face in her hands. She could feel the even rhythm of his breathing as she inched toward his lips. Mom, Little Light asked if you've seen. The sudden voice jolted Rosvisser upright. She quickly withdrew her hands, her face still flushed as she hurriedly smoothed her hair. What? I wasn't doing anything, nothing at all. But I just saw you leaning over Dad. Could it be, Mom, were you trying to? Mevis stood at the door, grinning like a fox who had just caught a chicken. Rosvisser hadn't expected her daughter to have such a tight grip on her now, of all times. Why do I feel like I'm facing my elder sister, Isha? She muttered under her breath, frustrated. I wasn't doing anything. I was just checking your father's injuries. Is there a problem with that? Mevis's dark eyes gleamed with mirth. No problem at all, Mom. None whatsoever. By the way, could you help me find a storage stone? Little Light has a new project she wants to work on. Without saying another word, Rosvisser stood, retrieved a shadow stone from the storage room, and handed it to Mevis. Next time, don't barge into your father's room without knocking. I taught you better than that when you were little. Yes, I know tilde. Mevis tucked the stone into her pocket and hopped toward the door. Just before leaving, she turned back, peeking through the doorframe with a mischievous smile. Well then, Mom, I'll leave you to carefully inspect Dad's injuries. Take your time. Noah. Bye, Mom. Thud. The door closed, and Rosvisser heard the sound of Mevis's footsteps fading into the distance, accompanied by her laughter. Rosvisser exhaled, half laughing and half fuming. She turned back to Leon, shaking her head. Look at that, this is the daughter you raised. $642. Vol 6ch, 8. After Mevis left, Rosvisser stayed by Leon's side. Around 9 o'clock, Leon shifted slightly in his sleep, mumbling faintly. The doctor had said that Leon was recovering well, and there was a high probability he would wake up tonight. Only then did Rosvisser feel relieved. It seemed that her eldest daughter, who had been bustling around, wasn't as burdened as she thought. She had expected the tea snacks to take several more hours. Once the doctors had left, the room was quiet again, leaving just Rosvisser and the unconscious Leon. She sat at the bedside, quietly watching him, while the occasional laughter of Mevis and Noah playing in the backyard floated in through the window. Suddenly, the thought that had been interrupted by Mevis earlier surged back into her mind, this time with a small upgrade. Since he's waking up tonight, he'll have to fulfill our promise. Better do it before the kids interrupt us again. Rosvisser muttered to herself, but knowing this guy, he might try to weasel out of it, so I'd better prepare. With that, Rosvisser stood up and quickly left the room. She walked to the door of her daughter's rooms. Without knocking, she gently pushed the door open and softly called out. Mom's coming in. Is anyone here? No response. It seemed they were all still playing games with Mevis in the backyard. Perfect. Rosvisser stepped inside and made her way to Aurora's room. When the daughters grew a little older, they no longer shared the same bed. Rosvisser arranged a separate small bedroom for each of them. At first, Moon wasn't agreeable to the idea. She often sneaked into Noah's room in the middle of the night and stayed there until morning. When discovered, Noah couldn't bring herself to scold her younger sister and eventually gave in, allowing them to continue sleeping together as before. As for Aurora and Mevis Noah, they didn't share the same intense, sister-complex tendencies. They obediently slept in their respective rooms. Rosvisser pushed open the door to Aurora's bedroom. The room was decorated in a cute, girlish pink theme with a teddy bear sitting on the bedside table, a gift Leon had given Rosvisser long ago. Years ago, Aurora had fallen ill and suffered from a high fever for several days. Even after recovering, she had recurring nightmares for days on end. Despite everyone's efforts, no method seemed to work. Finally, Leon suggested, let your mom's teddy bear keep you company. It'll protect you in your dreams. Whether it was psychological comfort or the possibility that the general's words carried some magical authority, once the adorable teddy bear was placed in Aurora's room, the nightmares stopped. From then on, the teddy bear had remained in Aurora's room ever since. Brushing off the memory, Rosvisser walked to Aurora's bed and bent down, rummaging under it. After a while, she pulled out a wooden box and opened it. Inside were various bottles, jars, and intricate diagrams for magic formations. Aurora had collected these unfinished and experimental creations, storing them here but rarely revisiting them. Sifting through the contents, Rosvisser found a small brown pill. She picked it up and held it under the light for inspection. The pill had a faint sheen, almost resembling a coffee candy. Perfect, Aurora, Mom's borrowing this for now. Later, I'll have your dad make you another one. The Queen smiled in satisfaction, closed the box, and returned it to its place. Standing up, she gazed at the pill in her hand, a mischievous curve forming at her lips. Leon, tonight, there's no escaping me. Around midnight, Leon slowly opened his eyes. His first sensation wasn't confusion, but a faint pain in his right cheek. Ugh, tilde. The last thing he remembered before passing out was his ever-dutiful daughter rushing over and landing a punch square on his face. Judging by the force, she must have opened all 9 gates. Leon tried to sit up, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's already past midnight. Everyone's probably asleep. The room was dark, and Rosvisser wasn't by his side. Blinking, Leon looked toward the study. Sure enough, the light was still on. He pushed back the covers and got out of bed. His body wasn't fully recovered, so he had to lean against the wall as he slowly made his way to the study door. Rosvisser was sitting behind the desk, reading. Judging by the elegant book cover, it was likely another romance novel. She wore a thin-strap nightgown, one shoulder strap slipping off her smooth, rounded shoulder. The soft curves of her chest were faintly visible, with a dragon pattern tracing a line down the mysterious valley, enticing imagination. Under the desk, her long legs were crossed, and her dragon-scaled slippers dangled precariously from her fair, delicate foot. Rosvisser flipped a page in her book with one hand while twirling a strand of her hair with the other, her head lowered as if completely unaware of Leon's presence. Ahem. Leon cleared his throat twice, announcing himself. Ahem. Rosvisser finally looked up toward the doorway. Oh, you're awake. Closing the novel, she rested her chin in her hands, smiling with narrowed eyes. I thought you'd be out for days. Her tone was gentle, laced with concern and relief. Leon froze for a moment, blinking. This side of his dragoness wife felt unusual. Still, he didn't press the issue. He nodded and replied, Our daughter held back. Otherwise, I'd probably be out cold for weeks. Hum. Rosvisser hummed in agreement, then paused before asking tentatively, So, does that mean we can move forward with our agreement now? Leon felt a chill run down his spine at her words. He tried to assess his current physical state. How to describe it? It was like he hadn't done anything, yet he still felt the exhaustion of completing a 24-hour battle drill. If he went ahead with their agreement, in this condition, Rosvisser would undoubtedly dominate the entire process. Worse still, this stirred up some unpleasant memories. Back during his adulthood oath ceremony, he'd had a similar experience. The dragoness had implemented a 3 days of smoldering flames, 5 days of blazing infernos regime, ensuring his body stayed weak so she could suppress him continuously. So, I just fought a battle. Can I rest for a few days? Leon attempted to negotiate. But we agreed, didn't we? Once we defeated Shadow, we'd fulfill our promise immediately, Rosvisser replied. Who knows when the next enemy will show up? We have to seize the moment. You said that yourself. Leon rubbed his forehead. But look at me. I can't even stand steadily right now. Surely I won't be at my best, right? So let me rest for a few days, and then we can talk. Well, if that's the case, fine. Rosvisser stood up, picked up a cup from the desk, and walked toward him. We'll do it another day then. Why is this dragoness being so understanding today? Leon wondered suspiciously. Something doesn't feel right. Is she planning to ambush me after I fall asleep? Or had her inner housewife persona finally awakened? Did she now understand the struggles of a married man? Here, drink this first, Rosvisser said, handing him a cup of coffee. Leon raised a brow. Coffee, drinking this at midnight, won't it keep me awake? Don't overthink it. It just looks like coffee. It's a special nutrient concoction the doctors made for you. It'll help you recover faster. Oh, okay. Leon downed the nutrient concoction in one gulp and licked his lips. Tastes a bit like chocolate. Not bad. Then he frowned slightly. But I remember my previous nutrient drinks weren't this color. Is this a new formula? Rossvisser smiled slyly and nodded. That's right. Oh, what's the main ingredient? Dragon Essence Boost. Oh, Dragon wait, what? Dragon what? Dragon Essence Boost tilde. Correct. The cup slipped from Leon's hand, shattering on the floor, much like his already fragile composure. Isn't Dragon Essence Boost ridiculously hard to make? Where did you even get it? Leon asked, unwilling to believe it. Oh, it's not from an alchemist. Aurora made it. Isn't our daughter brilliant? Brilliant, my foot. Rossvisser propped her chin in her hand, her silver tail swaying slightly behind her. Barefoot, she slowly advanced toward him, a mischievous grin lighting up her face. Leon instinctively backed away in time with her steps, until his back pressed against the study door. Rossvisser leaned in close, her eyes locking onto his with a playful glint as she feigned innocence. I've already agreed to let you rest, so don't even think of doing anything strange to me, hubby tilde. Leon closed his eyes in despair. Dragon Essence Boost, I hate you. Aurora, I hate you. Rossvisser, I hate you. (643). Vol 6ch, 9. On the soft, spacious bed, Rossvisser's long legs were crossed gracefully. The pale skin of her legs gleamed under the room's gentle light, appearing even smoother and silkier. Her rounded knees had a faint pink hue, and her slender toes varied between delicate shades of pink and softness. One of her hands casually rested on her outer thigh, lazily tracing circles, while the other supported her body as she leaned slightly to one side. Silver hair cascaded around her, framing her face, her enchanting eyes half-lidded, glimmering with a teasing light. Her silver irises gazed affectionately at the man before her. The ticking of the clock on the wall was the only sound in the room, accompanied by the occasional drifting scent of incense and the faint sound of water. She didn't speak, only continued to look at Leon with a playful yet tender smile. After a moment, a faint purple glow began to flicker across the chests of both husband and wife. A wave of heat surged between them. However, this initial intensity was trivial for a couple who had grown accustomed to dragon marks over the years. Yet both of them knew that once the marks began to glow, the night ahead was bound to ignite. This wasn't the calm before the storm, it was the slow build of inevitability. After a prolonged silence, the queen finally spoke. I understand, I've read about it in books, the struggles of married men. Leon, holding a stack of papers in his hands, countered dryly. You're calling fighting Tiamat to the brink of death and winning a bit of fatigue, is that right? MHM tilde tilde. Rossvisser smiled, narrowing her eyes. Why wouldn't it be? My husband is the strongest man in the world after all. Of course, it was only during moments like this that she'd admit Leon was the strongest in the world. Most of the time, her words were more like, what's the point of you? Isn't it still me running this household? Or some variation thereof. All right, let's just say you're a little tired. But as your wife, isn't it my duty to completely drain your energy and replenish it with dragon essence? Rossvisser laughed lightly, twirling a strand of her hair between her fingers. Although, I can't guarantee it'll feel exactly the same as it did back then, after all. She trailed off, her words full of implication, as she referred to the little pill concocted by their beloved Aurora. Leaning in slightly like a cunning cat, she slowly approached Leon, stopping at an intimately close distance. Her eyes locked onto his, and she spoke with a sultry smile. What I can guarantee is this: if we indulge ourselves all night long, we'll be just fine. Leon let out an internal sigh and asked, Are you really this impatient, Your Majesty? Oh, please, don't make it sound like I'm begging you. Rossvisser huffed, her tone playful but determined. Back when we inscribed the third dragon mark, you were just as curious as I was to know what it would feel like, weren't you? He couldn't deny it. Half a month ago, the two of them had taken the risk of adding a third dragon mark in preparation for the immense stamina required for the final battle. Why was it considered a risk? Because throughout dragonkind's history, one mark was common enough. 2 marks happened occasionally. But 3 marks, That was unheard of, an anomaly never before recorded in any text or seen in any legend. No one knew what additional effects, beyond increased mana storage, might come with a third mark, nor how intense those effects could be. For the past 2 weeks, the couple had deliberately avoided exploring those possibilities, determined to wait until after the victory to experience the mark's effects in peace and comfort. Rosvisser's current impatience was the culmination of all the restraint and endurance they had exercised since the marks were engraved. "Do you think it's possible?" Leon ventured cautiously, trying to steer the conversation into more neutral territory, "that living beings have a limit to how much pleasure they can perceive?" "Oh, what makes you ask that?" Rosvisser tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "It might be possible that the sensation brought by the third dragon mark feels similar to the second one, simply because 2 marks might already represent the limit." Adding, "More won't necessarily enhance anything." Leon knew he was talking nonsense. He had no idea if the number of dragon marks had any effect on perception. Right now, he was stalling, hoping to make it through this long night in one piece. Rosvisser, of course, saw through his little ploy. With a soft chuckle, she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Leon's neck and pressing her soft chest against his. The unexpected intimacy made the general's body tremble, and the glowing light on his chest grew brighter. She moved further, settling herself on Leon's lap. Deliberately deepening her breaths, her chest and abdomen brushed against him with tantalizing softness. "If you want to know the answer to that question," she whispered, her voice sultry and low, "the best way is to test it out." Rosvisser leaned into his shoulder, speaking softly into his ear. Her tone was like that of a seductive devil, drawing its prey slowly but surely into her trap. Her fingers lightly brushed through his hair, and her body pressed even closer to his. "Also," she continued, her breath warm against his ear, "I know your third dragon mark is on your other arm, but do you know where mine is?" The first dragon mark always appeared on the chest of both partners, a fixed location. After that, however, each additional mark appeared randomly. Leon's second dragon mark was on his left arm, while Rosvisser's was on the curve of her lower back. When they first inscribed the third mark, Leon had curiously asked where hers was, but Rosvisser had coyly refused to answer, calling it a post-battle surprise. Now, the time for that surprise had come. Leon's emotions and tense nerves began to focus, his gaze softening and becoming unfocused. Rosvisser knew the dragon mark's effects were starting to take hold on both of them. "Come on, Leon," she teased, her voice dripping with allure. "Don't you want to know where my third mark is? Tell me, tilde. She lightly nipped at his earlobe. A gentle yet electrifying sensation coursed through his body, starting from his ear and spreading down his spine, igniting every nerve along the way. Leon let out a low groan and instinctively reached for Rosvisser's slender waist. Rosvisser laughed softly, unabashed, as she leaned back slightly. Her hands cupped Leon's face, and since she was sitting on his lap, her elevated position allowed her to look down at him. With her silver eyes shimmering with affection, she gazed deeply into his eyes and said in a low, lingering voice, "If you want to know, you'll have to find the answer yourself, my little lion Tilda." As she spoke, she let one hand trail behind her, guiding Leon's large hand toward her chest. Naturally, that was where her third dragon mark lay, glowing faintly with a seductive purple hue. Where could it be? She guided him lower, her fingers tracing a path past soft curves and inviting sensations. "Perhaps my lower abdomen." Rosvisser smiled, answering her own question. No, of course not. My dragon mark is in a much deeper place. Can you find it, my dear Tilda?" Keep looking." His fingers glided over her smooth, toned stomach, eventually reaching her perfectly sculpted thighs. The search continued, the tension building with each moment. Leon's fingertips finally brushed against a patch of warm skin. The temperature was distinctly higher, a telltale sign of the dragon mark's presence. "Ah, Tilda, you found it." Rosvisser cradled Leon's face, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. "Yes, the third dragon mark is on the inside of my thigh." And, she added, her tone playful, Since dragon marks appear randomly, part of it extends just a little further. Can you guess where? Yes, that's right, Leon. You're looking for it, aren't you? There you go, right there. Oh. Tilde tilde, is it very painful? No, you're doing wonderfully, so wonderfully. And now, my little lion, let's begin this long-awaited night of pleasure. (644). Vol 6ch, 10. It turned out that Leon's assumption was entirely wrong. There seemed to be no limit to a living being's capacity for sensation. The experience brought by the third dragon mark far surpassed that of two. On this wild and indulgent night, Leon and Rosvisser ascended to the pinnacle of passion over and over again. They lost all sense of time, completely immersed in the intoxicating euphoria, unable to extricate themselves from the endless spiral of desire. Rosvisser found herself utterly overwhelmed, unable to discern where one session began and another ended. The man above her seemed like an unstoppable beast, tireless and relentless. There was no reprieve. All he did was take, push, and conquer her, stripping away her dignity and pride in a way that she found disturbingly satisfying. Her reason shattered under the onslaught of desire, dissolving into nothingness. And because of the overwhelming physiological stimulation, Rosvisser began to exhibit unusual signs of dragonification that night. The silver dragon scales on either side of her temples vanished at the height of ecstasy. Meanwhile, faint ice-blue dragon pupils appeared at the corners of her eyes, shrinking tightly. Had Leon not been entirely out of control himself, the budding dragon horns emerging from Rosvisser's forehead might have become another toy for their games. By dawn, the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, spilling into their bedroom. Clothes lay scattered across the floor, the room a complete mess, evidence of their night-long revelry. The two of them sat on the edge of the bed, backs leaning against the couch. Exhausted beyond measure, they couldn't even fall asleep despite their fatigue. Rosvisser wrapped herself in a white bedsheet, looking up at the man, whose silver eyes were half-lidded and staring at the floor. She sniffed, leaned against his shoulder, and spoke softly. "Last night, was I too out of control?" Leon rested his cheek gently on her head and replied, "You were a bit too." Squeak. "Shut up, it's the dragon mark's fault." Leon chuckled softly, closing his eyes. Yes, of course." Rosvisser's face turned crimson as she shrank into the bedsheet, pulling it tighter around herself. She bit her lower lip, clearly wrestling with some internal dilemma. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Leon, do you think our relationship is too shallow?" "Shallow in what way?" "I can't explain it well." Having broached a more serious topic, both of them straightened up. Rosvisser glanced at the battlefield they had created over the course of the night and continued. "It's just, I sometimes wonder, if we rely on this as a way to maintain our relationship, what would happen if we lost it?" She hesitated, biting her lip again before mustering the courage to voice her thoughts. "If we lost the physical aspect, would our love eventually fade away?" "Don't misunderstand me, Leon. It's not that I don't want to be intimate with you. It's just, sometimes my thoughts run wild. I wasn't like this before. I wouldn't let go of my pride or seek out physical pleasure. But now, look at me. Not only am I lost in it, but I'm also the one constantly initiating. And I'm afraid you'll think my love and intimacy are cheap, that you'll stop cherishing me, that your feelings for me will gradually fade away." Her voice grew quieter and quieter until she curled into a small ball, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face in her arms like a wet kitten. For once, Leon fell into an unusual silence in response to Rosvisser's worries. Of course, his silence didn't mean agreement. He would never consider Rosvisser's feelings or their intimacy as cheap, nor would he think that physical connection was the only bond holding them together. But even so, her concerns were heavy and complex, not something he could resolve with a simple answer. Leon took his time, searching for a response that would perfectly address her insecurities. Rosvisser didn't rush him for an answer. She knew he was taking her seriously and was willing to wait patiently. After a moment of silence, Leon finally spoke. "When you think about it, we rarely talk about intimacy as a topic, don't we? Rosvisser. She peeked out from behind her knees, her head tilting slightly as she nodded. Was it last night, under the stimulation of the third dragon mark, that we lost control and gave rise to these doubts and concerns? Rosvisser paused for a moment before a small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Yes. Leon had always been able to see things from her perspective when addressing their relationship, and that was what comforted Rosvisser the most. About that. He exhaled, relaxing his slightly tense body, then lifted his arm naturally, wrapping it around Rosvisser's shoulder to pull her, curled into a ball, back into his embrace. Leon continued. I think this is simply biological instinct. In essence, it's a natural way for living beings to express their importance to one another. You don't need to worry. Even something as basic as this, an instinct that's hard to articulate, is crucial. Because if we lose even the most fundamental desire for each other, how could we possibly have a deeper kind of love? His straightforward words struck a chord, gently erasing the subconscious shame Rosvisser felt after their passionate night. She nodded slightly, choosing not to interrupt, waiting for him to continue. So, to be honest, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do those things with me. In fact, it shows that you love me. Rosvisser, realizing she was about to retort, tried to lift her head, but was promptly pushed back down by Leon. She obediently rested her head against his knees, pouting and muttering in a small voice. I do love you, and then. If there's any fault in this, then it's mine. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Yours. Because I've been too passive, Leon said, gently ruffling her messy hair with a warm smile. My passivity forces you to be more active, which in turn caused you to have these doubts, so it's my fault. The queen narrowed her eyes and glanced sideways at him, teasing. Then why don't you take the initiative more often? After all these years of marriage, are you not interested in me anymore? She almost laughed at her own joke, though deep down, she was genuinely curious about how Leon would respond. Let me be clear, Leon replied firmly. Dragon marks can be placed recklessly, but words cannot. How could I possibly not be interested in you? This ties into your second concern, whether I see your love and intimacy as cheap, right? Emma. She kept her nose and mouth hidden behind her arms, exposing only her beautiful silver eyes, which gazed expectantly at Leon. The answer to that, Leon said softly, is something we both already know in our hearts. But I understand, you want to hear me say more, don't you? Who wants to hear you say more? HMPH. If you don't want to say it, then don't, I don't care. Leon chuckled knowingly and took a step back, saying, all right, it's me who wants to say more. Please, my dear wife, have the patience to listen, will you? Rosvisser let out a smug little hum. Fine, I'll listen, but only because I'm feeling generous. Leon's expression turned serious as he continued. Of course, I don't think what you offer me is cheap. The significance you hold in my heart is indescribable. Everything you give me cannot be measured by simple words. And my love and intimacy for you are the same. They are neither shallow nor reliant solely on physical connection. Every moment spent with you, every day we share, every word spoken, and every action taken, I see it all as a blessing. If there are gods, then I would thank them for allowing us to love each other so deeply, even after everything we've been through. So Rosvisser, As he spoke, Leon gently tilted his head and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Feeling the lingering warmth of the kiss, Rosvisser's eyes wavered as she looked up at him. For her, everything Leon had just said was already more than enough. So, is this where the promise comes in? She wrapped her arms around Leon lightly, speaking of commitment. But sometimes, Rosvisser wished to hear something else, something simpler, more direct, and free of embellishments. And Leon's answer, as always, was, I love you, Rosvisser Melkve, I will always love you forever and ever. (645) Vol 6ch, 11. TL Note. My dear friends, on the last day of 2024, I want to say, thank you for being with me. May the new year be a time of new achievements, bright emotions, and endless inspiration for all of us. This year was full of adventures, emotions, and amazing stories that we experienced together, step by step diving into the world of our favorite characters. I am truly grateful to each of you for your support, inspiration, and warm words. See you in 2025. Christmas tree, Happy New Year, Christmas tree. Half a month passed quickly, and the time for Mavis to return to her original timeline had arrived. On the night before her departure, Leon, Rossvisser, and Noah accompanied Mavis in the backyard, chatting away. No one mentioned the subject of farewell. Mavis felt that bringing it up might make her emotions harder to control, and if Aurora noticed something, it would be difficult to explain. This also meant that Mavis would leave without saying goodbye to the sisters of this timeline. The night breeze was cool as the four of them sat on the grass, gazing at the bright and colorful dragon lanterns that lit up the Silver Dragon estate. They talked about all sorts of topics, but no matter how much they chatted, it was clear that the conversations were meant to mask the sorrow and melancholy of the impending separation. Even though everyone knew that Mavis was destined for a bright future and that she didn't belong to this timeline, the past month they had spent together, through everything they had experienced and shared, had made her an integral part of the family. That's what family was. No matter the time, place, or origin, parting always carried a sense of reluctance. So, will I become as strong as you in the future, Mavis-sensei? Noah couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been lingering in her heart. There was no doubt about Mavis's strength. Her effortless mastery of elemental power, dual-element control, and combat skills rivaling Leon's made it clear that Mavis was destined to surpass even the Dragon Kings and reach an unparalleled level. Strength was something Noah had always pursued. But when Noah asked this, Mavis shook her head. "I don't know, Noah," she replied. Noah was visibly taken aback, quickly asking in a panic, "Why wouldn't you know?" "Because the price of strength is high," Mavis said softly. "In the future, the reason I grew to where I am now wasn't solely because of the 3 dragon marks. In the system-dominated future, if you don't become strong, you'll be killed." With a simple explanation, Noah understood the underlying meaning. She lowered her head, murmuring, "So, because we defeated Shadow, the future changed, and I won't go through the hardships you did. That means I won't become as strong as you. Honestly, that's not necessarily a bad thing." Noah's talent and determination were evident. Reaching the level of a Dragon King, or even surpassing, it was only a matter of time for her. In other words, even without the hardships Mavis endured, Noah would eventually become just as powerful. But for Noah herself, the thought of Mavis, this future version of herself, filled her with admiration and aspiration. Children's hearts are simple. Noah understood that avoiding pain and suffering was better for everyone, but her innocent, childlike nature couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Sensing Noah's emotions, Mavis turned to her, pulled her into her lap, and hugged her tightly. "Don't be upset just because you won't become me, Noah," she said. "How did you know I was upset?" "Of course I know, because the person who knows you best in this world is me." Mavis smiled, gently pinching Noah's cheek before continuing. "What I want to tell you is this: you won't become me, but I will become you." Noah's eyes widened in confusion, her pupils quivering slightly. "I don't understand." Mavis chuckled again, lifting Noah slightly to adjust her position so she was sitting securely on her lap, leaning against her chest. "The future me depends entirely on the present you, Noah. If you work hard to learn and train, then the future me will be just as strong as I am now, or even stronger. But if you let laziness take over, I'll become the most ordinary person on the Samar continent. So, in the end, I will become you, Noah." Some truths are simple, things we understand without anyone saying them. But when those truths are spoken by your future self, they take on an entirely new meaning. It was the future's expectation of the past self, a rare blessing not everyone could experience. Noah's every step of growth had shaped the Mavis before her. Her present was safeguarded by her parents, ensuring a smooth journey to the future. And her future, standing here now, offered her the most sincere encouragement. This beautiful experience and its profound meaning would accompany Noah for the rest of her life, motivating her to keep moving forward. All right, I understand, Mevis-sensei. I'll make sure we become better together, Noah said earnestly. Mevis smiled with narrowed eyes. Good girl, that's what I expect from me. Leon and Rosvisser listened silently to their conversation, not saying a word or interrupting. When Noah's little worries were completely resolved, the couple exchanged a glance and smiled warmly at each other. A smile of relief and contentment. Then Noah curiously asked, "By the way, Mevis, Shadow said something strange before he died. The ruler of another world, do you know what that means?" When they defeated Shadow half a month ago, he had indeed said, "The last god has fallen, and Samur will now face the ruler of another world." Leon didn't quite understand what another world referred to or what connection this ruler had to the gods of Samur. Mevis pondered briefly, her expression thoughtful, before shaking her head. "I'm not sure either. The future has always been ruled by powers, not a single ruler. I've never seen anyone who fits that description." "I see." Leon nodded in contemplation. "Looks like we'll be facing new enemies in the future." Just as he had feared, the dangers of this world would never disappear. Defeating one enemy would only bring forth stronger ones. And the only way to protect the ones you love in this chaotic world was to become stronger. Leon, however, didn't feel particularly worried about this. After all, the so-called ruler of another world had yet to show any signs of appearing. Worrying over something so vague seemed unnecessary. Leon was resolute. He had prepared himself to face anything that might come his way. Whatever would come, and this time, Leon was ready to confront any enemy. No one would ever take his family from him again. No one. "From now on, Mom, Dad, when you face stronger enemies, you'll have to rely on yourselves," Mevis said. "The future has changed, and I don't know if Aurora will ever manage to recreate the magic that transcends time and space. I might not be able to come back and help you." Leon nodded. "I understand. Don't worry. Your mother and I promise that in the future, you and your sisters will grow up happy and safe." Mevis smiled softly. "All right, I believe you, Dad." The next day, at the border of the Silver Dragon territory, the group gathered to say their farewells. Among them was the de Merlo family, who had accompanied Mevis throughout this journey. The family of three, Mr. and Mrs. de Merlo and their daughter Kate, Mevis's younger sister, were the last surviving members of the Blackwing Dragon clan. Seeing her sister after so long, Kate, who had now grown into her human form, couldn't contain her excitement. Ignoring her parents' calls, she dashed forward and threw herself into Mevis's arms. "Sis, I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again." Kate's voice trembled with emotion. Mevis returned the embrace, gently patting Kate on the back. "It's over now. I've completed my mission. Now I can finally keep my promise to you, Kate." Hearing this, the de Merlo couple stepped forward. They appeared nervous and reverent, hesitant to meet Rosvisser's gaze, overwhelmed by Her Majesty as the Silver Dragon Queen. However, Rosvisser had long been aware of the circumstances surrounding Mevis's connection to them. She addressed the couple with a calm and gentle tone. "Please, there's no need to be so formal. I'm deeply grateful for the decision you made back then and for all the care you've given Mevis over the years," Rosvisser said. "Without you, without Mevis, we wouldn't be where we are today," she added, her voice steady and sincere. The couple exchanged glances, their tension easing slightly. "Thank you truly." Mevis offered a respectful bow to the de Merlo family before turning back to her parents. The three of them exchanged glances, understanding each other without a word. Then, as if on cue, ran toward each other and embraced tightly. "Mom, Dad," Mevis's voice cracked with emotion. "We'll see you in the real future, Noah," Leon finally said, his voice soft yet resolute. Mevis nodded firmly, her tears spilling over. Sniffling, she let go of them and turned toward Rosvisser, motioning for her to step aside for a private conversation. Rosvisser, understanding her daughter's intent, followed without question. "You stay here," Mevis called back to Leon, wagging a playful finger at him. Leon shrugged in confusion, kicking a small rock in idle boredom. Once they were alone, Rosvisser asked, "What's so secretive, Mevis?" Mom, did Dad ever secretly take weird pictures of you? Mevis grinned mischievously. Pictures? Rosvisser froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. How do you even know about that? It's so embarrassing. Forget it, forget it. Calm down, Mom. I'm not a kid anymore. I understand adult things, Mevis said with a knowing smile. Rosvisser turned her gaze away, still red-faced. Yes, your father did take some strange pictures of me while I was unconscious. I was so furious I almost kicked him out of the house. But he swore he destroyed them all. Why do you ask? Mevis's grin widened. Oh, Mom, do you really believe Dad destroyed all of them? A glint of danger flickered in Rosvisser's dragon eyes. What are you saying? Oh, nothing. Just that if you're looking for the rest, they might still be. Mevis leaned in and whispered the rest. Nearby, Leon continued to kick rocks, completely unaware that his carefully guarded secret had just been exposed by his own daughter from the future. 2 minutes later, Rosvisser and Mevis returned. Done with your little secret chat? Leon asked. Mevis smiled slyly. Yep, all done, Tilda. What did you talk about? Leon asked, though he knew he wouldn't get an answer. Rosvisser's smile was warm and serene, but her eyes glinted mischievously. Oh, nothing at all. Leon frowned but let it go, muttering, If you don't want to tell me, fine. Oh, Dad, Mevis teased, don't get jealous just because I talk to Mom more. As she spoke, she removed a ring from her finger and handed it to Leon. He caught it deftly and inspected the small black crystal embedded in it. The crystal shimmered faintly under the sunlight, exuding an enigmatic aura. This is meaningful. I'm sure you'll know when to use it, Mevis said with a faint smile. Leon nodded, understanding her intent. Got it, I'll take care of it. Mevis exhaled deeply, pressing her lips together. All right, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Noah, Leon said softly. See you later, Mom, Dad. With those words, Mevis activated the reversal magic. A surge of primordial energy engulfed her as a pillar of white light shot into the sky. When the light faded, the future souls were gone, leaving behind the present Mevis. Sis, Kate cried, rushing to support Mevis as she stumbled. Kate, it's you, Mevis murmured, her eyes fluttering open. Yes, it's me, you're finally back, Kate sobbed, hugging her tightly. Mevis, my daughter, Mrs. de Merlot whispered as the family reunited. Leon and Rosvisser stood quietly, watching the touching scene. Then, their gazes turned upward toward the spot where the pillar of light had disappeared. May the future be kind to you, Noah, Leon said softly. (646) Vol 6ch, 12. Leon and the Silver Dragon Queen's agreement wasn't just about experiencing their first date. To be precise, the date was only one part of a much larger arrangement. It all began long ago, when Her Majesty, the Queen, became obsessed with romance novels. As everyone in the Dragon clans knew, their queen was a bona fide workaholic. Before marrying Leon, her days were entirely consumed by work, either at her job or traveling to it. It wasn't until after their wedding that Her Majesty finally found some leisure time and hobbies. Of course, this didn't change her workaholic nature. She continued managing internal clan affairs daily. However, as the marriage progressed, the queen noticeably softened and became less aloof toward Leon. Her smiles grew more frequent and her demeanor gentler. This newfound balance led her to explore other ways to relax. Besides sneaking off to rendezvous with the prince consort, she secretly indulged in reading sweet romance novels. She never dared reveal this little hobby to anyone but Leon. When he once asked her why, she replied, to maintain the dignity of a queen. General Leon, speechless. And as everyone knows, no romance novel is complete without one essential theme. When love runs deep, it naturally leads to intimacy. As for how it's done, how long it lasts, how many times it happens, or how detailed it gets, that depends entirely on the author's skill. Beyond the tear-jerking love stories, Rosvisser paid particular attention to the emotional intensity scenes. Before Leon, Rosvisser knew nothing about the art of love. After marrying him, she didn't truly soften. Rather, she felt it was her duty as a wife to embrace her body's needs and their marriage's long-term goals. On top of that, her natural curiosity about the meaning of pleasure drove her to explore such things. And as the saying goes, books hold golden treasures. If one wants to excel at intimacy, creativity, and making it unforgettable, one might as well gather ideas from romance novels. Thus, Her Majesty began jotting down all the quirky scenarios, methods, and plots she encountered in her readings in a small notebook. She even made an agreement with Leon that they would try every method listed. This ambitious plan, expected to take at least 10 years to complete, was dubbed the Ascension Project, an endeavor involving various assignments over a decade. General Leon, truly a legendary man. One evening, not long after one of their children's trips, the couple sat together in bed. While casually discussing daily life and intimacy, something suddenly came to Rosvisser's mind. She got up abruptly, opened the bedside drawer, and pulled out a notebook. The first page listed completed entries. Scenario: Waking Sleeping Beauty, completed heavy checkmark. Ice Cube Kisses, completed heavy checkmark. Blindfold Dance, completed heavy checkmark. Note: Laughing by the second attempt. Highly suspicious that the sly man peeked under the blindfold. Scenario: The Slave Girl and the Melkve Lord, completed heavy checkmark. Scenario: The Saintess and the Priest, not completed. Leon, I want to finish this one, Rosvisser declared, pointing to the unfinished entry for the Saintess and the Priest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Leon glanced at the notebook, reading its brief summary. An unscrupulous priest abuses his power and authority to humiliate a subordinate saintess. If enacted by the couple, it would involve the classic man on top, woman beneath dynamic. Leon raised an eyebrow. Why this one? You're usually not into these kinds of scenarios. In most cases, Rosvisser preferred being the dominant player. With a mischievous grin, Rosvisser replied, Why not? Think about it. A pious saintess forced to unite with a corrupt priest. Such twisted, dark character dynamics, don't you find it intriguing? Has your mind become slightly twisted from all these scenarios lately? Whack! Rosvisser smacked Leon with a pillow, her tone turning sharp. HMPH, forget it if you don't want to play. Here I was, ready to praise you, and instead, you call me twisted. Leon immediately raised the white flag, sitting up straight and grinning. All right, this one it is. I never said no, did I? Rosvisser shot him a playful glare, feigning indignation. But as she turned away, a sly, triumphant smile crept across her face. We haven't prepared any props, Leon pointed out. Props? We're so experienced now, who needs them? Just use your words to humiliate me, Priest Tilda. Leon, you're already in character. Leon had once thought that dragon queens grew lazier after marriage. But now, it seemed their penchant for theatrics only grew stronger. Since his wife was so into it, Leon adjusted his mindset and prepared for his role as the priest. Clearing his throat, he adopted a deep, commanding tone. Sister Melkve, do you know why you've been summoned here tonight? Kneeling before Leon, Rosvisser clasped her hands neatly on her lap, lowered her head, and answered softly, No, Father. Oh, you do know. Leon reached out, gently lifting Rosvisser's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You look far more beautiful tonight than usual. Thank you for your praise, Father. It's getting late. I should probably leave now. Leave, and where do you think you're going? Leon's tone grew harsher, his movements more forceful. He pushed Rosvisser onto the bed. Her cascading silver hair spilled across the sheets, gleaming under the lamplight. The strap of her nightgown slid down her shoulder, revealing part of her chest. Combined with her delicate, expressive face, she perfectly embodied the image of a saintess overwhelmed by a domineering priest. Father, why are you doing this? Enough chatter. I've been watching you for a long time, Sister Melkve. Leon delivered his lines with conviction, fully immersed in the role. For the couple, any lingering embarrassment had long since become part of the fun, enhancing their enjoyment of the performance. If you want to survive in this church, you'll obey me tonight. Understood, sister. This isn't right. Please, Father, let me go. It's too late, Sister Melkve. Tonight, you'll learn that being a saintess isn't as pure as it seems. The familiar pattern of threats, power dynamics, and shifting roles continued until the unexpected happened. Father, I have evidence of your sins. If you dare touch me, I'll expose it to everyone. Leon froze. That wasn't part of the script. Still, improvisation was the spice of life, so he decided to play along. Oh, evidence? What evidence? HMPH, evidence of all your wicked deeds. With that, Rossvisser pulled a few photos from beneath the pillow and tossed them onto the bed. Leon looked down at the photos Rossvisser had thrown at him. To his astonishment, they were all pictures from their previous scenario plays, taken after their intimate reenactments. There was one with Rossvisser in a princess gown and Leon dressed as a knight. Another depicted the queen alongside the general of a defeated nation. And yet another showed her holding a whip, playing the role of a captor disciplining her prisoner. All the photos were staged like portraits, with carefully arranged poses and lighting, creating an artistic atmosphere. Using these sweet, sentimental photos as props for this scenario feels a bit unconventional, Leon muttered to himself. Still, it wasn't a serious performance, so he didn't dwell on it. You think these photos are enough to threaten me? Leon let out a cold chuckle. Too naive. These photos prove nothing. You can't even take them out of this room. Oh, Rossvisser's lips curled into a sly smile. Do you think I only prepared these photos? Leon froze. What do you mean? His reaction wasn't just from surprise at the unexpected twist in their play. Her words stirred a distant memory. Using photos as leverage and preparing multiple copies. It sounded eerily similar to an old contingency plan he had never anticipated being used. What's wrong, Father? Are you scared of me now? Rossvisser's expression shifted from that of a timid saintess to a mischievous schemer, her eyes sparkling with cunning. If you don't kneel and kiss my foot right now, I might just let you sober up a little before continuing. Kneel and kiss your foot. Ha, keep dreaming. Leon's voice brimmed with defiance. Despite knowing Rossvisser's penchant for dominance, he couldn't resist playing along with her provocations. Well then, Father, if you're so bold, I suppose I'll just have to release these photos, she teased. When that happens, everyone will know who you really are. You'll become a laughingstock, a pariah. Even dreaming of touching my feet would be impossible. Leon gritted his teeth. Fine, you've asked for it. If this is the grand finale, Sister Melkve, don't blame me for what happens next. Rossvisser's grin widened, triumphant. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Do you think only you have incriminating evidence? I have some as well. Before you became a saintess, weren't you famously a bunny girl? The accusation was absurd, but Rossvisser's reaction was even more dramatic. She laughed, her expression growing even more alluring. Bunny girl, that's ancient history. You can't possibly have proof. Oh, can't I? Leon leaned in closer, falling deeper into her trap. And if you do, she challenged. If I do, then tonight, you're mine to command, Leon declared confidently. Rossvisser tilted her head, her smile sharp. And if you do? Leon hesitated but replied, if I don't, then I'll submit to you completely. Deal, Father Tilda, Rossvisser purred. Leon smirked, confident in his claim. He got up and rushed out of the bedroom. 10 minutes later, he returned, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. Rossvisser lay on the bed, her long legs draped elegantly over the edge. Her silver eyes sparkled as she softly asked, So, where's your evidence, Father? Leon's lips tightened. I'll find it, just wait. He turned and left again. Another 10 minutes passed. When he returned, he was sweating and visibly shaken. Father, Rossvisser teased, her voice sweet but taunting. If you can't find your so-called evidence soon, you'll have to honor our little agreement, Tilda. Just one more chance, Leon pleaded. Let me try one last time. Rossvisser raised an eyebrow, but gestured for him to go. This time, Leon was gone for 20 minutes. When he returned, his face was ashen, his pupils unfocused. No, impossible, the photos, they're all gone. I hid them so carefully years ago. How could? Are you looking for these, Father? Leon's head snapped up at her voice. In her hands, Rossvisser held 3 pristine photos of her past self as a bunny girl. Her expression was one of pure victory. Thunderstruck, Leon froze. It felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him, more devastating than watching his divine powers stripped away. How did you? Don't worry about how I got them, Rosvisser replied, her voice dripping with mockery. You told me you burned these, didn't you? So, what are these? Oh, well, you see, my queen, I'm a sentimental man. I kept them to reminisce about our fond memories together. Oh, my dear husband, how thoughtful of you, Rosvisser cooed, her voice laced with sarcasm. Before Leon could reply, a small flame ignited in Rosvisser's hand, consuming the photos in an instant. At that moment, something inside Leon shattered. Was it his hope? His pride? No, it was the last shred of his authority and dignity in their relationship. With a dramatic leap, Leon climbed back onto the bed, kneeling before Rosvisser with tears brimming in his eyes. My queen, will you at least hear my explanation? Of course, my dear husband. Well then. Not right now, she interrupted, cutting him off with a wicked grin. Slowly, Rosvisser extended one of her long legs, resting her elegant foot before him. Now, father, will this be your reward, or shall I crush you underfoot? The choice is yours, Tilda. Is this a reward? Leon asked hesitantly. Let's call it that, she replied, laughing softly. Every condemned man deserves a last meal before the execution. Her silver eyes gleamed mischievously. Now, let's fulfill our little agreement, Tilda, Tilda, Tilda. In the end, the schemer lost. The would-be god of their playful scenarios could only fall in defeat. And somewhere, deep within the void, shadowy figures stirred. Has the time come for us to act? Shall we show the primitive beings of Samuel a glimpse of the void's true power? Seated on a throne lined with cruel spikes, a massive, ominous figure held a blood-red greatsword adorned with a single, malevolent eye. No, the shadowy figure intoned, his voice ancient and commanding. But my lord, Tiamat's power has completely dissipated. Samuel has lost its last god. Surely, this is the perfect moment too. Who said Tiamat was the last god of Samuel? What, my lord, I don't understand. The figure's eyes opened, revealing the same terrifying brilliance as the sword's eye. His voice grew sharper, each word laced with power. Her primal divine essence may have long faded, but the first has awakened. She has broken Samuel's web of time. This act has triggered the return of Kronos, one of Samuel's primordial gods. The shadow leaned forward, his presence suffocating. Though weakened and nearing its end, Kronos will unleash its fury upon the fool who dared meddle with the dominion of time. Will this end with the collapse of the web of time, or will the wrath of the gods consume everything? We'll find out soon enough. (647). Vol 6ch, 13. Deep within the Silver Dragon's forest, Noah's small figure darted nimbly among the trees. She was pursuing a B-ranked hazardous creature, the phantom crocodile. For Noah, who had already successfully defeated several A-ranked creatures, this crocodile posed little challenge. After several bouts of chasing, Noah seized her moment. Planting her foot on a sturdy branch, she used its force to propel herself into the air. Mid-leap, she stretched out her body gracefully, raising both arms above her head. Between her hands, a fang-shaped streak of lightning began to form. A rank lightning magic, Thunder Crescent Slash. Aiming at the fleeing phantom crocodile, Noah hurled the crescent-shaped energy forward. The spell traced an arc through the air, perfectly predicting the crocodile's escape route. It struck the creature directly, hitting it squarely in its multiple eyes. Wow, big sister, that was amazing. From behind the phantom crocodile, Aurora and Muse, who had been hiding there, stepped out cautiously, still looking a little dazed. Noah descended from the tree, landing lightly on the ground with a soft crouch to absorb the impact. She then walked toward her younger sisters. Big sister, you're so cool, Tilda. Moon rushed forward and clung to Noah's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As a devoted sister enthusiast, Moon would never miss a chance to get close to her elder sister. Noah smiled gently and took Moon's hand, leading her toward a tree hollow nearby. Aurora had already crouched next to the unconscious phantom crocodile. She pulled out a set of custom tools and began carefully scraping the creature's wings. Pinkish powder fell away from the wings, which Aurora collected into a small glass vial. Standing beside her, Muse asked curiously, Third sister, you asked big sister to catch this phantom crocodile, just so you could scrape its wings. Aurora responded while continuing her work. Not exactly. This powder comes from the phantom crocodile's body after long-distance flights. It's a special substance that accumulates over time. After collecting enough powder, Aurora checked the crocodile's condition. It was still breathing, just unconscious from Noah's attack. Satisfied, she stood up and held the vial in her hand, giving it a little shake. Thanks to Teacher Mevis, I found out this powder was the last ingredient I needed. What's it for? Noah asked as she approached. Aurora explained with excitement. Teacher Mevis has been helping me refine a spell related to mental consciousness over the past few days. She continued, this phantom crocodile powder can induce deep sleep in a short time. It's incredibly stable and doesn't harm the brain at all. It's the perfect key to completing the spell. After finishing her explanation, Aurora sighed softly. She looked at the small glass vial in her hand, her lips pressing together as her tone turned a little gloomy. It's just a shame that Teacher Mevis left without even saying goodbye. I really wanted to show her how the spell looks when it's complete. Noah blinked thoughtfully before saying in a comforting tone, didn't Teacher Mevis say we'd see her again when we're older? I guess, Aurora nodded hesitantly. All right then, let's go home. Yeah. The little dragon girls left the forest and returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. A few days later, Leon and Rosvisser sat together, watching their daughters gather in the main hall. A strange sense of foreboding welled up within them. Something felt off about the way the girls were standing. Usually, when the four sisters were together, Noah stood at the center while the others positioned themselves slightly behind her. But this time, Aurora stood in the center. Whenever that happened, Leon knew for certain. Whatever was about to happen would undoubtedly be one of Aurora's mischievous schemes. Dad, Mom. Aurora's voice interrupted their thoughts. They snapped back to reality and focused on their third daughter. Why did you call us here, Aurora? Leon asked. Aurora, her pink hair neatly tied, clasped her hands behind her back and smiled mischievously. I just finished a new spell and wanted your help testing it. Hearing this, Rosvisser raised an eyebrow with interest. What kind of spell, Aurora? Aurora grinned widely and dramatically revealed her hands, holding two objects resembling frameless glasses. The lenses were covered in intricate, swirling magical inscriptions. What's this? Leon asked curiously. I call this new spell Memory Rewind, Aurora announced proudly. She explained, by wearing these glasses, one person can enter the other's memories. As they explore deeper, they can uncover progressively hidden layers of memory. If done properly, you can even interact with the characters within the memories. And the entire process is recorded using this modified memory crystal. Those outside can watch everything unfold, like watching a movie. Rosvisser tapped her chin thoughtfully. Sounds like a type of illusion magic. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it illusion magic, Aurora explained. After all, memories are real, and interacting with the people within them doesn't alter those memories. After hearing Aurora's explanation, Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance. They had always supported and encouraged Aurora's whimsical ideas and her innovative little spells. In fact, they had participated in her previous experiments and tests without hesitation. This time, the Memory Rewind spell was no exception. Besides, entering each other's memories sounds like a lot of fun, Leon grinned. That's my clever Aurora. Aurora smirked. Originally, I wanted Big Sister Noah, Third Sister Moon, and Muse to help me test it. But since we're all still young and grew up together, we already know each other's memories too well. There wouldn't be much point in looking. She added with a knowing tone, but you and Mom are adults with rich life experiences. Even though you know each other well now, there are definitely memories you haven't shared. That makes this spell perfect for you, doesn't it? She grinned mischievously. Low emotional intelligence version. The older you live, the more fun there is to see, and the more entertaining the memories will be. Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully and turned to Rosvisser. What do you think? Want to try? Rosvisser hesitated. Well. Leon added teasingly. Besides, none of the other three daughters know about their dad's human origins. So obviously, the one whose memories we'll dive into has to be you, Rosvisser. This comment made Rosvisser even more hesitant. Though she didn't have any particularly embarrassing secrets in her past, there was always the chance that some forgotten memory might resurface, leaving her flustered in front of Leon. Oh, this is such a dilemma. What? Don't tell me you're scared. Scared of what? Rosvisser retorted, her tone a mix of indignation and doubt. Leon shrugged casually. I don't know, maybe you've got some little secrets you don't want me to find out. HMPH, the Silver Dragon Queen has always been open and honest. I have no secrets. Despite her bold words, Rosvisser's protest lacked strength. Leon's taunt had clearly worked. Fine, let's do it. Aurora's eyes widened in amusement. Dad, Mom, are you really this in sync about diving into Mom's memories? Aren't you going to discuss it first? No need, Rosvisser said coolly. Your dad's shallow life before marrying me isn't worth watching. Leon. Right, turning the dragon kings of the clan into kebabs isn't shallow at all, is it? Fine, fine, you win this round, Mother Dragon. But if I find anything embarrassing in your memories, you'll regret it. Okay, Aurora said cheerfully. Now put on the devices and lie down. The couple obediently donned the memory devices and lay side by side on the bed. Moon and Muse approached with prepared aromatherapy diffusers, sitting by Leon and Rosvisser's sides. The diffusers, enhanced with powder extracted from the phantom crocodile, quickly induced a deep sleep necessary to activate the memory spell. They're asleep now, Aurora Tilda Moon announced. Aurora nodded, bringing her hands together to activate the memory rewind spell. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath the couple, and the custom memory crystal began to project an image. It's starting, it's starting. Big sister, Aurora, Muse, come and look, Moon called excitedly. The little dragon girls gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the crystal's projection. Hey, this looks familiar, Moon remarked. Isn't this the hallway of the sanctuary? Noah nodded. It's definitely the sanctuary's hallway. Muse watched the projection with anticipation, eager to see which memory their parents would encounter first. Her excitement grew as the scene unfolded. (648) Vol 6ch, 14. Leon slowly opened his eyes to find himself standing in the familiar corridors of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Or rather, they were mostly familiar. Subtle differences in the layout and decorations reminded him that this was not the sanctuary as he remembered it, but rather a version shaped by Rosvisser's memory. The corridor, or perhaps the veranda, was bustling with activity. Groups of maids were hurrying back and forth, each with an intensely focused expression on her face. Leon leaned against the wall, silently watching the maids pass by. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask what time period this memory represented. After all, Aurora hadn't specified which of Rosvisser's memories they'd be entering. If it turned out to be that infamous moment when the valiant black-armored commander of the human Imperial Army attacked the sanctuary, Leon would need to think about how quickly he could get out of this scene. But just as he raised his hand to speak, his words caught in his throat. He glanced at his wrist and froze. A white lace cuff adorned his wrist. Leon stiffened, a bad feeling creeping over him. Lowering his gaze, he realized with growing horror that he was wearing a maid's outfit. What the? Panicking, Leon quickly conducted a full-body check. Thankfully, his most vital part, little Leon, was still intact. Letting out a relieved sigh, he muttered to himself. It's just a maid costume, no different from the roleplay outfits Rosvisser likes. Still, why on earth was he wearing a maid's uniform? Meanwhile, in the real world, Muse pointed excitedly at the crystal projection. Daddy's new outfit is so shiny and pretty. Noah, however, turned her gaze to Aurora. Aurora, why is Dad wearing a maid's uniform? Aurora scratched her head and smiled wryly. When you enter someone's memory, the magic automatically assigns you a role suitable for the scene. Since all the people in this hallway are maids, and this memory probably involves the maids, Dad ended up like that. Moon's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, I see Tilda, so that's how it works. Aurora nodded. Exactly. Noah, her expression unreadable, stared at the projection where her father was awkwardly inspecting his new outfit. After a pause, she spoke in her usual calm, commanding tone. Aurora, get the camera. Take a picture of Dad in that maid outfit. I've been waiting for you to say that, big sis. Aurora grinned. Back in the memory, Leon was trying to figure out how to change out of his maid uniform when a familiar figure approached him. You there, maid? Why are you just standing around? Today's a big day, so stop dawdling. Leon turned toward the voice. Anna. Address me as head maid during work hours, Anna said coldly, her stern expression unwavering. Leon swallowed nervously, deciding it was best to play along for now. Straightening his posture, he replied seriously. Apologies, head maid. Anna frowned, scrutinizing him closely. Why is your voice so deep? Are you unwell? Yes. I've been feeling a little under the weather lately, Leon replied, doing his best to sound convincing. Anna's sharp gaze lingered on him for a moment, making Leon hold his breath. He feared what might happen if she discovered he wasn't actually a maid. After a tense pause, Anna sighed. I really need to revise the sanctuary's maid recruitment standards. Anyone too tall is unacceptable. Too tall? That's what bothers you, head maid, Leon thought to himself, momentarily relieved. I was worried she'd recognize me as her future king. Anna handed him a tray filled with delicate, sparkling hair accessories. Take these to the room and hurry. Yes, head maid, Leon said, nodding. Anna gave him a curt acknowledgement before turning to supervise the other maids. Leon carried the tray into the designated room. A soft, pleasant fragrance filled the air as he entered. Inside, several maids were gathered around a dressing table, whispering among themselves. This braid style might be a bit too severe, one maid suggested. Hand me the wooden comb, Ilya, another instructed. Where are the hair accessories? Why haven't they arrived yet? A third maid asked. The moment she turned and spotted Leon, she waved him over. Oh, there they are. Bring them over. Coming, Leon replied, quickly stepping forward to hand over the tray. The maids took the accessories and began comparing them against the hair of the woman seated at the dressing table. Only now did Leon notice the figure sitting there. She had her back straight and her eyes closed. Her long, radiant silver hair cascaded down her back, slightly disheveled from being unstyled. Yet even in this slightly untidy state, her beauty was striking. If anything, the unpolished look only added a touch of ethereal charm to her already breathtaking appearance. Leon stared, entranced, and murmured without thinking. Rosvisir, ow. How dare you address Her Majesty by name? Are you new here? One of the maids, Ilya, scolded, flicking Leon's forehead. Ilya paused mid-grumble, rubbing her fingers. His head is so hard. The commotion caught Rosvisir's attention. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the mirror in front of her, where her silver pupils met Leon's reflection. For a moment, their eyes locked through the mirror. This Rosvisir was different from the one Leon knew. She seemed colder, more detached, with an air of indifference in her gaze. Her silvery pupils gave away no hint of emotion. Thankfully, this version of Rosvisir didn't seem overly strict. She closed her eyes again, allowing the maids to continue working on her hair. Ilya breathed a sigh of relief and gave Leon a small nudge. Don't just stand there, do your job properly. Leon nodded, pretending to comply. Technically, his task of delivering the hair accessories was complete. There was no need for him to intervene further. As he observed the scene, Leon's gaze shifted to Rosvisir's hair. Her long silver locks, adorned with intricate accessories and delicate touches, would suit any style. However, judging by the maids' hushed discussions, today was an important occasion, and they were striving for absolute perfection. This braid feels a bit too plain, one maid muttered. I agree, let's try something else, another suggested. All right, let's redo it, came the consensus. Elia, Rosvisir's voice suddenly broke through the maids' chatter. Yes, Your Majesty, Elia responded, instantly standing straighter. If there's no suitable accessory, just leave it as it is. Elia and the other two maids visibly panicked. They hurriedly bowed their heads, stammering. Apologies, Your Majesty, we failed to. Um. At that moment, Leon, who had been quietly observing, raised his hand hesitantly. His slightly deeper than usual voice immediately caught Rosvisser's attention again. She narrowed her eyes, turning her gaze once more to his reflection in the mirror. Elia grabbed Leon's wrist, lowering her voice to a harsh whisper. "The queen is upset. Don't say anything foolish." "It's fine," Rosvisser said coolly. "What do you want to say?" I have an idea. May I try something?" Leon asked cautiously. He extended his hand toward Rosvisser's head, measuring a spot near her ear. "How about adding a small, delicate braid here as an accent?" Elia froze, then immediately shook her head. "That's far too simple. Today is a significant occasion for Her Majesty. How could we go with such a plain design?" Leon shrugged. "Why not give it a try? If it doesn't look good, you can just undo it and try something else. It won't take much time." "This." Elia glanced at Rosvisser for guidance. The queen spared a brief glance at Leon in the mirror before nodding. "Let him try." "Yes, Your Majesty." Elia reluctantly handed Leon the tools. Leon wasted no time. With practiced hands, he began weaving the small braid near Rosvisser's temple. This wasn't the first time he had styled her hair this way. Years ago, during a similar moment of intimacy when Rosvisser was recovering from exhaustion, he had impulsively braided her hair like this. To his surprise, she had kept the detail ever since, finding it charming despite her otherwise regal demeanor. In no time, the braid was done. Rosvisser tilted her head slightly, inspecting herself in the mirror. For a brief moment, the corners of her lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. "Not bad," she said softly. Elia, hearing the queen's rare approval, exhaled in relief and discreetly gave Leon a thumbs up. Leon grinned smugly. "Come on, who's better at aesthetics than me? You maids still have a lot to learn, Tilda." Rosvisser rose gracefully from her seat. "Well, it's time for us to head to the main hall." "Yes, Your Majesty," Elia replied with a deep bow. Leon blinked, then leaned closer to a nearby maid and whispered, "This big occasion, is it because of a visiting guest? The Red Dragon Queen, perhaps?" The maid's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're serious? You don't know what today is?" "So, what is it?" "It's Her Majesty's coronation ceremony, of course." "Wow, so this is Mom's coronation day," Moon exclaimed excitedly. "I've only ever seen photos of her first day as queen in Aunt Anna's albums." "It's surprising, though," Aurora mused, calculating dates. "Mom hasn't been queen for that long, barely 60 years. Noah nodded. "Yes, but there's such a stark difference between the mom we know now and the one in this memory." The eldest princess turned to look at the couple still lying in deep sleep. Her gaze lingered briefly on her mother before finally settling on her father. "Was it Dad who changed Mom?" she murmured. Muse, standing nearby, suddenly raised a question. "Big sister, Dad just changed a detail in Mom's memory, didn't he? If that memory is altered, what will happen to Mom?" Aurora shook her head reassuringly. "Remember what Dad said earlier? Memory rewind doesn't alter how the target perceives their memories. It's completely harmless." She continued, "For Mom, it'll feel like she had a vivid dream. She'll retain her original memory, but the part Dad changed will linger like a dream without affecting her actual thoughts." Muse nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. That's good then." "Big sister Aurora, Muse, come quickly. Mom's about to be crowned," Moon called excitedly. The little dragon girls crowded around the memory crystal again, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. In the grand Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Rosvisser walked down a red carpet edged with golden embroidery. She wore a flowing gown that trailed behind her, her steps measured and steady as she ascended the throne's platform. Elders and high-ranking members of the Silver Dragon clan looked on with solemn expressions as she approached the throne. Rosvisser Melkve, the Silver Dragon priest, intoned, "On this day in the year 1680, of the creation calendar, you are hereby crowned as the second Dragon King of the Silver Dragon clan. She is also the youngest Dragon King in our clan's history." With remarkable strength and wisdom, Rosvisser Melkve completed the Dragon King trials in just 2 decades, earning the unanimous approval of the clan's elders. She is undoubtedly worthy of this title. The priest lowered his head in reverence before proclaiming, "Now, let us pledge our loyalty to our new king." At his words, the maids, guards, and elite members of the Silver Dragon clan knelt in unison, bowing deeply to their new ruler. "Hail Queen Rosvisser, under your guidance, the Silver Dragons will flourish." The priest knelt as well, joining in the oath of loyalty. Rosvisser stood before her jade throne, a silver crown resting upon her head. Bathed in the light of reverence and expectation, she spoke in a clear, commanding voice. "May the Silver Dragons thrive for eternity." Her simple yet resolute words ignited a fire of confidence among her people. They rose to their feet, raising their fists and shouting in unison, "May the Silver Dragons thrive for eternity. May the Silver Dragons thrive for eternity." Hours later, as the coronation ceremony drew to a close, Rosvisser returned to her chamber, accompanied by Anna. She removed her crown and changed into more comfortable attire. "Your Majesty," Anna said respectfully, "please rest for a while. We still have the evening banquet, and the Red Dragon Queen and other Dragon Kings will attend." Rosvisser nodded and sat at her dressing table, intending to relax. However, as she gazed at her reflection, her eyes drifted to the small braid near her ear. She gently touched it, a faint smile forming on her lips. "Anna," she asked softly, "the maid who delivered the accessories today, where is she?" Anna blinked, caught off guard. "I'm not sure, Your Majesty. Shall I summon her for you?" "No need," Rosvisser replied, still toying with the braid. After a moment, she chuckled quietly. "What an interesting person." Outside the sanctuary, Leon stood atop a towering tree, gazing at the brightly lit sanctuary. He murmured softly, "I'm glad I could be part of such a monumental moment in your life." His voice carried gently on the wind. "Well then, let's see what the next memory holds." "649. Vol 6ch, 15. Leon wasn't entirely sure what specific scenes would appear in the memory field leading to Light Island. However, he could choose a general timeframe, and the memory regression magic would select the event most deeply imprinted in Rosvisser's mind within that range, allowing him to participate. For example, an event like Rosvisser's coronation was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, naturally unforgettable. This mechanism also conveniently avoided awkward scenarios like, "Mom, why did you tie Dad up in the cart and wrap your tail around his neck?" Or, "Dad and Mom kissed. Are we getting a new little sister?" Because of this, Leon deliberately chose a time frame from before his house arrest imposed by his father. This way, he didn't have to worry about accidentally revealing anything. After the coronation ceremony, the scene in front of Leon began to blur. When his vision cleared again, he found himself no longer in the forest outside the Silver Dragon sanctuary, but inside a room. The atmosphere inside was notably quieter than the sanctuary, although still full of a sense of purpose. Leon took a moment to observe his surroundings. The room was filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs, with rows of bookshelves lining the walls. Judging by the number of books and the elegant decor, this was a library, and a large one at that. As the scene fully loaded, Leon glanced down at his clothing and let out a breath of relief. It wasn't women's attire this time. He was dressed in a formal academy uniform, complete with a necktie and gold-embroidered cuffs. A badge was pinned to his left chest, depicting a coiled dragon in a meaningful curve, the emblem of St. Heath's Academy. "Oh, so this must be a memory from that dragon school days," Leon mused with a grin. "They always say school days are the best days. Let's see if a dragon school slacker has the right to complain about it." He stood up and looked around. He had visited this library before during family events with his daughters at St. Heath's Academy. The library operated 24/7, open at all hours. Even so, late at night, the library was empty. Leon scratched his head and muttered, "Rosvisser isn't here. Why am I in this place then?" This was Rosvisser's memory. Logically, she should appear in the same scene. If she wasn't here, he wouldn't have been sent to the library. Leon carefully scanned the area again and finally spotted a familiar silver-haired figure in a corner. His heart lightened with excitement as he walked over and plopped down across from her. Rosvisser had her head lowered, utterly absorbed in the ancient text before her. She ignored the unexpected classmate's arrival, silently flipping through the pages. Her simple ponytail was neat and practical. She wore no accessories and had a bare face, yet her cool and delicate features still radiated an undeniable allure. While 200 years wouldn't age a dragon's appearance, the contrast in temperament after centuries of life was striking. The younger Rosvisser had the same icy expression on her stunning face, but it felt more like a mask she deliberately maintained. Compared to her as a queen, this version seemed more immature and forced. Still, seeing his wife in her youth, Leon couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Without overthinking it, he greeted her. "Good evening, classmate." "Hello, classmate, good evening, Tilda." Classmate, are your ears not working?" Back in the bedroom, Noah silently rubbed her temples as she watched the scene projected by the memory stone. Next to her, Aurora sighed deeply and shook her head in frustration. "I told you, Dad's flirting skills are non-existent. How did he even manage to win Mom over?" This time, even Noah couldn't help joining in the teasing. "Probably because he's handsome. But if Dad couldn't win Mom over, then how would he fall in love, get married, and have us? Wouldn't that mean we'd never meet our sisters?" Moon pressed her hands against her cheeks, smooshing her mouth into an O shape. "Aurora, this is just Mom's memory," she explained patiently. "Even if she's still in school, no matter how many times Dad messes up, it won't affect us in the real world." Aurora sighed again. But watching Dad, the ultimate straight man, try to flirt with the cold senior is just painful. "My name is Leon Casmod. Nice to meet you, classmate." Perhaps due to Leon's persistence, or maybe Rosvisser was simply tired of his repeated attempts. This time she finally responded in a cold tone. "Rosvisser Melkve." Even as she spoke, she didn't lift her head, continuing to flip through the ancient book on the table. Leon glanced at the book she was reading. It was about elemental magic. The other books stacked on the table, forming a small mountain, were mostly of the same subject. "Is this homework?" Leon asked. "No." Leon sat quietly, waiting for her to add more after the single word. Unfortunately, Rosvisser's response ended with a simple and curt "no," without further explanation of what she was doing. Scratching his head awkwardly, Leon thought to himself, "Is talking to girls always this difficult?" This wasn't a typical romance story, but one about two people who skipped dating entirely and went straight to marriage and having kids. Still, Leon had no complaints. Since Rosvisser clearly wasn't in the mood for conversation, he decided not to force it. While Leon might not be skilled at understanding women in general, he knew his wife. Whenever Rosvisser was seriously focused on solving a problem, all Leon needed to do was sit quietly beside her. There was no need to offer advice or interrupt her work. If she couldn't resolve something on her own, she would naturally ask him for help. Comforting her? That wasn't even necessary. The Silver Dragon Queen's heart wasn't fragile. So Leon didn't push the conversation further. Resting his face on one hand, he sat quietly and waited. Without the awkward small talk, the library grew quiet, with only the sound of Rosvisser flipping pages and the ticking of the clock in the background. Leon showed no signs of impatience or frustration, and Rosvisser didn't seem to mind his presence either. However, not chasing him away didn't mean she welcomed his company. After all, at this stage in her life, she couldn't possibly imagine that the annoying young man in front of her would one day become her husband. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 12:01 a.m. Snap! Rosvisser gently closed her book and gathered the towering stack of texts into her arms. With a swift turn, she strode confidently toward the library exit. As she turned, her silver ponytail brushed against Leon's arm, snapping him out of his half-dazed state. He rubbed his eyes and quickly got up to follow her. At the library door, Rosvisser reached out to push it open, but Leon beat her to it. He opened the door for her and looked down, meeting her striking silver eyes. Since she had yet to evolve into her queenly form, Rosvisser was still wearing flat shoes, making her tilt her head slightly to meet Leon's gaze. Out of politeness, Rossvisser gave him a small nod. "Thank you." "You're welcome, classmate," Leon replied with a bright, sunny smile, a smile brimming with the thought, "My wife finally acknowledged me." Rossvisser paused briefly, puzzled as to why he seemed so genuinely happy over such a minor thing as a thank you. Still, she didn't linger and continued walking out of the library. "Classmate, let me walk you back to your dorm. It's late." "No need." "Wells then." Being rejected by a girl during the pursuit phase was common. But let's face it, someone as handsome as Leon Kazmod wasn't used to being turned down. So when Rossvisser bluntly said, "No need," Leon momentarily froze, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, the daughters watching through the memory stone couldn't help but feel nervous for their father. "Don't let her go. Even if you have to follow her, you need to make sure Mom gets back safely," Aurora exclaimed. "Isn't following her a bit creepy?" Moon asked. "I don't know," Aurora replied. "But in the novels I've read, the male lead always stays at a respectful distance, silently protecting the female lead." Noah raised an eyebrow. "What kind of novels are you reading?" "Reborn Goddess, Please Love Me Again." "That's a simp novel." Hey, Dad's making a move. Let's see what he says," Moon said excitedly. The sisters leaned in closer, eager to see what their father would do next. In the memory, Leon followed closely beside Rossvisser. "Are you sure you don't need me to walk you back, classmate?" "Emma." "Wells then." What would it be? Would he confess his feelings, winning her over with heartfelt sincerity? Or would he play it cool, laying the groundwork for a slow-burning romance? "Leon Kazmod, make your move. Then you can walk me back instead." Rossvisser. "Hello, Principal Wilson. Yes, there's a lunatic here. Please send the security team immediately." "650. Vol 6CH, 16. Then can you walk me back?" In just a few short years, Rossvisser had encountered countless suitors and heard a variety of creative pickup lines. She hadn't responded seriously to any of them, not even once. Yet, when she heard this particular request, she found herself surprisingly patient. After all, the young man in front of her, Leon, didn't seem to realize he was even trying to make a move. Under normal circumstances, who would respond to being rejected with, "Then you can walk me back?" Was he insane? Not exactly. At least Leon knew to stay quiet while Rossvisser was focused on her reading and even gave her space. Rossvisser closed the book in her hands and stared at Leon expressionlessly. Still, calling him entirely normal wouldn't be accurate either. His peculiar way of replying to rejection left Rossvisser baffled. Leon smiled, his expression as bright and carefree as ever, utterly harmless. After a moment, Rossvisser finally spoke slowly. "No." It was still a refusal. Leon was indeed different from the other boring suitors she had encountered, but that alone wasn't enough reason for her to agree to walk with him. Under different circumstances, she might have considered it, but now. Rossvisser glanced down at the books in her arms and sighed softly. Without another word to Leon, she turned and continued walking toward her dormitory. Leon stayed where he was, watching her retreating figure. Although he'd been rejected again by the youthful, aloof senior, this time Leon noticed something. Just now, when Rossvisser rejected him, she had glanced down at the books in her arms before sighing. After 8 years of marriage, Leon was intimately familiar with Rossvisser's little habits. For instance, when she was deeply stressed, she would unconsciously repeat herself multiple times. And if she had decided to do something, she wouldn't allow herself to relax until it was completed. Even if it was something she wanted to do, she'd wait until all her responsibilities were handled first. Her rejection just now definitely had a reason. It wasn't just about him, it was about the books in her arms. Whatever she was working on must have been frustrating her, leaving her in no mood to deal with him. Realizing this, Leon quickly followed after her. This time, he skipped any small talk and got straight to the point. "If you need help with these assignments, I can assist you." Rossvisser didn't stop walking, keeping her gaze ahead. "Thanks, but I can handle it myself." Of course, just like 300 years later, you'd never accept help until you're at your wits' end, Leon said with a faint smile. There it was, her stubborn pride, something Leon knew all too well. Her demeanor in moments of difficulty, her refusal to show weakness, it was endearingly predictable. Is it related to elemental magic? Leon ignored her dismissal and continued probing. Rosvisser glanced at him briefly and picked up her pace. Though she tried to put some distance between them, her words softened slightly. Yes, it is. Fire magic. Not entirely. Water magic. No. Rosvisser hesitated for a moment, pressing her lips together before stopping in her tracks. She turned slightly, looking at Leon, and said, It's a summary, an analysis of the 5 basic elemental magics. Leon also stopped, raising his eyebrows slightly. All 5 basic magics, that's a pretty challenging task, isn't it? I told you it's not an assignment, it's my thesis, Rosvisser replied. I need to finish it by next Friday. As you said, it's a difficult task and I don't have much time left. I'm planning to work through the night. Good night. Her softened tone was partly because she hoped the difficulty and urgency of the thesis would dissuade Leon from further pestering her. Deep down, however, Rosvisser also yearned for someone to help her out of this grueling ordeal. Unfortunately, St. Heath's Academy didn't seem to have anyone who could. Not even the man in front of her. I noticed. The books you're holding are all about lightning magic, Leon said, one hand casually tucked in his pocket while the other pointed at the ancient texts in her arms. So, the part of your thesis on the 5 basic elemental systems that remains incomplete is about lightning magic, correct? Rosvisser blinked and let out a soft hum. You're rather observant. Yes, it's just the lightning magic section. Rosvisser said, but lightning magic is very rare. At St. Heath's Academy, there are only 1 or 2 professors who can use lightning magic, and they're both out on missions. So I've been relying on ancient texts to compile and organize information about lightning magic. It's far too slow this way, especially since I'm not familiar with it myself. As she spoke, Rosvisser pursed her lips and stopped herself. She suddenly realized she was saying too much to someone she'd only known for less than 3 hours. She lowered her gaze, her tone carrying a clear sense of suppressed urgency and impatience. I can help you. Hearing this, Rosvisser froze for a moment. What? Leon shrugged and repeated, I said I can help you. You. Under the soft moonlight, Rosvisser examined the man in front of her. Dark hair, dark eyes, sharp and handsome features, not like anyone else at the academy. But also not someone who looked like he'd know lightning magic. Most importantly, I don't think I've ever seen you at the academy. Are you in the same year as me? I'm a year below you, senior, Leon replied awkwardly. Rosvisser raised her elegant eyebrow. Then how exactly do you plan to help me, junior? As soon as she finished speaking, blue lightning crackled to life in Leon's hand, illuminating Rosvisser's surprised and beautiful face. Lightning magic. That's right, and it's innate lightning magic, not something I learned afterward, Leon said, casually gripping the crackling energy in his palm while smiling at Rosvisser. What do you think, senior? Impressive, right? Senior and junior, not a bad dynamic, Leon thought to himself, mentally filing the idea away for later. Once this memory regression ends, I'll have to try this scenario with my wife. After Leon's demonstration, Rosvisser nodded slightly, clearly impressed. Awakening such a rare elemental affinity and mastering it so well. Yes, it's very impressive. So, how should I help you? Hearing this, Rosvisser gave Leon a curious look, but didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, Why are you helping me? I don't even know you. If it had been someone else, Rosvisser wouldn't have bothered asking. It was usually obvious. They were trying to use the opportunity to get close to her, hoping to develop some kind of relationship. Rosvisser wasn't fond of such approaches. It felt like a favor she couldn't easily repay, which made her uncomfortable. That's why she didn't immediately accept Leon's offer. His behavior, however, didn't seem like that of a typical suitor, which made her think his reasoning might also be different. Leon scratched his head. Why am I helping you? Well, do I tell her that 100 years from now we'll be married, so helping her now doesn't need a reason? No, that would make me sound like an absolute lunatic. Leon shook his head and said instead, "There's no specific reason, but I'm not going to work for free either." Rossvisser nodded slightly. She understood the principle of reciprocity, and Leon's straightforwardness didn't bother her. Compared to the roundabout tactics of other suitors, his directness was refreshing and made her feel at ease. "So what do you want?" Rossvisser asked. "What do I want?" Leon hadn't planned this far. Would the current Rossvisser accept someone's help for free? Probably not. So he made something up. "Nothing much, but how about we have a meal together once your thesis is done?" Rossvisser blinked. "Have a meal together?" "Well, if you think having a meal together might cause unnecessary misunderstandings, we don't have to." "That's not it. I'm just surprised that helping me only costs a meal," Rossvisser replied. Leon nodded, his expression turning serious. "If you think one meal isn't enough to repay me, then we can." "We can what?" "Have 2 meals." Rossvisser stared at him, utterly unable to predict what this lunatic would say next. What a nutcase. "651. Vol 6ch, 17. Big sister, why is mom so cold to dad in the memory world? She should like dad, right?" In the room, Moon tilted her head, having just finished watching the earlier scene, and asked curiously. Matters of emotions were a mystery to her. She rubbed her chin, frowning deeply as she thought about it but couldn't figure it out. "I'm not sure either. Aurora, what do you think?" Aurora pondered for a moment and then said thoughtfully, "The books say that for 2 people to have a true connection, they must meet at the right time. Only then can a proper relationship blossom. Even though both dad and mom are themselves in this memory world, it's not the right time for them to connect. So, does that mean mom and dad's feelings for each other were only solidified at some moment in the future?" "May I think so," Aurora said. "Books also mention that love can be divided into 2 types, love at first sight and love that grows over time." Aurora continued, "But in my opinion, this isn't entirely accurate. A perfect relationship is a combination of both." Muse scratched her head, confused. "A combination of both, what does that mean?" "It means there's a moment when both people feel a spark and acknowledge their feelings. Then, over time, through spending time together, that spark turns into affection, and eventually it deepens into love," Aurora explained calmly. "That's why, in this memory world, mom wouldn't feel anything for dad, and dad probably knows this too. That's why he's not forcing this version of mom to feel anything for him. Memory regression is called magic because, at first, it was meant to observe interesting things. Later, people began to see it as a tool for research," Aurora added. "Professor Regret Silk once said that memories are precious, and completing this magic would undoubtedly help many people. At the time, I didn't really understand how this kind of magic could help others, but now it seems." Aurora glanced at the image in the memory stone of their younger father and mother and smiled knowingly. "It's about letting those who love each other accomplish things they couldn't in the present world." Hearing this, Moon nodded, half understanding. "So this isn't a love story, it's a story about dad saving mom." Saving, that word feels a bit too grand, but... She too looked at the memory stone, watching the scenes of her parents. A smile spread across her face. "It really is a beautiful story." Time in the memory world flowed differently from reality, and Leon, now moving through it, began to feel a bit of fatigue. By the next morning, as the sun rose, he made his way to St. Heath's Academy's training grounds, as promised with Rossvisser the previous night. When Leon arrived, Rossvisser was already waiting. Her hair was still tied up in a high ponytail, but she had swapped her uniform for a sporty outfit that made her look energetic and sharp. "Good morning, Senior." "Good morning." Leon greeted her casually as he walked closer. Rossvisser turned at the sound of his voice and responded with a simple, "Good morning." As Leon approached, he noticed a few books and a stack of thick notes by her feet. He could tell she had invested significant time and effort into preparing for her thesis. Standing in front of her, Leon placed his hands on his hips and asked, "Senior, tell me what you need me to do first." No need for pleasantries or idle chatter. he knew his wife preferred efficiency. Rosvisser glanced at the open space in the training grounds and said, "Let's start with the most basic elemental condensation. Go as slowly as possible so I can observe the process in detail." "Got it." Leon stepped forward, raised his right hand with his palm facing up, and began to slowly condense lightning elements. Standing beside him, Rosvisser watched intently, her breathing steady as she observed the lightning magic in his hand while scribbling notes in her notebook. "Now use a small-scale technique," she instructed. "Okay." With a sharp crack, a piercing bird-like cry echoed as Leon released a small bolt of lightning. "Wow, such a well-executed strike," Rosvisser murmured quietly, then quickly lowered her head to continue taking notes in her notebook. While she was focused on writing, Leon took the chance to sneak a glance at her. As Rosvisser wrote, her grip was unique. She pressed the pen firmly with her index finger near the tip, her thumb wrapped around it in a slightly protective manner. Compared to how she had held a pen 2 years earlier, it wasn't the most standard posture, but it was certainly authentic. At this age, whenever Rosvisser was deeply focused on writing, her lips would unconsciously pout ever so slightly, a subtle expression that was hard to notice without careful observation. Watching her, Leon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Young Rosvisser is actually pretty cute, he thought to himself. Better to keep that thought private. If I said it out loud, she'd probably think I was insulting her. "All right," Rosvisser said, lifting her head. "Can you demonstrate more complex lightning magic transformations?" "Of course." Leon conjured lightning in his hand, shaping the energy into a wolf that charged at one of the practice dummies ahead. Rosvisser's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Wolfbreaker, huh? It's only an A-rank spell, but mastering it at your age, impressive." "Ah, well, talent, just natural talent," Leon replied with a sheepish grin. Rosvisser snorted softly, lowering her head to resume jotting notes in her notebook. Still, she couldn't help but mutter, "Arrogant guy." Her quiet grumbling was noticeably different from how she would act in the future. The older Rosvisser had a charming contrast of confidence and playfulness, but at this stage, her complaints were just a straightforward girl's casual muttering, still endearing in their own way. As time passed, Leon demonstrated a variety of lightning magic techniques, following Rosvisser's meticulous instructions. Thankfully, the memory world didn't seem to limit his abilities. Otherwise, the strain on his mental storage might have exceeded even 5 dragon marks worth of capacity. During a break, Rosvisser brought out 2 lunchboxes she had prepared. The 2 of them sat on the training grounds and began to eat. "Oh, you brought lunch. What a coincidence, I did too," Leon said. "Really, what did you prepare?" Rosvisser asked. Leon grinned proudly as he pulled out his lunchbox from his backpack. Rosvisser glanced over and was surprised to find that it was filled with all her favorite foods, like oranges and flour cakes. "Here, it's for you," Leon said, handing the lunchbox to her. Rosvisser blinked in confusion but took it reflexively. Thank you." How does he know what I like to eat? Rosvisser was perplexed. She had never told anyone at the academy about her food preferences, not even close friends, let alone this junior. Watching her puzzled expression, Leon chuckled inwardly. "Yup, that's exactly the look I was expecting. Once the memory regression magic ends, you'll know just how well your husband knows you, you silly dragon." "By the way, senior," Leon said. "Why did you choose such a difficult topic for your thesis?" Leon asked. "The 5 basic elemental magics, earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning. Usually, most people only choose 1 or 2 elements to cover. That's more than enough to graduate." "Well, you just said it," Rosvisser replied. "It's enough to barely graduate, but I don't believe in doing things halfway." She continued, her tone firm and resolute. "If I'm going to do something, I'll do it to the best of my ability. I'm going to finish this thesis and graduate from St. Heath's Academy with top marks." Seeing her so full of confidence, Leon couldn't help but smile and nod. No wonder they say we're a couple. Our obsession with either slacking off completely or being the best is exactly the same in our 30s. 652. Vol 6ch, 18. With Leon's help, Rosvisser quickly completed the section on thunder magic in her graduation thesis. After submitting the paper to her academy advisor, Rosvisser confidently told Leon, "My thesis will absolutely impress the professors." Leon smiled warmly, partly because Rosvisser had successfully finished her thesis, but also because he enjoyed this version of her, expressive, determined, and straightforward about her feelings and beliefs. Compared to her demeanor a few centuries later, this Rosvisser, during her time as a student, appeared a bit inexperienced. Yet her adorable traits became apparent once you got to know her. However, as the queen of the dragon clan, she had no choice but to shoulder the responsibilities of her position. She locked away her inner emotions and abandoned personal desires, basic requirements for any qualified monarch. No wonder Rosvisser had lamented several times that the throne was like an old carriage, trapping her on it for decades. Even so, Rosvisser had also said she was willing to bear this responsibility. Those with capability should shoulder corresponding duties, otherwise, they would be unworthy of the title king. Leon, what are you thinking about? You're zoning out." Rosvisser's voice pulled Leon from his thoughts. He shook his head. "It's nothing. Congratulations on successfully completing your thesis." Rosvisser chuckled. "It's all thanks to your help, but even now, I can't stop worrying about whether my advisor will send it back for revisions." Leon teased, "That's the charm of a senior." Rosvisser suddenly remembered, "Right, what about the promise you made me earlier?" "You mean having lunch together? Sure, how about today at noon?" "No problem." "Great, let's head to the Academy's dining hall now. It's almost lunchtime." "All right, whatever you say, senior." Rosvisser's smile froze momentarily before her brows furrowed slightly in curiosity. "I stopped calling you junior a long time ago. Why do you still insist on calling me senior?" After spending these past few days together, Rosvisser had noticed that this guy named Leon clearly had a thought process that didn't align with the average person. Still, his emotional intelligence was rather high, exceptionally so, even. So, logically speaking, once they had gotten more familiar with each other, there was no longer a need to use formal titles like senior and junior. Rosvisser had already started addressing Leon by his name. But even now, Leon continued to call her senior. It wasn't a big deal, but Rosvisser was a little curious nonetheless. "Besides, you seem to enjoy calling me senior, don't you?" Indeed, during their conversations, Rosvisser could sense Leon's enthusiasm for using the term senior. Whenever the situation allowed, he would slip the word into his sentences. "Oh well, it's just a habit, yeah, a habit." Leon awkwardly tried to explain. If one replaced senior with wife, this whole scenario would suddenly feel a lot less strange. However, considering the current stage of their relationship, Rosvisser hadn't yet experienced the love-hate dynamic she would later share with Leon. If he started calling her wife out of nowhere, it would undoubtedly be seen as harassment. At that point, no matter how impressive his thunder magic was, Rosvisser would never speak to him again. "Oh, just a habit, all right then, let's go eat." Fortunately, Rosvisser didn't press the issue any further. The two of them headed to the Academy's dining hall. It's worth mentioning that, during the time they had spent working on the thesis, the two had opted for quick meals at the practice grounds in the interest of efficiency. So today was, in fact, their first official meal together. Rosvisser was fulfilling the promise she had made to Leon. "You wait here, I'll go place our orders." After finding a seat, Rosvisser gestured for Leon to sit down while she quickly headed toward the ordering counter. Leon couldn't help but smile as he watched Rosvisser's retreating figure. She jogged away, her silver ponytail swaying behind her with every step. When she reached the ordering counter, she stood on tiptoe, craning her neck to get a better look at the day's menu. 20-year-old Rosvisser exuded a unique charm exclusive to her age. Youthful vitality born of unprecedented impulse and courage, radiating irresistible allure. It was at this moment that Leon began to understand the meaning behind the magic Aurora had created. But he slowly stood up, casting one last glance at Rosvisser's back before turning and walking toward a nearby table. By the time Rosvisser returned to their seat with her tray of food, the strange junior had already disappeared. On the table, there was only a single orange-flavored ice cream left behind. Before the memory stone, Moon and Muse sniffled, their large eyes shimmering with the starlight of ice cream reflected in them. I thought Dad would stay in this memory a bit longer. Why did he leave so quickly? Moon tugged on Noah's sleeve, her voice curious and filled with questions. Noah held her sister's hand gently, her voice soft as she explained. Because Dad had already done what he wanted to, help Mom finish her thesis. As for anything else, he never planned on it, so he chose to leave. She understood what Moon and Muse were hoping for. They wanted to see their dad and younger Mom develop some new feelings for each other after working on the thesis. Or maybe they were curious to see what kind of sparks would fly between the young versions of their parents. But those things weren't what their dad was after. This was a journey through memories, a chance to mend regrets, a trip to better understand his wife, not to pursue anything with her past self. He already had the perfect Rosvisser. There was no need to yearn for anything else. I wonder which time period Dad will choose for the next memory. Aurora chimed in. Based on how things are progressing, the further back the memories go, the more Mom's inner feelings are revealed, pure and unfiltered. Noah nodded in agreement. That's exactly what Dad wants to see. Aurora was practically buzzing with excitement. Hurry, hurry, Dad, what will you choose for the next memory? Leon slowly opened his eyes. Though the memory world didn't bring physical exhaustion, the continuous transitions left him feeling dazed each time he woke. He tried to open his eyes, but his vision was too blurry to make out any clear details. All he could see was a faint, fiery red glow. Is that a sunrise? He raised his hand to shield his eyes, blocking out the intense light. However, when a wave of scorching heat swept over him, Leon's mind snapped to alertness. It's not a sunrise, it's dragon fire. Whoosh! A blazing fireball streaked past him, and without any warning or preparation, Leon was consumed by the searing heat. Before completely losing consciousness, he faintly heard a familiar voice. Oh no, little Lo, I think you just burned a wild slime. Come on, sis, have you ever seen a slime as handsome as me? (653). Vol 6ch, 19. After an uncertain amount of time, Leon slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a flash of silver. Then came a young, childish voice. Big sis, he's awake. A more mature and commanding voice replied. Let him rest a bit longer, little Lo, don't disturb him. Okay, big sis. The silver-haired little girl disappeared from Leon's view, her small, hurried footsteps echoing as she ran off. Leon gradually shook off the disorienting fatigue from his fainting spell. Sitting up slowly, he leaned against the headboard and surveyed the room. The interior was simple, minimal decorations, but equipped with all the essentials of daily life. In the center of the room sat two figures, one dressed in red and the other in silver, facing each other at a table covered with ancient books and magical crystals. Leon squinted slightly, focusing his gaze. The silver-haired little one was also looking at him. She sat obediently in her chair, her head tilted slightly, a small silver tail neatly curled behind her. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she stared at Leon. Compared to the younger one, the figure beside her was far more composed and clearly surprised. With elegantly arched brows, crimson eyes locked onto Leon, the older woman asked in a calm yet faintly probing tone. Who are you, and how did you end up here? Her voice, though casual, carried an undertone that gave the impression she might accept even the most implausible excuse. But Leon knew better than to underestimate Isha Melkve. Though she appeared like a human woman in her early 20s, her commanding aura and regal demeanor were unmatched. She sat with her legs crossed, the hem of her red dress swaying gently near her calves. Her slightly younger appearance compared to the present made her look even more radiant. Yet the sharpness in her crimson gaze was far more pronounced than in the Isha he knew from centuries ago, a testament to her vitality and readiness for battle. Leon only needed one glance to deduce that this version of his sister-in-law had not yet become a dragon queen, or was perhaps on the verge of ascending to that status. "I'm talking to you, answer me." Isha's voice broke through his thoughts. Snapping back to the moment, Leon quickly thought of a response. My tribe was disbanded due to war, and I barely escaped being hunted by the enemy to make it here." The backstory Rosvisser had prepared for him during their younger days was flawless. Even if there were some inconsistencies, Isha wouldn't detect them from such a brief encounter. "I didn't realize this was your tribe's territory. My apologies," Leon added. At the mention of tribe territory, Isha raised an eyebrow but then appeared reassured. She didn't press further, simply saying, "Fine, little Lo, go fetch him something to eat." "Okay, big sis." The silver-haired dragon girl hopped off her chair and scampered off to the kitchen. She returned shortly, carrying an enormous tray, far too large for her petite frame, piled high with various cooked meats. Little Rosvisser placed the tray on the bedside table with a heavy thud. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she looked up at Leon with a bright smile. "Eat up, big sis said this would help you recover right away." Oh, Ozo. The way she sweetly called her sister Big Sis, and her earnest effort to serve him was simply too much. "Stupid dragon, you never told me you were this adorable as a child." The youthful version of Rosvisser's charm was entirely different from her adult self. As an adult, her appeal came from the contrast between her personality and her outward demeanor, a mix of sharp wit and endearing vulnerability. As a child, she was pure cuteness. From her soft, round face, a perfect blend of Noah, Moon, Aurora, and Muse, to her innocent actions, everything about her screamed, "I'm small, but I'm irresistibly adorable." "Big sis, this uncle is weird. He keeps staring at me." The little silver dragon pointed at Leon, frowning, before turning to her sister. "You uncle." The word hit Leon like a thunderclap, shaking even his resilient heart. In his mind, he could almost hear the crack of lightning for added effect. "I've witnessed you as a queen, admired you in school, but now this. You're telling me it's your little sister's casual words that can break me. What is it with the Melkveh kids and their unfiltered truth bombs? Stop calling me uncle, you cheeky little brat." Isha noticed his reaction, her gaze sharpening slightly. She walked over, bent down to pick up her sister, and then looked back at Leon. She didn't say a word. Her piercing eyes alone conveyed her questions. Leon got the message and quickly explained. "Oh, in my old tribe, I was married and had 4 daughters, all about your sister's age. Seeing her just reminded me of them, and I couldn't help staring. My apologies." "Lying at the highest level is blending truth with fiction," Aurora said with an approving nod. "Dad's flirting skills might be terrible, but he's really good at spinning believable stories." "Well, it's enough to fool Aunt Isha of this era," Noah remarked. "If it were the Aunt Isha we know, she'd have seen through him instantly." Aurora mused thoughtfully. "Maybe this memory traversal system needs improvement, like creating a seamless identity for the traveler in advance. Otherwise, Dad has to come up with a backstory every time, which wastes time and affects the flow of the memory." Let's keep watching. It seems like Mom and Aunt Isha have tentatively accepted his explanation," Noah replied. Leon recovered quickly. After all, the young Rosvisser's dragon fire wasn't strong enough to cause him any real harm. He had only been caught off guard. After resting briefly, he followed the Melkveh sisters outside. It was only then that he realized they were in a mountain valley, with a clear stream running nearby that ended in a waterfall. The roar of the waterfall could be faintly heard from where they stood. The scenery was serene and beautiful, but it didn't resemble the Silver Dragon's territory, nor the Red Dragon's. Leon turned to Isha and asked, "May I ask whose territory is this?" Isha crossed her arms and looked toward the distant stream. Her tone was calm as she replied, "This doesn't belong to any tribe. It's a secluded training ground." A secluded training ground. Leon remembered what Rosvisser had once told him. When she and Isha were young, they were raised by their grandmother, Veronica. However, despite being sisters, one was a red dragon and the other a silver dragon. According to the strict separation rules of dragon clans, they couldn't live in the same territory. So, was this mountain valley the place where the sisters grew up together? All right, little Lo, keep practicing your dragon fire. We'll have lunch in an hour. Yes, big sis. The little silver dragon wagged her tail as she ran off. She headed to a clearing ahead, resuming her practice against a battered training dummy, releasing small bursts of dragon fire. Leon glanced over and asked, "How old is she this year?" 6, Isha replied. "In a few months, she'll be heading to St. Heath's Academy." "Oh, that's good." Leon paused, then raised a question that had been bothering him. "But doesn't enrollment at St. Heath's Academy require listing the student's clan? Living here in this secluded training ground, without the backing of a clan, how will she manage that?" "Our grandmother has already arranged it. She'll coordinate with the Silver Dragon clan and send little Lo there in a while." Isha explained. "As you can see, while little Lo and I are sisters, we belong to different races. Grandmother told us that our parents were a rare union of the Silver and Red Dragon clans. Unfortunately, their 2 daughters were born one silver and one red. Once we were old enough to survive on our own, we had to live separately. So, Miss Isha, you're currently with the Red Dragon clan," Isha answered. "When grandmother is busy, I come here to take care of little Lo." "I see." Leon pieced it together. Rosvisser not only never met her parents when she was young, but also rarely spent time with her grandmother or sister. Even in her later years, during her moments of weariness, she struggled to bond with Noah and Moon. Having never felt the warmth of genuine family affection growing up, she didn't know how to make up for it as an adult. Luckily, 2 centuries later, Rosvisser met Leon, the man who would change her life forever. An hour passed quickly. Rosvisser finished her practice. By the riverbank, the group sat on the ground. Rosvisser used the dragon fire she had just learned to light a bonfire, catching a few small fish from the stream and placing them over the fire to grill. Before the fish was ready, the sisters and Leon started with the simple lunch Isha had prepared. Although the meal was simple, the appetite of dragons was anything but. Especially at Rosvisser's age, when she was growing rapidly, her hunger was boundless. That explained why she had earlier fetched such a massive platter of roasted meat for Leon. Young Rosvisser ate without the refinement she displayed as an adult, devouring her food as quickly and enjoyably as possible. If Leon had a camera, he would have taken pictures of her 2 centuries ago to show the future Rosvisser. "Wow, you had such a good appetite as a kid." If things played out as expected, saying this aloud would have earned him a tail slap from Rosvisser, along with an invoice for medical repairs. "Yay, the fish is ready, Tilda." The little silver dragon excitedly reached for the fragrant grilled fish. But at that moment, a small black shadow darted past her. By the time she realized what had happened, the fish was gone. "Little Lo, where's my fish?" She looked around and finally spotted the thief perched on a nearby rock, a messenger dragon. "Give me back my fish." Rosvisser leapt at the messenger dragon, but with a quick flap of its wings, it soared to a height far beyond what the young dragoness could reach. She hadn't yet learned to fly and could only watch helplessly as the messenger dragon devoured her grilled fish. "When I learn how to fly, you'll be the first one I eat." The little silver dragon clenched her tiny fists and declared angrily. Isha chuckled, tearing off part of her grilled fish and giving it to her sister. She then whistled softly, calling the mischievous messenger dragon back to her side. Removing a letter from the small pouch on its back, she opened it. "Is it from grandmother, big sis?" Rosvisser asked, her voice muffled as she stuffed fish into her mouth. Isha nodded. "Yes, grandmother says she's finalized the arrangements with the Silver Dragon clan. You'll soon have your own clan and people, little Lo." Rosvisser's eyes lit up with excitement. She was so thrilled that the fish in her mouth fell to the ground. "Yay!" She jumped high into the air, her joy unmistakable. Leon couldn't help but smile at the sight. But when he looked at Isha again, he noticed a hint of sadness and reluctance on her usually optimistic face. In that moment, Leon realized that it wasn't just the dragon's rigid upbringing that made the adult Rosvisser struggle to understand familial love. It was also the fact that, at the tender age of 15, she had been forced to part from her family when she had just started to develop a mature understanding of those bonds. This separation had left a burden on her heart, one that would linger through the centuries, leaving scars that time could never fully erase. Leon understood that part of why he could change Rosvisser was due to his own influence. But another part was the Melkve family itself, which was fundamentally different from traditional dragons in certain ways. "She'll become an exceptional dragon warrior, Miss Isha," Leon said. Isha snapped out of her thoughts, subtly adjusting her expression before replying. "Whether she's exceptional or not doesn't matter to me. I just want her to be happy in the future. If possible, I also hope she meets someone who understands her and can take care of her, someone who can give her a real family. That's something neither grandmother nor I can provide." Well, as it turned out, your sister not only became the queen of the Silver Dragons, but also got married and had 4 adorable daughters. Despite the heavy burdens of her duties, her happiness was real. She found a true family and someone who loved her unconditionally. "She will, Miss Isha. It will all come true." I hope so." 654. Vol 6ch, 20. During the few days they waited for grandmother Veronica to return, Leon lived among Rosvisser and Isha as a member of their tribe. "Big brother Leon, the method you taught me yesterday for channeling magic is so convenient and efficient, I've already mastered it." "Wow, little Lo, that's amazing. Keep up the good work." "Okay, big brother Leon." Leon never imagined in his wildest dreams that he would hear the usually prideful and sharp-tongued adult Rosvisser sweetly calling him Big Brother. Not even in those magical alternate realities could such a thing happen. When this memory sequence was over, Leon resolved to ask Aurora to upgrade the magic so that it could record specific moments during these memory experiences. Not only would it provide endless material for him to relive while lying under the covers at night, but it could also be considered a divine weapon for a dragon's sentimental arsenal. Leon crouched down, one hand on his knee, the other ruffling the little silver dragon's head. "Wow, the texture feels just like Moon's, as expected of a mother-daughter pair." Not far away, Isha silently watched this scene. At first, she had been wary of this unexpected guest, but after spending a few days together, Isha realized that Leon had no ill intentions. He also had some basic teaching skills, which saved her quite a bit of effort. As Rosvisser turned back to her practice, Leon walked over to where Isha was seated. He sat across from her at a stone table, which was set with some pastries and hot tea. Isha crossed her legs and propped her cheek on one hand. Her crimson eyes lazily watched her younger sister practicing in the distance. Without much enthusiasm, she remarked, "You seem really good with children." This was one of the most interesting things Isha had noticed about him during their time together. Although Leon appeared quite young, he was effortlessly natural when interacting with children. Even little Lo, who was normally difficult and disliked strangers, had quickly warmed up to him, a testament to Leon's exceptional charisma. In response to her compliment, Leon chuckled. "Well, I am the father of 4 children, so it's only natural that I'm good with kids." Isha nodded. "Not bad, better than me. I'm not great at taking care of little Lo. Even though I care about her, I often feel like I'm in over my head when we're together." "Struggling with childcare is a common problem among dragons," Leon commented. "Even someone as sharp and clever as you can't avoid it. But the fact that you care deeply about your sister already sets you apart from most dragons." From what Leon remembered of the sisters' relationship in the future, despite not seeing each other often, the bond between Isha and Rosvisser remained strong. "No one knows how to take care of children perfectly at first," Leon added. "It's something you learn when you have your own kids." Isha let out a soft laugh. "I have no intention of having children." Leon raised an eyebrow at her, intrigued. "Why is that?" Dragons rarely married, and Leon already knew that Isha had said in the present day that she wouldn't marry. But reproduction through parthenogenesis was common among dragons. Simpler than the complex embryonic reproduction, some older dragons like Odin or Claudia used to preserve their bloodlines. Because children are noisy, Isha replied bluntly. Too noisy, such a hassle. Her reason was as straightforward as it was dismissive. Leon paused for a moment, surprised. So, Miss Isha, it's not that you can't deal with children, it's that you don't like them at all. Exactly, I don't like kids, she replied without hesitation. Speaking of children, Isha opened up more as she sat up straight, spreading her arms wide to mimic holding a child. Her tone carried a hint of exaggeration as she said, "Just imagine having to hold a child like this. It's awkward and annoying. And kids are always fidgety and disobedient. Anyway, I won't ever have children, let alone get married. And even if little Lo has kids in the future, she better not think about asking me to babysit." "Sis-in-law, how could you say that?" Aurora's indignant voice rose as her hands clutched her hair, as though the sky had fallen. The little dragon looked like she was about to split in half. "She told me I'm her favorite. She said I'm obedient and adorable and that she wants to take me home. She even said I should inherit her title as Red Dragon Queen. It was all lies, wah." Beside her, Muse gently placed a hand on Aurora's shoulder to console her. "Don't be upset, third sis. You are indeed very obedient and adorable. Sis-in-law didn't lie about that. As for the Red Dragon Queen title..." Aurora turned curiously toward Muse, hoping for further comforting words. "And then, I could take the title in your place." "Aurora, go play somewhere else, wah." Muse, hash. Noah chuckled helplessly and patted Aurora's head. "All right, don't take what sis-in-law said so seriously. Over 200 years, a lot can change. Sis-in-law's attitude toward children has definitely softened by now. Besides, no matter what, sis-in-law loves you, and she loves all of us too. That much is undeniable." Noah's calm reassurance finally eased Aurora's tension. Moments later, Aurora smirked smugly and quipped, "It seems like all the adults in our family are masters at changing their tune." Leon couldn't help but stifle a laugh as he thought about how, 2 centuries later, the woman who claimed to dislike children would try to kidnap his third daughter at every opportunity. The Melkveh women, he mused, were either full of contradictions, stubborn to a fault, or shaped by the pressures of their clan. Leon had long grown used to it. Their conversation shifted away from family matters. "By the way, Miss Isha," Leon began, "I've noticed you've been poring over dragon history records lately. Are you researching something specific?" "I'm preparing for the Dragon King trials," Isha replied. "The Dragon King trials?" Leon asked. Isha nodded, then glanced at him. "What, haven't you heard of them before in your tribe?" "Well, I've heard bits and pieces, but someone at my level wouldn't have access to that kind of information. It's mostly second-hand gossip, so I don't know what's true." Isha considered this for a moment before replying. I can't share too much with you, but the Dragon King trials test a wide range of skills, knowledge, combat power, and much more. Whatever you can imagine, it's probably part of the trials. The process is also incredibly long. The shortest takes around 30 to 40 years, while others can last for centuries, even millennia. 30 to 40 years at a minimum. Leon recalled that in the first memory sequence, someone had mentioned that Rosvisser completed the Dragon King trials in just 30 years, becoming the youngest queen in the history of the Silver Dragons, and even the entire dragon race. It was a testament to how fiercely hardworking and ambitious his wife had been in her career. Isha shrugged slightly. "I just hope I can pass the trials." "You absolutely will, Miss Isha," Leon said confidently. "Oh, what makes you so sure?" Isha asked with a sly smile. "Isn't it obvious? Because I'm the brother-in-law of the 4th-generation Red Dragon King." "655. Vol 6ch, 21. Grandmother." 2 days later, Grandmother Veronica returned to the secluded mountain training ground. Rosvisser ran toward her in excitement, and her grandmother bent down to pick her up. "I missed you so much, Grandmother," the little silver dragon said in her sweet, childlike voice. Veronica smiled gently. I missed you too, little Lo. Have you been listening to your sister and practicing your magic diligently these past few days? I have. Big sis taught me, and so did big brother Leon. At the mention of an unfamiliar name, Veronica's brow furrowed slightly. Leon. He accidentally stumbled upon this place and has been living with us for a few days. I see. Grandmother, they're here. Rosvisser excitedly pointed into the distance. Following her gesture, Veronica saw Isha walking toward them, accompanied by a stranger. Isha approached quickly and leaned in to whisper something to Veronica. Only then did Veronica's tightly knit brows relax, and her gaze toward Leon softened, showing more goodwill and acceptance. Leon stepped forward and introduced himself briefly. Leon, Veronica said kindly, welcome to our little dragon family. After a few pleasantries, Grandmother Veronica got straight to the point. I've spoken with the Silver Dragon clan, and little Lo can begin living with them immediately. Grandmother, Rosvisser's silver eyes widened. You mean right now? Yes, it's best if you go now, Veronica said. You'll need to enroll at St. Heath's Academy in a few months. That's a place where dragons and humans study together. Arriving early will help you adjust. I can take care of myself, Rosvisser said firmly, her tone and expression uncannily similar to the adult version of herself, stubborn and resolute. Listen to grandmother, little Lo, Isha chimed in. This is important, and the longer you delay, the harder it will be. Don't worry, we'll write to each other. You must send me a letter every month, okay? So this was the origin of the sisters' habit of exchanging letters, Leon mused. But I don't want to leave Big Sis, Rosvisser said, her tone softening as she realized the separation was inevitable. Her beautiful silver eyes began to glisten with tears. Little Lo, you'll have to learn to live on your own eventually. Your sister can't always be with you, Veronica explained. Besides, Isha has already started the Dragon King trials. She can't afford to delay any longer. The Dragon King trials? So Big Sis is going to become a Dragon King, Rosvisser murmured. Yes, I'll keep working hard to achieve that goal. And you, little Lo, must also keep pushing yourself. Then. Rosvisser leapt down from her grandmother's arms and ran to Isha, tilting her head back and wagging her little tail as she excitedly asked. If I become a Dragon King too, will we get to see each other often again? Leon expected Isha to respond with the truth, that the strict rules binding Dragon Kings wouldn't allow them to visit each other freely. After all, it was characteristic of dragons to be direct about such matters. But, yes, we will, little Lo, Isha said softly. Then I'll join the Dragon King trials too. I'll become a Dragon King. That way, I can be with Big Sis and grandmother all the time. Isha had lied. Despite her usual bluntness and insistence that she wasn't good with children, Isha told her little sister a kind lie. It was true, every Milkvey dragoness had a habit of saying one thing while meaning another. Say goodbye to your sister, little Lo, Veronica gently urged. Okay, goodbye, Big Sis. When you become the Red Dragon Queen, make sure to write and tell me. Isha nodded. I will, little Lo. Grandmother Veronica transformed into her massive dragon form. With a gentle motion of her tail, she lifted Rosvisser and placed her on her back. Now, you should return to the Red Dragon clan and continue your Dragon King trials, Isha, Veronica reminded her. Yes, grandmother, Isha replied. The silver dragon nodded, spread her wings, and soared out of the mountain cave. Before she had flown far, a small head popped out from behind the dragon's back. Waving excitedly, Rosvisser called out. Goodbye, Big Sis Tilda, goodbye, Big Brother Leon Tilda. Isha and Leon waved back at her. As the massive dragon disappeared from view, Isha slowly lowered her arm, a trace of melancholy flickering across her face. She took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, as though trying to compose herself. Leon noticed her subdued mood and decided to offer some comfort. You'll see her again, Miss Isha. Maybe or maybe not, Isha murmured, her voice barely audible. What, Miss Isha, what did you say? Leon asked, puzzled. Did you hear me? I just said that, little Lo, she was bullied. Isha's words became fragmented, her speech disjointed to the point where Leon couldn't make sense of it. Just as Leon was about to ask her to clarify, he noticed that the surroundings, including Isha herself, began to blur and distort. Furrowing his brows, Leon muttered, "What's happening?" Mom has already left this mountain training ground, so her memories from after this point will gradually blur and collapse, Aurora explained, rubbing her temples in frustration. This is one of the limitations of the memory traversal magic. It can't fabricate memories that the person didn't actually experience. So Dad needs to fill in this part of the memory, Moon asked. Aurora nodded, her gaze lowering slightly before she added, "Don't worry. Even though time is moving forward, once Mom's memory resets to its original state, this part, the memory of her as a 6-year-old, will continue. There might even be more to see in the next segment." Noah shrugged. "Who knows, let's keep watching." The scene of the mountain training ground disintegrated, and Isha's figure dissolved into nothingness before Leon's eyes. Leon realized he had just witnessed the memory's end, which explained why the scene could no longer sustain itself. "Well, let's move on to the next memory," Leon murmured, selecting the next point in time. His figure flickered and vanished from the collapsing space. When Leon reappeared, it was a stormy night. Standing at the entrance of a mountain cave, he gazed out at the torrential downpour. The sound of rain hitting the ground was deafening, and the entire world seemed shrouded in a heavy, misty gray. Leon scanned his surroundings before his attention was drawn to a group of figures not far away. The silhouettes were as obscured as the rain-soaked night itself, the world appearing as though covered in a mosaic. Despite the poor visibility, Leon could faintly hear snippets of their conversation. "Mother, the child is in your care. After all these years, you still haven't found the crown." "No, Mother, but we won't give up. This is crucial to the survival of our clan." "Very well, no matter what, be careful. Isha worries about you every day." "We will, Mother, and this child, we entrust her to you." "Understood. Ah, what a lovely little one. Does she have a name?" "Yes, Mother, her name is Rosvisser Melkve." 656. Vol 6ch, 22. Everything in front of Leon felt hazy and surreal. The sound of rain grew distant, and the raindrops that had been falling into streams gradually lessened until they disappeared entirely. The scenery around Leon shifted once again, as if the stars themselves were rearranging chaotically, with no discernible pattern. In the next instant, a blinding light suddenly burst before his eyes, and his consciousness began to fade. When his awareness returned, it felt like waking from a long, immersive dream, a dream he could have left at any moment but didn't want to escape. He could hear the soft breaths of those around him, the faint murmurs of women whispering to each other. Even in his semi-conscious state, he instinctively grasped the cool, delicate hand beside him. Turning slightly, he opened his eyes and pulled her into his arms. Rosvisser let out a gentle sigh, faint tears glistening at the corners of her half-closed eyes. She leaned into Leon's embrace, savoring the lingering sweetness of the dream they had just shared. The memory regression magic is over, but why have Dad and Mom woken up yet? Aurora scratched her head in confusion as she asked. Noah looked at the couple lying peacefully on the bed, entwined in sleep, and smiled warmly. You said it yourself, Aurora, experiencing memory regression is like dreaming. And is sleep meant to relieve exhaustion? Why wouldn't you linger in a perfect dream before waking up? Is that so? Then let's head out for now. We shouldn't disturb Dad and Mom while they're resting. Agreed. Moon and Muse quietly packed up the memory-capturing stone, while Noah and Aurora carefully climbed onto the bed. They moved to either side of their parents, gently removing the magical eyepieces. Once everything was tidied, the little dragons tiptoed out of the room, leaving their parents alone to bask in the warm remnants of the dream. Aurora, stop calling me Dad. You're going to address me as teacher, got it? Noah rolled her eyes. Dad, really? You already said the memory stone recorded everything. What's this about a heaven-class seal? These recordings are for perfecting magic, not for reliving moments. I'll buy you ice cream. No. Grilled steak. No. The newest young dragon magic encyclopedia. No. Then tell me, what will it take for you to lend it to me for 2 days? Seeing her dad's persistence, Aurora's resolve softened. Of course, her sympathy was only part of the equation. For Aurora, looking after her siblings always took priority. The pink-haired girl pondered for a moment before speaking. Dad, do you remember when our family played that castle werewolf game with Aunt Claudia and Helena? Yes, do you want to play it again? No, no, no. I died way too fast last time, had no fun at all, and I never want to play it again, Aurora said, shaking her head vigorously before continuing. There's an interactive game we found in the activity area. It's kind of similar to Werewolf. It's a real-time escape game. A real-life interactive game. Yeah, they lock a group of people in a confined scenario, and you have to find clues to escape. But the rules are much more complex. My sisters and I talked about it, and we were wondering if we could try it out before winter break ends. What do you think, Dad? Leon didn't hesitate long before nodding. That sounds interesting. Sure, no problem. Dad promises to take you all there before winter break ends. Yay, this time I definitely won't be the first to die, Aurora declared confidently. Leon chuckled. All right, now that Dad's agreed to take you all, can I borrow the memory stone now? Fine. Aurora handed over the memory regression stone without hesitation, placing it in Leon's hands. You can have it for 2 days, no more. Got it. Leon gazed at the stone in his hand, a faint smile curling his lips. 2 days is plenty of time to crush that arrogant T-dragon. Leon Tilda big brother Tilda teach me this, pretty please Tilda. Leon, do you think your name is beautiful? Wow, what an amazing spell. Leon, you're so cool. Every single Leon felt like a knife stabbing into Rosvisser's heart. She covered her face with both hands, unable to bear the sight. I have to say, that's nothing to brag about, Leon remarked nonchalantly, holding the memory stone in one hand while gesturing in the air with the other, like a teacher lecturing students. He paced slowly behind Rosvisser's chair as he continued, his voice teasing. Sure, hearing you call me Nick-san back then just shows how polite you were as a kid, but to call me cool when you were only 6. Pfft. Some people's taste in aesthetics, honestly, hasn't changed a bit. Hey Rosvi, why so quiet, huh, Rosvi? Do you like this memory or not? We could rewatch your school years next, you know. We almost had one of those classic aristocratic school romances going on back then Tilda ah. Enough. The queen slammed the table and stood up abruptly, clearly intent on snatching the memory stone out of Leon's hand. But General Leon wasn't about to let her succeed so easily. With a quick sidestep and a leap, he vaulted onto the opposite side of the bed. Thus, the classic scene of you on one side of the bed, me on the other, played out once again between the couple. Hand over the memory stone, Leon. Nope, I worked hard to borrow this from Aurora. The two stood off across the bed, their playful bickering almost impossible to believe given their combined ages were well into the triple digits. Yet here they were, acting like squabbling children in a game of tag. If you won't give it to me, you'd better sleep with one eye open from now on. Because, who knows, one night you might wake up gasping for air, only to find my tail wrapped tightly around your neck. Well then, let me ask you this. How exactly is the tip of your tail? Don't you dare ask, give me the memory stone. Rosvisser's long legs shot forward as she darted around the foot of the bed to intercept him. But Leon simply rolled across the mattress and landed smoothly on the opposite side. Their positions had reversed, yet the stalemate remained unchanged. You want it, Leon taunted, shaking the memory stone in his hand. Rosvisser didn't reply, her eyes glaring daggers at the infuriating man in front of her. If you want it so badly, just call me Leon once, and I'll give it to you. Keep dreaming. Well, in that case, my dear wife, I'll just relive the sweet, adorable version of you every night from now on. You. Help, how is this supposed to be heartwarming or a way to fill in the gaps in our memories? Why does it have to come with such socially excruciating consequences? Aurora, hurry up and cancel the memory stone's recording function for your mom. But no matter how much Rosvisser complained internally, It didn't change the fact that Leon would keep using this piece of her history as blackmail. The only way out of this mess was to meet his childish demand. What to do, call him or not? Rosvisser's mind raced as she weighed her options. In the end, she made her decision to call him. Calling him Nick-san would be embarrassing for a moment. Refusing would bring embarrassment without end. Her face flushed bright red as her lips parted hesitantly. She looked more embarrassed now than when her dragon markings flared. Clutching the bedsheet tightly in both hands, her tail curling slightly from sheer embarrassment, Rosvisser glanced at Leon briefly before quickly averting her eyes. Leonai. Conquered. Her reluctant yet obligated tone satisfied Leon greatly. Smiling contentedly, he handed the memory stone over to Rosvisser as promised. Rosvisser accepted it, waiting for the redness on her face and the shame in her heart to subside before asking. So, there's no hidden backup like with those bunny girl photos, right? Leon scoffed, crossing his arms. Do you think I'd stoop to such petty tricks again? Rosvisser smirked. You'd better not, you dog. She turned her attention back to the memory stone in her hand, then asked, So, you went through all this trouble, even bartering a real-time escape game as a condition to borrow this memory stone, just to make me call you Nick-san. Of course not. Leon pointed at the memory stone in her hand. Check the last segment of the memory. You'll hear faint traces of a conversation between your parents and grandmother Veronica. In that conversation, they mention something. A crown. (657). Vol 6ch, 23. Rosvisser sat alongside Leon, watching the final segment of memories stored within the recording crystal. The images and voices were faint and indistinct, but it was possible to make out a conversation about a crown. Among the speakers, one was her grandmother, Veronica, while the other addressed her as mother, which meant that the other two blurry figures in this memory were Rosvisser's parents. She had never met them, yet she had unknowingly preserved their presence deep in her memory. As the recording ended, Rosvisser took a moment to gather herself, slowly coming back to reality. She raised her head to look at Leon. I also heard the talk about the crown. So, when grandmother mentioned that they were completing something great, she was referring to this crown. Sensing Rosvisser's unsettled emotions, Leon didn't press further on the topic. Instead, he gently asked, Do you want to talk about your parents first? Rosvisser shot him a glance, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Leon arched an eyebrow and softly asked, You don't want to? It's not that, it's just, I don't know what to say, Rosvisser replied. My sister and I never met them when we were little. We know nothing about their past or experiences. Grandmother never even told us their names when it comes to our parents. She rubbed her temples, struggling to continue. Even though I'd like to talk about them with you, I don't know where to start. As for how I feel now. You seem to be feeling a lot better, Leon observed gently. Rosvisser even managed a soft smile. She clasped Leon's hand and intertwined their fingers. Being with you makes me feel a lot better, Leon, so don't worry about me. Let's talk about the crown instead. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Leon relaxed slightly. All right. The couple headed to Rosvisser's study. She walked to the bookshelf and, as she searched through it, spoke to Leon without turning around. In all the history I've studied, only one event mentions a crown. In ancient times on the Samal continent, the world was shrouded in chaos. All life was extinguished and nothing could flourish. It was the dragon god Tiamat who used her supreme divine power to dispel the chaos, and, with the help of several primordial deities, accomplished the monumental task of creating the heavens. Afterward, Tiamat, along with these deities, brought life and vitality to the newly formed Samal continent. The dragon god vanished, but she left behind the seeds of our dragon race, which have endured to this day. When eternal night descended, the god of light, Apollo, ignited the sun. When sentient beings awoke, the god of wisdom, Medes, taught them the essentials for survival. When order collapsed, the god of time, Kronos, wove the web of time to ensure the proper functioning of laws and principles. Rosvisser finished her search and gathered several ancient tomes, placing them on the table. But no matter what kind of primordial deity, to achieve the miracles recorded in these books, they had to pay corresponding prices. Leon, knowing little about the ancient history of Samhain, listened attentively. Prices. Rosvisser nodded, explaining further. To create the dragon race, Tiamat willingly confined herself, leaving behind Noah and her primordial power to guide the newly born dragons. Apollo used himself as the kindling to reignite the long-extinguished sun. As sentient beings evolved, they no longer contented themselves with living in caves or competing with beasts for food. In the process of their ever-growing desires, Medes' divine power was consumed bit by bit until she ultimately vanished from the world. And to maintain the stability of the web of time, Kronos was eternally bound to the throne of time, unable to take even a single step away. Leon mused thoughtfully, "This is history I've never heard before." It's not surprising. Humans have only risen as a dominant race on the Samhain continent in the past 100 years. Their reverence for and reliance on magic isn't as profound as that of the older races, so it's natural they wouldn't delve deeply into such histories. Rosvisser paused for a moment, then turned to Leon. Now that we've understood the relationship between the primordial deities and the miracles they created, we can move on to the main topic, the five-element crown. The five-element crown, that sounds like a tale about a tiger, a bear, a monkey, a crane, and a deer. Just kidding, she teased. Rosvisser's tone shifted as she continued. The five basic elements of the Samhain continent, earth, water, wind, fire, and thunder, are the foundation of elemental magic. Today's so-called elemental magic is entirely derived from these five basic elements through various combinations, except for spatial magic, which belongs to a different category altogether. For example, when analyzing the range of magical elements present, you'll find that all awakenings, like Moon's twin awakening, fall within these five elements without exception. This is the basis for the material world of Samhain and the cornerstone of the magical framework. It's a foundation that cannot be broken. Leon nodded, recalling his own lessons about the five basic elements. Humans, even as they advanced their pursuit of magic, couldn't bypass these foundational concepts in their studies, he remarked, encouraging Rosvisser to continue. Since everything in Samhain was created by the primordial deities, magic is no exception, she explained. The deity responsible for the five foundational elements was called Res. Some believe Res was merely the god of thunder, but according to dragon historians, most agree that Res was the originator of all five elements. Much like the primordial deity Medes, Res created and disseminated the concept of magic. But over time, the beings of the world weren't satisfied, and Res' divine power was drained as a result. Leon raised a hand, as if he were a student in a lecture. "Yes, Leon," Rosvisser responded with a smirk. "Professor Melkve, I'd like to ask, if Res was a primordial deity, why couldn't he prevent his power from being drained?" Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully, providing an explanation. The so-called draining isn't about direct theft as we might imagine. The primordial deities had already merged with everything in Samhain, so any changes to the continent naturally impacted them. Leon's curiosity deepened. "Can you give me an example?" "For instance," Rosvisser began, "Tiamat planted seeds of wisdom. Cultivating these seeds required nurturing and growth. The nourishment needed for this process came from Tiamat herself. Over time, her divine power was depleted." Leon, catching on quickly, extrapolated. So when Res spread magic, as everyone's magical abilities grew stronger, it consumed Res' divine power, right? "Exactly," Rosvisser confirmed. She continued, "When Res' life force was nearly extinguished, he imbued his remaining power into a crown, attempting to preserve the last traces of the primordial deities. But this crown was eventually discovered by others, sparking a war to claim the five-element crown. The crown was lost during a war that lasted for centuries, she explained. Some say it was found and hidden by a powerful faction, while others believe it was broken into 5 fragments and scattered across the Samhain continent. To this day, the five-element crown, representing Ray's divine power, remains lost to history. Rosvisser paused, her gaze contemplative. My parents spent centuries searching for it. I think it was probably to prevent some kind of crisis. The memory fragments even hinted that the crown's fate tied directly to the survival of something significant. Leon, visibly impressed, remarked, "This is really eye-opening. But how do you know so much about this history?" Rosvisser smiled mysteriously, patting the stack of books and thick notes on the table. "Have you forgotten? My graduation thesis at St. Heath's Academy was about the 5 foundational elements. That's when I came across this history." "Ah, that makes sense," Leon replied with a chuckle. "Yep, that's it. So, thank you, Leon Tilda Jr. Tilda," Rosvisser teased with a playful tone. "658. Vol 6ch, 24. Leon understood the meaning behind Rosvisser's gratitude. Back in her memory world, when Rosvisser was tormented by her thesis, it was Leon's help that allowed her to finally complete it. "Aurora said that changing your memory feels more like a dream," Rosvisser murmured. But that dream lingered warmly in her heart, especially the memories tied to Leon. To this day, she could recall every detail of that dream. "My sister is more than a year older than me. When we were young, neither of us ever saw our parents. So, if I calculate the timeline, they must have already spent at least 3 years searching for the crown by then." Listening to Rosvisser's reasoning, Leon followed her train of thought, but couldn't help raising another question. If the Queen's search for the crown was such an important legacy, why would your grandmother, Veronica, hide it from you? Especially when it's tied to something as significant as the crown's existence. What's the point of keeping it a secret? Rosvisser paused, pondering for a moment before replying. There are 2 possibilities. First, the fewer people who know about the 5-element crown, the better. Over the past 1,000 years, no less than a dozen races have fought to claim it. If more people found out that my father might have a lead on the crown, it would put all of our lives at risk. Second, grandmother may have wanted us to imagine the danger without actually involving us. More importantly, she may have been stopping us not just to protect us, but to prove the greatness of their endeavor. Leon nodded in agreement, adding his own perspective. It's also possible it's a mix of both. For something as significant as the crown, returning it to its rightful owner would likely require a grand-scale adventure. If it took centuries of sacrifice from families and yet remains unresolved, how could we, who have only just glimpsed a fraction of the story, possibly step in and finish it? Exactly, Rosvisser agreed. Since grandmother has always kept this hidden, I think it's best not to interfere for now. Otherwise, we might not only fail to help but also end up making a mess of things. Her concern wasn't unfounded. Without clear communication or shared information, acting rashly could easily backfire. For now, Leon and Rosvisser decided to simply speculate on the situation without taking any immediate action. If things truly spiraled out of control, Veronica would undoubtedly inform them herself. Pleased with such a powerful son-in-law, why wouldn't she take advantage of me? Leon teased, attempting to lighten the mood. Afterward, Leon sprawled across the bed with a mountain of documents, reading through them as he shared his insights with Rosvisser. Not a single idle word was exchanged. As midnight arrived, the atmosphere softened. After tidying up the books in the study, the 2 of them returned to bed. "Do you have any free time coming up?" Rosvisser asked. "Yes, why?" Leon replied. Lying side by side, they stared at the ceiling, their hands resting on their chests in an oddly synchronized manner. "Let's take Noah and the others out for a bit of fun," Rosvisser suggested. "Sure, but why the sudden idea to go out?" "Do you really think Aurora lent me the recording crystal for no reason?" In the dim light, Leon heard Rosvisser's amused laughter beside him. All right. Let's plan something tomorrow and take the girls out for a trip." "Okay, good night." "Good night." After a brief pause, Rosvisser suddenly called out in a sweet, teasing voice. "Leon Chinese letter, Leon Tilda Big Brother Tilda." In an instant, General Leon's composure shattered, and goosebumps rose all over his body. "Why are you calling me that now?" Isn't this how mothers are? At first, they're reluctant to try it, but after doing it once, they can't stop, she replied mischievously. What am I supposed to do? Don't like it. Leon big tilde brother tilde, she cooed again. Leon groaned, burying his face in his hands, unable to handle Rosvisser's playful teasing. Sleep, sleep. Leon. The next day, Rosvisser finished organizing her work schedule, ensuring she had a few days to relax. Aurora, you mentioned that game yesterday. Where do we go to play it? So soon, Aurora's eyes sparkled as she replied. The original location was in Sky City, but recently they said the structure of Sky City had become unstable, with frequent earthquakes. The Tower Lord evacuated the residents, and Sky City is currently under reconstruction, so we'll have to go somewhere else to play. The details of the battle against the Ultimate Fear were intentionally kept secret following discussions between Leon and the Dragon Kings. The reasoning was simple. Even though the Ultimate Fear had been defeated, revealing the truth would unnecessarily stir panic among the dragons. While the Tower Lord's approach to managing the aftermath was imperfect, Leon and the other Dragon Kings understood the decision to prioritize the safety of the dragon populace. From their perspective, the Tower Lord's intentions were clear, and that was enough. If the truth were made public, it would undoubtedly create a wave of controversy and impact the Tower Lord's reputation and the future development of Sky City. Keeping it a secret, however, meant Leon, Odin, and the others would remain unsung heroes. But guess what? General Leon was already hailed as the hero of the dragons. He hardly needed another title. As for Odin and the rest, they didn't particularly care about such recognition either. With the shadow over the dragon lineage lifted, Constantine was preparing to rebuild his reputation as soon as the Tower Lord and the Academy resumed normal operations. All things considered, the outcome wasn't bad. Since Sky City is still under reconstruction, where should we go instead? Rosvisser answered, the former residents of Sky City have been temporarily relocated to a place called the Island in the Clouds. We can go there to play. The Island in the Clouds, a secluded paradise for the dragons, was discussed by the Tower Lord and Leon's group during the aftermath of the battle against the Ultimate Fear. It became the refuge for Sky City's displaced residents. All right, should we invite Aunt Isha and the others like last time? Sure, this game is more fun with lots of people. Great, I'll write a letter to Aunt Isha right away, Rosvisser said. Turning to Noah, she added, also contact Helena and Claudia. A giant bird carrying the letters soon returned with replies, though the responses weren't as favorable as they'd hoped. Aunt Isha is currently on an exchange visit with another clan, and Aunt Claudia is unavailable. But Helena will meet us on the island in the clouds, Noah reported. Moon looked at the letters, her ahoj drooping despondently. That's so disappointing. Isha and Claudia can't join us for the group activity. Leon, observing the situation, muttered under his breath. Just one glowing one is enough, and the other overpowered heroes should stay firmly banned. Aurora counted the participants and frowned. If Aunt Isha and Aunt Claudia can't come, we won't have enough people for the game. How short are we? Noah asked. Just 2, Aurora replied. Mom, could we ask Anna and Sister Sherry to join us? Moon turned to Rosvisser. Rosvisser gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, Moon, but Anna and the others are busy as well. Ah, so we won't be able to play, and winter break is almost over. If we're only too short. Rosvisser and the young dragon girls turned toward the source of the voice, seeing Leon speak up. I happen to know 2 perfect candidates. $659. Vol 6CH, 25. I didn't know either. They just told me that coming here would allow me to defeat Yingjing without using force, and that Hefei could surpass the noble daughters of the great families. So, here I am. Oh, I've never played it before. It seems to be some kind of live-action interactive escape room game. I've never paid much attention to these things before. Yeah, I like it quite a bit. The people here aren't just pleasant to talk to, they're all incredibly talented dragons. I really love this place. All right, everyone, That concludes the Red Flame Dragon King Constantine's remarks on the reconstruction efforts of the Red Flame Dragon clan. If you'd like to know more about the reconstruction process or fun stories about Little Hefei, stay tuned to the Cloud Island Evening News. The reporter finished her coverage, tapping Constantine's shoulder lightly before stepping away. Constantine let out a relieved sigh. Being a figure of focus meant every word and action was scrutinized and speculated upon. Although his redemption work was mostly complete, Constantine's actions were still met with varying degrees of criticism within the dragon community. Earlier, upon landing on Cloud Island, Constantine had been immediately swarmed by reporters asking countless questions. To maintain the image crafted by the Tower Lord and the Academy, and to ensure Hefei's future in dragon society, Constantine had to endure the relentless questioning with patience. However, as he dealt with the last reporter, he suddenly spotted Hefei standing near the entrance to Cloud Island. She held her father's hand while shielding her eyes from the light with her other hand, trying to see further into the distance. "Didn't we agree to meet at the entrance to Cloud Island?" Constantine muttered, scanning the surroundings for Leon's family. "Why isn't the door open yet?" Hefei pointed toward the gate, still shielding her eyes. Cloud Island was surrounded by dense mist, giving it the appearance of a celestial realm. While breathtakingly beautiful, the fog obscured nearby landmarks. This unique characteristic gave the island its name, not because it floated like Sky City, but because the thick mist resembled clouds, making it the island in the clouds. As father and daughter waited, a familiar voice called out from the side. "Uncle Constantine, Hefei, hello, long time no see." They turned to see a young girl dressed in a sea blue dress, paired with white over-the-knee socks and school-style loafers. She carried a bag slung over one shoulder and held the straps with both hands, looking demure and composed. Helena. The name was well known within their group of friends. Helena often played with the Milkway sisters, so Hefei naturally recognized her. The little red dragon let go of her father's hand, wagging her tail as she ran toward Helena. Now a member of the young dragon division, Helena was much taller than Hefei. She had to bend down slightly to scoop the little dragon into her arms. As Hefei breathed in the cool, fresh sea breeze scent clinging to Helena, she looked up and asked, "Helena, are you here to play the escape room game too?" "Yes," Helena replied with a gentle smile. "Noah invited me and my mom to join, but my mom has been too busy lately, so I came alone." She glanced at Constantine, her smile still warm, and added, "You must be Uncle Constantine, right? My father mentioned you were bringing Hefei along too." "Yes," Constantine confirmed. "This is the first time I've taken her out for some fun since the clan's reconstruction. She hasn't seen Helena in a long time and missed her dearly." Helena laughed softly, squinting her eyes as she ruffled Hefei's small head. "We'll see them soon." "Okay, Tilda," Hefei chirped, beaming. Constantine didn't have a particularly strong impression of this young girl from the Sea Dragon clan. However, he noticed she didn't treat him the way other dragons did, either idolizing him as a hero or avoiding him as a villain. When Helena greeted him earlier, it was a casual, ordinary greeting, as if she didn't care about his controversial reputation. It seems Claudia raised her child well, Constantine thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly, the ground beneath Constantine's feet trembled slightly, breaking his train of thought. He turned to see a massive silver dragon flapping its wings, dispersing the surrounding mist. With a flash of magical light, the Milkway family appeared, walking in a grand procession. "Ha-ha, Tilda," came the cheerful sound of their arrival, full of energy and vigor. In most dragon families, having one child was normal, 2 was a sign of love, and 3 was enough to make history in their clan's records. But for Leon and Rosvisser, who had 4 children, it was simply a testament to their boundless energy and leisure. Hefei. Muse. The 2 complementary-colored dragon girls spotted each other and immediately rushed forward, unable to contain their excitement. After a warm embrace, they even entwined their little tails as a gesture of closeness. Noah approached more calmly, suppressing her excitement at reuniting with her close friend. "Hi, Helena," she greeted. Still towering a head above Noah, Helena crossed her arms and smirked mischievously as she looked her friend up and down. I can tell you're dying to hug me, just like Hefei did. Go ahead, no one's going to laugh at you. Noah hesitated, her expression freezing for a moment before she looked away, rubbing her temples awkwardly. I don't want to that badly. Then I'll hug you instead, Helena said without hesitation. Wait, what? Before Noah could react, she found herself enveloped by the refreshing sea breeze scent that clung to Helena. The Melkve family's dragon daughters had always been known for their fondness for physical affection, a trait that persisted across generations. Even with Noah's reserved demeanor, this tendency to indulge in hugs remained. A small, shy smile spread across Noah's face as her little tail lifted slightly in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she hesitantly reached up and lightly grabbed the fabric of Helena's dress, a timid yet clear response to the embrace. Watching this scene unfold, Rosvisser lazily remarked, "Second sister, isn't this the moment you're supposed to charge in?" Second sister. Hello, are you even listening to me? Helena, Riene is here. Oh, don't worry, Riene isn't here to break you all up. Riene is here to join you. Aurora. Sigh, second sister, you'll be stuck as a clingy sibling your whole life. The children chatted and played, their laughter filling the air. Meanwhile, the three adults exchanged greetings. After some polite small talk, Leon asked, "How's the progress on your clan's reconstruction?" "It's nearly complete. I really have to thank you for helping relocate the survivors. Thanks to that, they've been able to return to the clan so quickly," Constantine replied. Leon waved a hand dismissively. "It was nothing. But honestly, when I sent you the invitation to this escape room game, I didn't think you'd be interested in this kind of family activity. I'm surprised you actually came. Was it Hefei's strong insistence?" Constantine nodded but quickly added, "Not entirely." "Oh, then what else?" With an unusually serious expression, Constantine stared directly into Leon's eyes and explained, "I'm here to defeat you in this game." Constantine's obsession with defeating Leon had now extended to a simple team-building game. "All right, good, I like your energy." The group continued their conversation until a staff member in a uniform approached. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Leon?" Leon nodded, "That's me." The staff member bowed slightly and gestured for them to follow. "Welcome to our live-action escape room interactive game. Please come this way." Rosvisser led the children after the staff member, while the two men lagged behind, their competitive spirit palpable. "I can't wait to see how you plan to beat me, Constantine," Leon teased. "Thoroughly, I will crush you," Constantine replied with absolute determination. "Same to you, word for word." Meanwhile, the queen walking ahead had a silent thought. "This is just a game, you two childish fools. Do you really have to take it this seriously?" "660. Vol 6CH, 26. Led by the staff, the group arrived at the venue for today's game. Standing at the entrance, the young dragon girls craned their necks to take in the imposing castle before them, their awe evident. "This is even grander than the werewolf game we played last time," Helena exclaimed. The previous game in Sky City had taken place in what appeared to be a simple storefront from the outside, with the game's atmosphere only fully emerging once players stepped inside. But this escape room was different. The entire venue had been designed as a sprawling castle with dramatic elements. Even before the game began, the immersive environment had already drawn them in. As the children marveled at the castle's authenticity, Leon grumbled. "This huge castle, even though it's not a perfect replica, moving from Sky City to here feels like a downgrade." Hearing his comment, the staff member guiding them patiently explained. "When the Tower Lord relocated us temporarily to Cloud Island, they used large-scale spatial magic. Moving an entire castle here wasn't particularly difficult." Leon nodded in understanding. "Ah, that makes sense." "All right, everyone, please come inside," the staff member said, ushering the group through the castle's entrance. Once inside, the immersive atmosphere only deepened. The interior was crafted to perfection, with every detail aligning with the eerie and mysterious vibe of a haunted castle. All the staff were dressed as NPC maids, with roles carefully tailored to fit the game's storyline. Their costumes and makeup included intricate touches like bloodstains, creepy insects, and rotting skin, adding a layer of realism to the experience. The combination of these atmospheric elements showed the venue's dedication to creating a high-quality product. After verifying their identities, the NPC maids led the group to a small room where the game rules were introduced. The name of today's game is Escape the Plague Castle, one maid began. According to legend, long ago, the castle's owner sought immortality. He spent vast amounts of wealth recruiting talented individuals from all walks of life to create an elixir of eternal life. But during their research, something went wrong. The potion, which was supposed to extend life, instead caused death within hours. The potion spread through the air, infecting the entire castle. No one survived. Years later, you have been tasked with entering the castle to locate the source of the plague and destroy it within 72 hours. If you fail, you will share the same fate as those who came before you. The background story and basic rules were seamlessly integrated into the game, creating a rich and immersive narrative that elevated the escape room experience beyond simple puzzles. Moon and Aurora listened intently, more focused than they ever were in class. The maid continued. The castle's owner left behind many clues to guide anyone who dared to search for the plague source. Your task is to decipher these clues one by one. Any questions? She asked, noticing Moon's hand raised high. Why didn't the castle's owner just tell us where the source of the plague is? Why leave all these clues for us to solve? Moon asked earnestly. The staff member chuckled softly, clearly prepared for such questions. Well, think of it this way. If the story didn't include a mystery to solve, there wouldn't be much of a game. It's like those villains in movies and novels who reveal their plans to the hero before fighting. If they didn't, the story would just stop there. Moon nodded, her eyes lighting up in understanding. Oh, I get it now. Leon, standing nearby, had his own thoughts. Who says villains don't want to take out the hero right away? That's exactly how your mom and I first met. Moon's question wasn't necessarily a criticism of the game. It highlighted a common trope in this genre, where the joy comes from the process of solving puzzles rather than the direct answers. Why decrypt it? That's none of your business. After listening to the staff's explanation, everyone unanimously agreed that the rules of this escape room game were much simpler than the previous live-action werewolf game. First, because the goal of the escape room was clearer. Everyone knew they had to find the source and escape. Second, this time, there were no identity cards with various roles. Everyone was a blank slate, which required less mental strain. However, just as Leon thought this game offered little room for him to shine, the staff added, "Please note that among the 9 players you've possessed, 2 have been inhabited by vengeful spirits. These are souls of individuals who died in this castle 90 years ago. Their unresolved hatred keeps them restless. During your playthrough, these 2 vengeful spirit players will interfere with the game in various ways, even going as far as preventing you from completing the main objective. But remember, any players who fail to follow the rules within 72 hours will be permanently trapped in the castle. Thus, your main task is to find the source of the plague and escape, while your side task is to identify the vengeful spirit players and seal them using special item cards found within the castle. Only then can you escape unscathed." Hearing this, Leon instantly grew serious. So, this game not only has wolf players, but also ones who can't be eliminated through voting. That's correct. You can only seal the vengeful spirit players using items found within the castle. The rules may seem straightforward, but the difficulty is significantly higher. Moreover, they only had 72 hours. Once you factored in rest and meals, there wouldn't be much time left. All right, now that the rules have been explained, please collect your identity cards and item cards. An item bracelet, what's it for? The memory stone seems to be for sharing public reports during the game, but this bracelet is something new. The staff produced 2 boxes, one containing memory stones and the other bracelets. Taking a bracelet from the box, the staff explained, The bracelets come in 4 colors: green, yellow, purple, and black. Green means the player's vital signs are normal, and they can move freely. Yellow indicates the player is fatigued and must complete a designated task in the game to return to green status. Of course, you can choose not to complete the task, but yellow players will face certain restrictions in the game. Purple means the player has been poisoned. If they don't complete a detoxification task within an hour, the bracelet will turn black. Black means the player will die in 10 minutes. There are no tasks or items that can remove this state. The only way to survive is to find the castle's exit within those final 10 minutes and successfully escape. As the rules unfolded, the true charm of this escape room began to reveal itself. Clearly, after hearing the final rules, everyone was eager to dive in and experience this escape room with werewolf-like elements. Well then, everyone, draw your identities. 9 cards lay before them. Cards with the angel insignia represented the good faction, while those with the skull insignia belonged to the vengeful spirits. Leon and the others began drawing their cards. After drawing his card, Leon didn't immediately check it. Instead, he observed everyone else's reactions. Aurora pulled the card from her face, her expression relaxing into a relieved smile. Leon instantly knew his precious daughter had drawn a good faction card. As for Noah and the others, they were much more composed, keeping poker faces that gave nothing away. And finally, external rules. Magic is prohibited during the game, as is the destruction of non-task-related scenes. Please enjoy this battle of wits against the vengeful spirits. With the final rules explained, everyone was ready, brimming with excitement to tackle the challenge. Constantine slowly unfolded his identity card. The image of a black skull glared back at him. "661. Vol 6CH, 27. As the game officially began, a synchronized 72-hour countdown appeared on everyone's memory stone. Standing at the castle entrance, Helena asked, "Noah, how should we go about finding the source of the plague?" This team-building activity had been the little dragon girl's idea. As the leader of the dragon special forces, the responsibility of directing naturally fell to Noah. Leon and Rosvisser, along with Constantine, had no objections. After all, this was an outing to let the children have fun, so it was only right to let them take the lead. Noah thought for a moment before replying. "We don't have a lot of time, so it's best to split up. 9 players, 3 groups of 3. This will significantly improve the efficiency of solving clues and also help narrow down the suspects when the vengeful spirit players start attacking. Most importantly, since there are only 2 vengeful spirit players, dividing into 3 groups guarantees that at least one group will be completely from the good faction, free from interference. This will speed up clue solving considerably. If one person in a group is eliminated by a vengeful spirit, the other 2 in the group become prime suspects. But the key point, as Noah mentioned, is that with 3 groups and 2 vengeful spirits, there's always one group guaranteed to be pure good faction regardless of any uncertainty about the vengeful players. The little dragon girls agreed with Noah's plan, and the adults had no objections either. Now, let's decide on the specific groups. Noah turned to her parents and her fiery uncle, saying, "With 3 adults and 6 kids, we'll evenly distribute the..." It's worth noting that 4 of the 6 children were from the Melkveh family. After a bit of shuffling, the groups were finalized. Team Helljokes, Constantine, Hefei, and Aurora. Mom, you better keep an eye on Big Sis team, Rosvisser, Noah, and Helena. Funeral Vibes team, Leon, Moon, and Muse. Groups are set. Let's split up and get to work. Meet back here in 10 hours to share clues, Noah announced. Got it, Tilda. The 3 groups quickly set off. Constantine took his daughter and the pink-haired girl upstairs. Rosvisser's team, with Noah as the de facto leader, confidently headed toward a creepy basement area. As for the Funeral Vibes team, they stayed on the first floor to search the main hall. "Dad, where do we start?" Moon asked eagerly. Leon stood in the center of the hall, scanning the area before deciding on their first target, a storage room at the end of a corridor. "We'll start from the furthest point and work our way back." Okay, let's go. Muse, let's see who solves the first puzzle faster. Wait for me, sis. The two little dragons wagged their tails excitedly as they darted off. Leon chuckled, hands in his pockets, following at a leisurely pace. When he passed the staircase leading to the basement, he paused and looked down. A faint yellow hue stood out starkly against the darkness. Hey, if you're scared, just say the word, and I'll come down to keep you company, Leon teased, leaning forward with one knee resting on the stair railing. Rosvisser stopped in her tracks and glanced up, resting her head on her shoulder. Who would have thought you, of all people, offering to keep me company? Don't tell me you're reluctant. What kind of nonsense is that? Solving puzzles isn't nearly as important as keeping my wife company, Leon replied with a smirk. Rosvisser raised an elegant brow, crossing her arms. Oh, from the way you're talking, it doesn't sound like you care much about solving puzzles. Could it be you're one of the vengeful spirit players? Yep, I am, and as soon as I find an item card, you'll be the first to go. Bring it on then, let's see who takes down whom first. The couple bantered back and forth across the staircase. Nearby, Helena leaned closer to Noah and whispered. The game's barely started, and your uncle and aunt are already at each other's throats. Noah, watching her parents exchange, responded calmly. This is slow, actually. Back in the day, they would have been at it during the group selection phase. Helena, bewildered but deeply intrigued, thought to herself, my mom never married, but I'd bet if she did, my family would be just as lively. Rosvisser waved her hand dismissively. Whatever, I'm heading off to help Noah and Helena find clues. Leon shrugged, calling out after her. Be careful, don't get eliminated before our first check-in. Rosvisser huffed and shot him a glare. Worry about yourself and stop being a pain in the neck. As she turned away, her tail subtly swished upward in what seemed like an offhand motion, but it brushed past Leon deliberately. Leon grinned, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout. Love you, Honey Tilda. Oh, Honey Tilda. The sound of Leon's teasing voice echoed through the basement. Rosvisser's face flushed instantly. She hastily withdrew her tail and quickened her pace, nudging the two little dragon girls into the task area. Team 2, showing their true colors already, Leon muttered with a chuckle. Dad, the door to the storage room isn't locked, and it looks like there might be something we can do inside. Moon called from down the hallway. Coming, Leon responded, jogging to catch up. The three entered the storage room. Although called a storage room, it was much larger than its real-world counterpart, clearly designed to accommodate players and make the game more immersive. Wow, look at that big mirror. The first thing that caught their attention was a full-length mirror against one wall. Moon eagerly ran up to it, making silly faces at her reflection. Hey, didn't they say there'd be lots of puzzles in the castle? Why doesn't this mirror do anything? She asked, turning to Leon. Let me take a look, Leon said, approaching the mirror. After a quick inspection, he shrugged. It might not have any mechanisms. Let's keep looking around and see what else we find. Okay. The sisters resumed exploring the storage room, eventually focusing on a large, cloth-covered object in one corner. Together, they pulled off the covering to reveal. Wow, it's a piano. Muse's wide red eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly pressed one of the keys, eliciting a clean, resonant note. Blowing the dust off the bench, she sat down and started playing a familiar tune. The piano's sound quality was impressive, far better than one would expect for a game prop. While Muse played, Moon continued searching for clues, eventually finding a sheet of music in a cabinet. Look, Muse, maybe we have to play the song on the sheet to solve the puzzle, Moon said, running over to her sister. Probably, let me try. Muse took the sheet and placed it on the piano stand, but as she glanced at the first note, she froze. What's wrong, Muse? Moon asked, concerned. Moon, these notes on the sheet music. Muse turned the sheet toward her sister. They're all flipped. Moon squinted at the paper. Even without much musical knowledge, she could tell the notes were different from those on a regular score. What's going on? It's okay, I'll try playing it as is. Muse tentatively played the flipped notes, but the melody that emerged was chaotic and jarring. The dissonant sounds made no sense, as if the notes had been scrambled. Muse frowned but managed to finish the piece. Nothing happened. Did I play it wrong, or was I too slow to trigger anything? She wondered aloud. As the sisters puzzled over the situation, Leon strolled over, glanced at the odd sheet music, and gently patted their heads. This is a puzzle game, so you have to use your brains. Think about it. What in this room might help you understand this sheet music better? The two little dragon girls exchanged wide-eyed looks before their faces lit up simultaneously. The mirror. They grabbed the sheet music and ran to the mirror, holding it up to the reflective surface. Sure enough, the reverse notes appeared normal in the mirror's reflection. Muse carefully memorized the corrected notes and hurried back to the piano. This time, as she played according to the mirrored version, the melody flowed beautifully, filling the room with a soothing tune. As the final note resonated, the mirror on the wall began to glow faintly. The family approached as words slowly appeared on the mirror's surface. On sleepless nights, my wife would play this tune to soothe my restless heart. Castle Master, Liu. Is this a clue? Moon asked. Leon nodded. Looks like it. But it's so vague, it doesn't seem very useful, Muse said, still puzzled. Leon chuckled. Some clues only make sense when you're in the right spot to use them. Even if it seems unimportant, make sure to remember it. The girls nodded earnestly. Got it. All right, let's keep searching for the next clue. With that, the family moved on to their next target, the room filled with the sound of giggles and footsteps as they continued their exploration. (662). Vol 6ch, 28. The storage room in this game was quite large. After completing the reverse notes puzzle, Leon didn't leave with his daughters. Instead, he decided to explore further to see if they could uncover more clues. Muse, come here. There are so many paints over here. Where's where? Leon turned toward the sound. The two little dragon girls were crouched in a corner of the storage room, where an array of jars and bottles filled with colorful paints were arranged. Look, there's white, red, purple, orange, and Dad's favorite silver and Mom's favorite black. Sis, there are even brushes here. Yeah, Dad, can we use these paints to draw? Moon tilted her head to ask. Leon glanced at the white wall behind them and the paint containers stacked nearby. It was hard not to suspect that this area was meant for players to draw on the walls. Then his eyes landed on a small sign in another corner. It read, "Let your imagination run wild. Feel free to paint. Note, this is a recreational activity in the game and does not involve any clues or tasks." So it really is meant for kids to doodle, Leon thought. That meant he didn't have to worry about breaking any game rules by letting them paint. Sure, go ahead. What do you want to draw? Dad will help you. I want to draw a family portrait. All right, let's do it. Though time was tight, Leon didn't rush his daughters to focus on tasks or clues. After all, this outing was meant to let them relax and have fun. He even joined them, helping to paint on the wall. A devoted father like Leon knew that nothing, not even an impending disaster, was more important than his daughters. An hour later, the artwork was complete. The drawing on the wall, while undeniably childish, was a heartwarming family portrait. It depicted Leon and Moon on either side of Muse, with the four little dragon sisters in various colors at the center. Thankfully, there were enough paint colors to meet their creative demands. Otherwise, the girls might have had trouble finishing their masterpiece. Moon and Muse, their faces smudged with specks of paint, admired their work with proud smiles. All done, let's get back to solving puzzles now. The trio continued exploring the storage room. In addition to the reverse notes task, they stumbled upon a hidden clue. The master locked himself in the bedroom and never left, not even on the day he died. No one ever moved his body out of the room. Could something strange be hidden in the bedroom? The castle servant. After reading the clue aloud, Leon murmured, "This is pretty straightforward. We need to check out the castle master's bedroom." "Let's go, adventure time," the girls cheered. Their next destination was the bedroom. The staff had conveniently placed a detailed map of the castle in the main hall, marking routes that weren't part of the pathfinding puzzles. The master's bedroom was clearly labeled on the second floor. Leon and the two little ones immediately headed there. They've already been here, Muse pointed out as they climbed the stairs. She gestured toward some markings in the hallway. The Helljokes team must be responsible for the upstairs clues. They might even be inside the room. Let's check it out, Leon said. Yeah. They entered the bedroom. Sure enough, as Muse had guessed, the Helljokes team was there. Aurora and Hefei were crouched in one corner, engrossed in examining something, so much so that they didn't notice Leon and the others entering. Meanwhile, Constantine stood by the window with his arms crossed, gazing seriously outside as if the view could solve all his problems. The bedroom itself was lavishly furnished, perfectly fitting Leon's stereotypical image of what a wealthy person's room should look like. In the center of the room was an extravagant bed, and on the bed lay someone. Leon and his daughters approached cautiously, only to discover that it was just a mannequin meant to represent the castle master. On the bedside table sat a flute and several medicine boxes, likely containing some kind of sleeping aids based on their packaging. Noticing movement, Constantine shifted his gaze from the window to Leon and his group. Aren't you supposed to be working on the first floor? What are you doing up here? Leon shrugged. We found a clue suggesting there might be something hidden in the castle master's bedroom, so we came to check it out. Constantine furrowed his brow, nodded thoughtfully, and said nothing more, turning back to stare out the window. Meanwhile, Aurora asked Hefei and Muse, "What are you two working on over there?" "There seems to be a mechanism here. Solving it should reveal a clue," Hefei replied. "We'll help." The little dragon girls crowded together, kneeling in the corner to tinker with the mechanism. Leon didn't join them right away. Like with the reverse notes puzzle, he wanted to let the kids work on it themselves first. He would step in only if they got stuck, allowing them to feel more involved in the game. He wandered over to Constantine, following his gaze. What Constantine appeared to be watching was a simulation of the castle's backyard, projected by a large memory stone. Admiring the view, Leon asked casually. But what Leon didn't know was that the fiery dragon beside him wasn't admiring anything. Constantine was busy calculating how to take Leon out without anyone noticing. "What do you think? Who's the vengeful spirit player?" Leon asked nonchalantly. The question startled Constantine, who quickly composed himself. He glanced at Leon, wondering if the man had caught on to something. But judging by Leon's relaxed demeanor, it seemed like an idle question. Hard to say. The game's only been going for about an hour. There's not enough to go on yet. Constantine hadn't played many games with werewolf elements, but he knew better than to act recklessly. A traitor who revealed themselves too soon would only draw suspicion. The best strategy was to blend in with the good players, completing tasks while secretly waiting for the right moment to strike. Given the numerical disadvantage of the vengeful spirit team, a head-on confrontation was out of the question. "Yeah, I feel the same," Leon replied. Constantine blinked, then asked, "How many tasks have you completed so far?" "2. Hearing Leon's response, Constantine let out a smug chuckle. "We've completed 3. Even though he tried to suppress it, Leon could still detect a trace of pride in the dragon's voice. Why are dragons always like this? They have to turn everything into a competition, Leon thought, amused. Yeah, you're amazing," Leon replied with a wry smile. In truth, they could have also finished 3 tasks if Leon hadn't spent time helping his daughters paint. The two chatted idly as they waited. A few minutes later, Aurora's voice rang out from the corner. "It's unlocked." But before the little dragon girls could celebrate, a dull thud echoed through the room. "The door just closed," Moon exclaimed, spinning around to face the doorway. She ran over and tried to push the door open. Hefei and Muse quickly joined her, each taking a side and attempting to shove the door. But it was no use. The door felt like it had been sealed shut, as if welded in place. Aurora frowned. Was the mechanism a trap? Did we just fall for it? If it was a trap, Aurora's mind raced. She quickly turned toward the large bed in the room. The bed was shaking violently. A moment later, the lifeless mannequin that had been lying there began to stir, sitting upright bit by bit as if it had come to life. At the same time, an identical notification appeared on everyone's memory stone. Unfortunately, you have disturbed the vengeful spirit of the castle master. To proceed, you must pass this challenge without using violence to destroy the mannequin. Note, the castle master died from the plague. Anyone who touches his corpse will also become infected. (663). Vol 6ch, 29. Is it true that we can only clear this stage without using violent methods to destroy the doll? The rule was easy enough to understand. Even though this city was specifically designed for dragons, some of the activities naturally prohibited the use of magic. Without such rules, every interactive game would probably be as simple as the time Leon single-handedly breezed through half of the dragon games. And we can't let the doll touch us, otherwise we'll be infected with the plague. Aurora spoke as she lowered her head to glance at the bracelet on her wrist. The staff said earlier that once you're infected, the bracelet will turn purple. Once that happens, we'll have 1 hour to complete the puzzle before being disqualified. Everyone, be careful not to let the kids get too close to that thing. Leon's gaze swept across the bedroom as he said, "Since solving this puzzle is one of the game's objectives, there must be some mechanism in this room that can stop the doll's movements. Let's find it quickly." The little dragon girls nodded obediently in unison and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, Constantine stood silently to the side, watching as the group grew serious. He thought to himself, it's one thing for the kids to be this immersed in the game, but Leon Kazmad, how are you this into it too? At times like this, Constantine couldn't help but sigh and mutter internally. This childish fool is the same guy who almost chopped my head off and hung it from a tree back in the day. Unbelievable. Click-clack, the doll moved again, the crisp sound of its joints snapping Constantine out of his thoughts. He looked over at the bed and saw the doll casually leap off it. Its body was surrounded by a faint purple mist, likely a special effect representing the plague. Although it was made of wood, the doll seemed to be enhanced with remote control magic, allowing it to perform complex and highly challenging movements. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but sigh. This feels way more high-tech than that game of werewolf we played last time. As he commented, the doll suddenly lunged toward the group. Leon immediately grabbed Muse and scooped up Aurora, who had already darted to the side on her own. She was nimble and didn't need much protection. Aurora took Afe by the hand and led her toward the doll's flank. Left behind in the middle of the room was Constantine, who became the doll's sole target. Naturally, the doll charged straight at him. Having already guided the women to a safe corner, Leon glanced at Constantine and noticed the dragon instinctively raising his hand to summon dragonfire. Is he seriously about to burn the doll to ashes? Leon quickly opened his mouth to stop him. No one knew if breaking the rules would result in immediate disqualification. But before Leon could say a word, Constantine had already dodged the doll's attack with practiced ease, fluidly sidestepping its grasp. "Hey Afe, looks like Uncle Constantine is pretty agile, huh?" Aurora remarked. But Afe's expression remained tense. "We need to deal with this doll quickly, Aurora," she said urgently. "Why?" "Because if this goes on much longer, I'm afraid my father won't be able to hold back." "All right, let's hurry and find something in this room that can stop the doll." Memo. For some reason, after its initial attack, the doll seemed to focus solely on Constantine. No matter what anyone else did, it completely ignored them, relentlessly pursuing him instead. Thus, a slightly absurd yet oddly comedic scene unfolded in the bedroom. The once mighty red flame Dragon King, who had stood at the pinnacle of the dragon race, only to later fall from grace, was now dodging a doll, darting around the room in chaotic frenzy. Leon stood at the foot of the bed, furrowing his brow in thought. If it's controlled by remote magic, then there must be some item in the room that disrupts magical transmission, right? Meanwhile, Constantine dodged another lunge from the doll, narrowly avoiding its grasp. No, the doll's movements rely on control magic. That's an external factor and likely unrelated to the puzzle mechanics. Once again, Constantine sidestepped the doll, this time vaulting over a chair as it lunged past. Does this mean we have to deal with the doll itself? With a sudden burst of speed, Constantine and the doll passed by Leon, the dragon's expression growing more exasperated with each lap. Or maybe it's not about the doll itself, but about the identity it represents, the castle's owner. Boom! A loud crash interrupted Leon's train of thought. Everyone turned toward the sound. They saw Constantine standing in a corner, his fist still extended in a textbook-perfect straight punch. Opposite him, embedded in the wall, were the shattered remains of the doll. A purple mist swirled around Constantine's fist, and the bracelet on his wrist gradually changed from the normal green to a poisonous purple. "Father, you've been poisoned," Hefei cried out in alarm, immediately running forward to check on him. However, Constantine raised a hand to stop her. "I don't know if the plague can spread through contact, so don't come any closer, Hefei." "Understood," Hefei responded, stepping back as instructed. Constantine said no more, and instead turned his focus to Leon. "I held back and didn't destroy the doll, but you'd better figure out a way to stop it quickly, Leon." Leon gave a helpless smile. It seemed that forcing a battle maniac like Constantine to keep dodging wasn't exactly the best strategy. And that reckless doll, what was it thinking? It refused to give up, relentlessly chasing Constantine. Well, now it had gotten a few punches and seemed to be a bit more subdued. Still, Leon didn't have time to dwell on the absurdity of the situation. If what Constantine said was true, he needed to find a way to solve this puzzle quickly. Leon couldn't afford to stay stuck here with his family. There was even the potential risk of having to compensate the NPCs for damaged props. While Leon was deep in thought, Aurora ran up to him and asked, "Dad, when you were completing tasks earlier, did you get any items or hints from the castle owner?" "Hefei and I only got a few things related to the dragon-themed missions, but they all seemed interconnected. So, I was thinking, since you got the castle owner's bedroom hint, there might be other linked items or clues." Aurora's words jogged Leon's memory. "Earlier, in the storage room, we completed a task involving music. We didn't get any items, but we did receive a message from the castle owner. It said something like this: whenever the castle owner suffered from insomnia, his wife would play a specific melody to help him sleep. That melody is the one we heard on the piano when completing the task." Father and daughter simultaneously turned to look at the doll, still grappling with Constantine. Following her father's train of thought, Aurora continued, "So, if we play that melody again, it might stop the doll's movements." Leon nodded, murmuring, "Looks like we need to find an instrument to play that melody." The two furrowed their brows in unison. After a brief pause, they turned to each other and spoke at the same time. "The flute on the bedside table." When Leon first entered the bedroom, he'd done a quick scan of the room. Thanks to his sharp memory, he recalled that the flute on the bedside table stood out oddly, making it seem like an important clue. Under Constantine's cover, Leon quickly made his way to the bedside table, picked up the flute, and called out to Muse on the other side of the room. "Muse, catch this." Leon tossed the flute across the room, and Muse, Hefei, and Aurora all focused intently on the flying instrument. The three little dragon girls tilted their heads left and right, shuffling a few steps to either side to ensure they wouldn't miss it. Finally, Muse, standing in the middle, exclaimed excitedly, I caught it, ouch." The flute bounced off her head with a perfect three-step ricochet before landing securely in her hands. "Play the melody we learned in the storage room, Muse." Muse nodded, recalling the tune from memory. She raised the flute and began to play. As the soothing sound of the flute filled the room, the doll gradually began to slow down. Muse continued to play, and the doll slowly returned to the bed before lying down. Once they were sure the doll had stopped moving, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the bedroom door reopened, and a hidden compartment on the doll's chest popped open, revealing 2 cards inside. Leon retrieved the cards. One was an item card, and the other was a hint card. Item card, roster. Hint card, the owner of the antlers was a meticulous and serious individual in life. They once dismissed a maid and servant who worked for them. Usage, for every 2 tasks completed, you may reveal one player's identity. Note, Tasks completed before obtaining this item card can also be counted toward the total. As for the hint card, Leon read the contents aloud. The basement is a very dangerous place. Back then, it was where they conducted research on the elixir of immortality. After the plague broke out in the castle, the basement became a forbidden zone. Staying there for more than an hour greatly increases the risk of contracting the plague. After reading the hint, Leon frowned slightly. No more than an hour in the basement. Does that mean Rosvisser and Noah are about to run out of time? (664). Vol 6ch, 30. You're welcome, women. Mom, you have to keep an eye on Big Sister. The team went straight to the basement at the start of the game. The game had been running for nearly an hour, and less than 10 minutes remained. Leon needed to notify them immediately. Otherwise, no one could be sure how complicated the antidote task might be. And failing, it would mean immediate elimination from the game. We have to go to the basement to inform the other group. Aurora, you and Hefei will go with Uncle Constantine to complete the antidote task. We'll split up so we don't waste too much time. Aurora and Hefei obediently nodded. Oh, right, Leon, who should hold this roster item card? Constantine asked. Leon thought for a moment and said, You've already completed 5 tasks, while we've only completed 3, including the doll task. So it's better for the roster to stay with your group for now. And besides, you worked hard earlier to distract the dolls. Let's stick to the principle that those who contribute the most get more rewards. Constantine didn't decline and slipped the item card into his pocket. To be honest, when he asked about who should hold the card, he'd been a little nervous. After all, if someone used the roster to identify him, the vengeful spirit faction would be exposed. Fortunately, the game had just begun, and most of Leon's attention wasn't on identifying the vengeful spirit players yet. All right, let's split up and get to it. Got it, Tilda. Muse, be careful, Tilda. You too, Hefei. After agreeing on their plan, the two groups left the bedroom. Leon immediately led his companions toward the basement area. As soon as they entered, Leon and Muse called into the dimly lit space. Mom, Big Sister, sisters, where are you? But the only response was their voices echoing into the darkness. Let's keep going. This castle is huge, so the basement must be big too. All right. Before moving further in, Leon glanced at the countdown on his memory stone, 72 seconds. He silently noted the time, in case they couldn't find Rosvisser and the others in time. If they lingered too long, even he and Muse could end up poisoned. The father and daughter duo headed deeper into the basement. Muse clutched her memory stone tightly, glancing down at it every few steps. Her small face was filled with worry. There's less than 10 minutes left. If we don't find Big Sister and the others, they'll get poisoned. Hearing this, Leon patted her head gently and reassured her. Don't worry, Muse, we'll definitely find them. Okay. Despite his reassuring words, Leon unconsciously quickened his pace. Fortunately, after circling the basement twice, they finally found the Mom, you have to keep an eye on Big Sister team, who had just completed a task. However, the team's current size perfectly reflected their name. Only Rosvisser and Noah were present. Helena was nowhere to be seen. Big Sister. As soon as Muse saw Noah, she ran over and threw herself into her arms. Noah's face showed a hint of confusion. What was wrong with her little sister? They'd only been apart for less than an hour, and now Muse was acting like this. What happened, Muse? Noah asked softly. We saw a task prompt. It said you can't stay in the basement for more than an hour. Or you'll get poisoned. Now, hem. Muse spoke quickly, lowering her head to pull out her memory stone. Only to panic even more. There's less than 3 minutes left. We have to get out of here, Big Sister. All right, wait a moment. Mom, hasn't Helena come back yet? Noah turned to look at Rosvisser. Rosvisser shook her head. No, I don't know where she went. Leon raised an eyebrow. You split up. Yes, the basement is so big, so we agreed to split up to complete tasks faster. After finishing one task, we were supposed to meet back here, Rosvisser explained. But it's been over half an hour, and Helena still hasn't returned. Maybe Helena was eaten by a ghost. Muse raised her hand to offer her theory. You all leave the basement first. I'll go look for Helena, Noah said, turning to leave. But Muse grabbed her tail and pulled her back. No, big sister, you're almost out of time, you'll get poisoned. Helena hasn't come back yet, Noah said, her voice tinged with concern. But she doesn't know about the task prompt. What if she... Noah, the safest option right now is for all of us to leave together, Leon interjected. He crouched down to meet Noah's gaze and continued. Look, there's less than 10 minutes left. In that short amount of time, there's a high chance you won't find Helena, let alone get her out of the basement. If that happens, you'll both end up poisoned. How will you complete the antidote task then? But if we leave now and wait for Helena near the basement exit, her bracelet will warn her once she's poisoned. She'll come out to look for the antidote task herself, and by then, we'll only need to complete one antidote task to solve everything. This way, we save time and ensure everyone's safety. Don't you agree? Noah mulled over her father's words before nodding. All right. Noah was clever and definitely capable of leading a team as a field commander for the Dragon Squad. But sometimes, when it came to Helena, her judgment clouded and she became stubborn. Fortunately, her father was level-headed, something Noah quietly felt grateful for. Without him, even their mother might have ended up poisoned because of her. As they waited for Helena near the exit, Rosvisser stood next to Leon, her arms crossed as she leaned slightly toward him. She lowered her voice and asked, I want to ask you something. What is it? If the one missing was Helena, but me, would you have been this calm and left? Yes, honey, I would, Leon answered immediately. I'll give you one more chance, Rosvisser said, narrowing her eyes. No, honey, I wouldn't, Leon quickly corrected, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. I'd tell the kids to wait at the exit and then rush back into the basement to find you. Rosvisser let out a soft huff, but seemed satisfied with the answer. The couple exchanged playful banter until, about 15 minutes later, Helena emerged from the basement, hopping toward them. Helena, Noah shouted as she ran over to her. Helena's face was a mix of annoyance and exhaustion, though she managed a strained smile. Sorry, Noah, somehow I ended up getting poisoned. It's all right. Dad found a clue earlier that said staying in the basement for over an hour causes poisoning. Let's hurry and find the antidote task now. Okay. This scene didn't escape the watchful eyes of Muse, who stood behind them. Poisoned, and then Big Sister cares about you. In that case, I should too. Leon flicked Muse's forehead with a finger. If you poison yourself on purpose, you'll just end up giving your sister more trouble. Muse, with a teary-eyed pout, said, Got it, Dad. Oh. Rosvisser walked over to join Noah and Helena. All right, I'll take the kids to complete the antidote task. Thanks for the heads up, Tilda. You're welcome, Mom Tilda, Muse replied sweetly. Rosvisser smiled, squinting her eyes playfully. She waved to Muse and Noah before turning to Leon. She had expected some kind of warm farewell from him, but instead... Women, you're welcome, Leon said, crossing his arms confidently and standing sideways. Turning his head just enough to leave Rosvisser with a dramatic, exaggerated, cool guy pose. Rosvisser rolled her eyes in exasperation. Idiot! After muttering her complaint, she took the hands of the two young dragon girls and headed off to find the antidote task. Dad! Muse looked up at her father, who was still basking in his moment of triumph. Leon placed one hand over his face, covering one eye, and spoke in a deep, dramatic voice. O maiden of the dragons, Tilda, are you here to thank me on behalf of your mother? Muse, no, Mom already left. Leon. How rude, I just saved her, you know. (665). Vol 6ch, 31. On the third floor of the castle, the Hell's Joke team arrived at a door tucked into a corner, following the clue they had received earlier. This is it. We can complete an antidote task here, Aurora said as she lowered the simple map they'd obtained from a previous mission. She stepped forward and carefully pushed the door open. The three of them entered the room. There wasn't much in the way of furnishings, just a display pedestal in the center of the room. On the pedestal sat a scrambled Rubik's Cube. "Try solving it," said Tana, who walked over cautiously and picked up the cube. As soon as she touched it, the pedestal's magical projection mechanism activated. A line of text appeared in the projection. "A Rubik's Cube, symbolizing a child's innocence, has been imbued with holy magic to dispel disease. However, it has been scrambled by the vengeful spirits in the castle. Please restore it to regain its power." Hefei's puppy-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So if we solve the Rubik's Cube, Father's poison can be cured?" Aurora nodded. "It seems that way. Let's get started, Uncle Constantine." Constantine grunted in acknowledgement and lowered his head, beginning to fiddle with the Rubik's Cube. The first few minutes were rough. His clumsy, hesitant movements as he turned the cube were awkward to watch. Hefei couldn't help but snicker quietly. The first time she played with one of her older sisters, Rubik's Cubes, she had solved it in less than 5 minutes. Watching Constantine struggle, it seemed like he wouldn't even get close to solving the puzzle within an hour. Aurora didn't rush him, though. She waited patiently with Hefei by her side. Minutes ticked by. Aurora glanced at her memory stone, noting the countdown timer. She calculated that Constantine had just over an hour before the poison would take full effect. Her gaze shifted to the Rubik's Cube in his hands. It wasn't exactly the same as when he'd started. It was worse. Aurora contemplated stepping out with Hefei to search for clues and complete other tasks while Constantine stayed to solve the cube. That way, they wouldn't waste too much time. But seeing Hefei's anxious expression, Aurora realized she wouldn't leave until her father was cured. Sighing, Aurora finally spoke up. "Uncle Constantine, time is running out. How about I help you solve it?" Constantine paused and looked down at her. "You can solve this." "Yes, I've played with these before." "All right," he said, handing her the Rubik's Cube. The moment her fingers touched it, both Aurora and Constantine's memory stones emitted a chime. Aurora's memory stone displayed a line of text. "Unfortunately, you accidentally touched a carrier of the plague. You are now poisoned. Please complete an antidote task within 1 hour." Constantine's memory stone, on the other hand, displayed. "Violation detected. The antidote task must be completed by the assigned individual and cannot be transferred to others. Note, some tasks may be completed with guidance from teammates, depending on difficulty." Why did I get infected too?" Aurora exclaimed, visibly distressed. "Sorry, I didn't know direct contact would spread it," Constantine said with feigned remorse. Aurora waved it off and steadied herself. "It's fine. Since I can't solve it for you directly, I'll guide you step by step. Let's solve this cube together, and then we'll look for another antidote task to fix my condition." "All right." "Okay, turn the top layer to the left half a turn, and then." Under Aurora's patient instructions, the Rubik's Cube gradually began to take shape. Throughout the process, Constantine's expression didn't change much. But if Aurora had observed more carefully, she might have noticed subtle differences. Normally, Constantine's calm demeanor exuded the gravitas of a stern monarch. But now, there was something almost mischievous hidden beneath his impassive exterior. As if he were suppressing the smug satisfaction of a plan perfectly executed. Because Constantine had orchestrated the entire situation to infect Aurora with the plague. From the start, everyone knew that contact with the dolls would transmit the plague, so they all avoided the plague-ridden dolls. But Constantine, with his combat skills, could have easily avoided the dolls indefinitely. Instead, he had lost control and punched one of those cursed dolls, conveniently infecting himself. For anyone else, this would have led to complaints and wasted time on antidote tasks, potentially delaying the team's progress. It might even have raised Leon's suspicions. But for Constantine, the hot-tempered and impulsive Red Flame Dragon King, losing his cool and punching a doll fit perfectly with his character. No one questioned it. He had used this as an excuse to get himself poisoned, forcing the second group to slow down and complete the antidote task instead of advancing the main storyline. Now, as he deliberately fumbled with the Rubik's Cube, Constantine managed to drag out the process further, knowing full well he could have solved it in minutes. When Aurora took over, it played right into his plan. He had gambled on whether direct contact would infect her as well, and the gamble paid off. Not only had he delayed their progress, but he had also managed to get Aurora poisoned, tying up even more resources. Finally, the Rubik's Cube was solved, and Constantine's bracelet turned green again, signaling that his poison was cured. Great job, Aurora. Now let's hurry and find another antidote task to help Aurora. Hefei cheered. All right, Aurora said, letting out a tired sigh. This is going to set us back even further, she muttered, her shoulders drooping as she covered her face with her hands. Her tail drooped as she walked out of the room. Hefei quickly ran after her, trying to comfort her. Watching the children leave, Constantine sighed dramatically. Why does it feel like I've become the villain in this game too? Not only had he targeted Aurora with his schemes, but he had also done so repeatedly. Tragic, utterly tragic. As he placed the Rubik's Cube back on the pedestal, Constantine thought to himself, I'll have to seriously prepare some apology gifts after this game ends. (666). Vol 6ch, 32. 10 hours into the game, everyone gathered in the castle's first-floor hall, as they had agreed at the beginning. Let's share the clues and information we've collected during this time, Noah said. Moon eagerly raised her hand first. Me. Big sister, dad, Muse, and I found 3 item cards. These cards can extend the poisoning time by 30 minutes. One of them gives 3 task hints, and another one, tilde. Before Moon could reveal the effect of the 3rd item card, Leon quickly covered her little mouse. With her mouth blocked, Moon could only make muffled sounds, MMPH. Don't forget, there are vengeful spirit players here. We can't let them know what our item cards do, or they'll target us. Moon blinked her big eyes and nodded. Got it, Wawa. Leon released her and continued. As for clues, we didn't find anything particularly useful, but we can infer that the source of the plague is likely hidden in the basement. I agree with Dad, Noah added. Players are only allowed to stay in the basement for an hour at most. Based on the game lore, the basement was the original site of the immortality elixir's creation. It's reasonable to deduce that the plague's origin is there too. Brilliant, Aurora chimed in. So, after you deduced that clue, Dad and Muse warned you, Mom and Helena. What happened next? What do you mean, what happened next? Oh, like when you left the basement. Could you go back immediately to keep searching for clues or not? Noah pulled out a hint card from her pocket and placed it on the table for everyone to see. After leaving the basement, there's a 2-hour cooldown before we can re-enter. We initially thought about going back immediately, but Mom reminded us there might be hidden rules. So we decided to complete other tasks first and found this 3-hint card. Aurora nodded thoughtfully. Got it. The escape room game's design seems pretty solid. There aren't any glaring bugs that would let players cheat the system. For example, the issue of refreshing and re-entering basement area C you mentioned, Leon added. If we could enter and exit freely, the 1-hour limit in the basement rule would be meaningless. Since that's the case, let's give this card to the next team heading to the basement, Leon said, placing the beneficial item card on the table. As for the clues we found, Aurora began. We didn't gather much, but one thing is certain. The vengeful spirit players don't know each other's identities. She placed a hint card on the table. Its text read, Once possessed by a vengeful spirit, one cannot perceive others of the same kind. Mistrust or cooperation, the choice is yours. This is crucial for players in the good camp, Aurora explained. There are 3 teams and 2 possible scenarios. Scenario 1, the 2 vengeful spirit players are split between different teams. In this case, they can't easily communicate or identify each other. They'd have to act independently, which increases the chance of mistakes. If they accidentally kill a teammate, it's a huge loss for their side. Scenario 2, the 2 vengeful spirit players are on the same team. This makes it easier for them to confirm each other's identities, but it limits their ability to affect other teams. The remaining 2 teams would face less threat. In conclusion, as the countdown progresses, the vengeful spirit players are just as anxious as we are. This is when they're most likely to slip up. Keep a close eye on any suspicious behavior. Everyone nodded in unison. All right, as Aurora suggested, let's focus on finding clues while also identifying the vengeful spirit players, Noah instructed. Got it, Big Sister Tilda. All right, if there's nothing else to share, then let's. Before Noah could finish, everyone's item bracelets suddenly emitted an eerie yellow glow. After a few seconds of flickering, all bracelets except for Leon's, Noah's, Hefe's, and Helena's turned yellow. Noah frowned as she examined her bracelet. According to the game rules, yellow indicates a fatigue state. We need to complete tasks to recover from it. Like the poison status, fatigue won't result in elimination if left untreated. But it does impose certain restrictions. She paused before adding, unfortunately, we don't know what those restrictions are yet. Either way, our priority now is to recover from this fatigue status, Aurora said with a sigh. This will delay us even more. It's fine, we're only 10 hours in, there's still plenty of time, Noah reassured her. But even with ample time, so many people entering a fatigue state simultaneously will slow down progress significantly. After a moment of thought, Noah suggested, let's split into 2 groups for now. The fatigued players will focus on completing their recovery tasks, while Mom, Moon, and Helena continue searching for the source of the plague. This way, we minimize wasted time. Everyone agreed with Noah's plan. All right, let's get moving. As the groups began to scatter, Moon pointed upstairs. Do you think I'm happy to be in Mom's group because I love being with her? No. What she really meant was, yay, Tilda Big Sister isn't teaming up with Helena this time. Everyone dispersed to complete their tasks. Rosvisser took Moon's hand, ruffling her hair gently before turning to Leon. It seems Moon prefers being in my group. Leon crossed his arms and snorted, not worth arguing over. Oh, by the way, here. Leon handed Rosvisser an item card. Rosvisser accepted it curiously, reading its text. Grants 3 task hints. Raising an eyebrow, she smiled. Why are you giving this to me? What do you think? Because you care about me. No, it's because without Moon around, with your silly dragon brain, you wouldn't be able to complete a single task. You're asking for it, Kazmod. Rosvisser scooped up Moon and stormed off, raising her tail as if ready to swat Leon. Leon laughed and darted out of range, sticking his tongue out playfully. Accept my benevolence, woman. Get lost, you idiot. Moon pouted. Mom and Dad are fighting again. (667). Vol 6ch, 33. Several hours later, Leon strolled leisurely through the 3rd floor of the castle, hands tucked into his pockets, looking as aimless as someone out for a casual walk. As he passed by the 3rd floor kitchen, he caught a glimpse of a figure inside out of the corner of his eye. Well, Your Majesty, what a coincidence, huh? Standing in front of a cabinet, Rosvisser didn't even bother turning around at the sound of his voice. She remained focused on her task and replied without looking back. Coincidence? It feels more like you're tailing me. Tailing? Can a tiger tail be used as a substitute? Idiot. Muttering under her breath, Rosvisser finally turned around, now holding 2 delicate little cakes in her hands. Leon leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, raising an eyebrow as he smiled and remarked, You look so focused. It's almost like you're testing someone's character. Rosvisser snorted lightly. Of course. Last time when we were playing werewolf, you insisted on hovering in the kitchen, ate one of my cakes, and you got poisoned, so how about trying again? Why wouldn't I dare? With that, Leon approached her. As he reached her, he suddenly quickened his steps, pinning her against the cabinet. Their faces were now dangerously close, their breaths mingling in the intimate space between them. I was talking about trying my cake again. What are you doing? I thought you meant for me to try kissing you again. Move away, what if someone sees us? How embarrassing. Rosvisser pushed Leon away in a token gesture. Although she managed to create some distance, Leon took a slow step forward, forcing her to press back against the cabinet once more. His gaze traveled over her face and settled on the slight curve of her lips. Lowering his head, he murmured softly, "What's visible is the corner of your mouth. What's hidden is your neck." Before she could respond, there was a soft, clear smack sound. "Gotcha," Leon announced smugly. "You didn't see that coming, did you?" Rosvisser ran her tongue lightly over the corner of her lips, where Leon had just kissed her. She then smirked and retorted, "With your silver dragon speed and reflexes, do you think I couldn't have dodged your oh-so-obvious sneak kiss? Then why didn't you? What do you think, dummy?" Rosvisser pushed him away for real this time and walked over to the dining table, placing the two freshly made cakes onto a tray. The tray already had several finished cakes on it. "What's this?" Leon asked. "While completing a task earlier, Helena and I divided up the work. I found this kitchen, saw some ingredients, and thought I'd make something to replenish our energy. But before I finished, the item to complete the task was already delivered." Leon nodded. "So those three little ones ditched you?" Rosvisser sat at the dining table, propping her chin on one hand. Her long tail curled lazily behind her as she replied, "Yup, a heartless mother, left to fend for herself here." "And yet, as their mother, you still care for them," Leon said, shaking his head with a helpless smile. At that moment, Rosvisser's gaze shifted to the bracelet on Leon's wrist. "Several hours have passed. You still haven't completed your task." "Nope." "And what have you been doing all this time? Just wandering around?" Leon paused before responding. The queen pressed further, "Don't tell me you're really some wandering ghost." At this, Leon chuckled, straightened up in his seat, and in an exaggerated tone reminiscent of an ancient spirit, replied, "Yes, O Silver Dragon Queen Tilda, you've disturbed this wandering ghost, and now I shall enter your bod, ow." Rosvisser smacked him squarely on the face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Leon lightly grasped her wrist, holding her hand in his palm without letting go. Rosvisser didn't resist. "Actually, I've been testing this so-called fatigue limit." "Oh, and what did you find out?" Leon shrugged. When completing tasks in a normal state, there's no time limit. But when in a fatigued state, once you trigger a task, you only have 15 minutes to complete it, or it's a failure. And the time to enter the basement is reduced from 1 hour to 30 minutes. That's all there is to it. Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense. It does add an extra layer of difficulty." Leon added, "I felt it was important to figure this out, even though it wasn't strictly necessary at the time. Why didn't you share this plan with the others?" "I believe there's still a ghost player in our group, so revealing my full plan could make me a target. Besides, figuring out the fatigue limit isn't something that requires a group effort. I could handle it alone." "And what about you? Any new developments?" Leon asked. "There is, actually." Rosvisser produced a memory stone and a prop card from her belongings. This is the Overseer card. When used, it can show detailed statistics about all players at the moment of activation, task efficiency, number of tasks completed, and time taken. Leon narrowed his eyes, considering the implications. Sounds like it's meant to help the good guys identify who the ghost players are. The less efficient someone is, the more likely they're a ghost. Exactly. Since ghost players' goal is to sabotage us, they wouldn't put much effort into tasks. Rosvisser twirled the Overseer card between her slender fingers before looking at Leon with a playful smile. "So, want to see who's the laziest on the field?" "Aren't you worried I'm the ghost?" Leon asked with a grin. "And if you were, so what?" Leaning closer, Rosvisser smiled slyly. "Could you really bear to betray me?" Leon gently cupped her beautiful face in his hand. "Beauty traps don't work on Sigma men like me." "But a dragon beauty trap. This general has no choice but to fall for it." Laughing, Leon gestured for her to activate the card. "Go ahead. If I'm the ghost, the first task I'll sabotage is Stan S." Rosvisser chuckled and activated the Overseer card. The memory stone immediately projected detailed statistics of all players' tasks in the form of a ranking system. "The higher the score, the more efficient the player," Rosvisser explained. "Aurora managed a whopping 92 points, Leon observed. "Tisk, Aurora must still be mad about getting eliminated during the last werewolf round. Looks like she's really pulling her weight this time." Rosvisser examined Aurora's stats. It was a puzzle task requiring the completion of 3 riddles while in a fatigued state. She completed each in under 30 minutes, and her final score even surpassed mine. Good for her. She's gunning for the championship, I see, Leon remarked before asking, "Where am I ranked?" "Wait, let me guess. 3rd place, right?" Your O found you. You're 3rd from the bottom." Leon. Wild rankings, absolutely wild rankings. 668. Vol 6CH, 34. Could the rankings be biased? Or maybe I have some hidden role that's causing the discrepancy. Do you think? Rossvisser raised her hand, cutting off Leon's spiraling overanalysis. You've assisted too much. Leon blinked in confusion. What do you mean by assisted? HMPH, look for yourself. Rossvisser pushed the memory stone toward Leon. He glanced down at the detailed task data displayed for him. At least 7 or 8 tasks were labeled as assisted completion, while the actual completer column showed either moon or muse. So basically, you spent all your time helping the girls with their tasks, but the ones you personally completed are too few, which is why your ranking is so low. Relieved, Leon exhaled a long breath. I thought I was just getting old. Well, you're almost 30 soon. For a human, that's no small number, Rossvisser quipped mercilessly. Leon shot her a look, but chose not to bicker further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the rankings. 1st place was Aurora, 2nd was Noah, 3rd was Rossvisser herself. However, the 2 names ranked below Leon were rather unexpected. 8th is Helena, 9th is Constantine. Leon scratched his head, puzzled. Tisk, the fire dragon being at the bottom I can understand, but Helena, she's been with you for an hour. How did she end up so low? Rossvisser shook her head slowly. I don't know either. Could they both be the ghost players? According to their earlier theory, the less efficient someone was, the lower their ranking would be, which increased the likelihood of them being a ghost player. It made sense for Constantine, but Helena, the soft, sweet, and innocent sea dragon princess, hardly seemed like a ghost. After all, white stockings represent justice, struck through in their thoughts back to business. Neither Leon nor Rossvisser were naive enough to be completely swayed by appearances. After all, the identity cards were drawn randomly, and anyone could be a ghost player. Even someone as outwardly pure and harmless as Helena couldn't escape suspicion. Still, we can't conclude anything just because they're at the bottom, Leon said, pushing the memory stone back to Rossvisser. The data from the Overseer card is just a reference point. Rossvisser nodded and stowed the stone away. Got it, so what's your plan now? Leon thought for a moment before responding. Constantine has the roster prop card. It automatically checks a player's identity every 2 tasks he completes. But since his efficiency is ranked 2nd to last, he can't have used it more than 3 times at most. Earlier, when we regrouped, Aurora mentioned that the 2 ghost players don't know each other's identities. This creates a contradiction between the tasks, the ghost player's strategies, and Constantine's roster card. Rossvisser listened attentively. A contradiction. Leon nodded. Yes, a ghost player can't complete too many tasks. That would only help the good players clear the game faster. But if Constantine is a ghost, he wouldn't be able to accumulate enough contribution points to activate the roster and identify others. So, if he keeps playing passively, he won't find his ghost teammate, and the roster card becomes useless. After all, there are only 2 roles in this game, good players and ghosts. Rossvisser processed the analysis, gaining a clearer understanding of the current situation. So, we just need to focus on observing Constantine. Leon nodded. That's the plan. Watching Constantine can't hurt. In the meantime, you and the kids should keep working on tasks to find the source of the plague. Rossvisser raised an eyebrow, gesturing to his bracelet. But your fatigue state hasn't been resolved yet. Is that fine? No problem. These tasks aren't difficult. I can finish most of them in under 15 minutes. As for the basement, I don't plan on going there. Worst case, I still have a prop card to delay poisoning. Leon paused briefly and added. Besides, dragging out the fatigue state might even mislead Constantine into thinking I'm up to something. Rosvisser wasn't entirely convinced. If anything, that would make him more cautious. Constantine isn't the type to underestimate you after your first encounter. Leon chuckled. Now you're cracking hell jokes too. Standing up, he ruffled Rosvisser's hair affectionately. I'm off to shadow the fire-breathing dragon. You take the kids and focus on the tasks. Stay safe. Got it, you too. Leon was just about to leave when Rosvisser called out to him. Wait a second. What's up? Turning back, he saw her leaning against the table, holding a small cake in her hand. Want a taste? No thanks. Too boring. Rosvisser took a bite of the cake, but before she could swallow, Leon swooped in with surprising speed. He wrapped an arm around her waist, leaned in, and stole the bite from her lips. The ones in your hand aren't as good, but the ones in your mouth, those deserve a proper tasting. Thanks, Your Majesty. You're insane. Leon waved playfully from the doorway, a smug grin on his face as he left the kitchen, the stolen cake still in his mouth. Now it was time to execute their plan. You're really going to follow me, Leon? Constantine stared at him, visibly exasperated. Out of nowhere, Leon had popped up and suggested they team up for tasks. While it felt like a weasel greeting a chicken with good intentions, Leon wasn't even a weasel, he was far more cunning. His sudden offer was undoubtedly part of a scheme. I'm not trying to follow you. I just can't find Moon and the others right now, Leon said, hands clasped behind his head as he strolled leisurely ahead. Constantine glanced at Leon's bracelet, noting its yellow hue. You haven't even completed the task to lift your fatigue state. Leon paused momentarily, his mind racing through possibilities before settling on the perfect excuse. Turning back, he looked at his bracelet, then at Constantine, and replied with a cryptic smile. No rush. For me, lifting the fatigue state isn't particularly important. Don't you think so, Constantine? (669). Vol 6CH, 35. The three locked eyes, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze after Leon casually said, Lifting the fatigue state isn't particularly important to me. To Constantine, Leon's statement carried two layers of meaning. The first layer implied that Leon's abilities made the fatigue state a negligible hindrance, so much so that he didn't bother prioritizing tasks to lift it. The second layer, however, hinted at Leon's stance on Constantine's earlier suggestion of withdrawing. In essence, it said, we're both phantom players, so let's team up and take down that group of dragons. The ambiguity of Leon's words was deliberate, forcing Constantine to interpret them however he wished. Leon, meanwhile, left himself room to retreat unscathed, no matter which interpretation Constantine settled on. It was this very vagueness that Leon used to probe Constantine. Leon waited quietly for the fire dragon's response, curious about how sharp Constantine's strategic mind would prove to be. After a pause, Constantine replied coolly, You don't need to put so much effort into testing me, Leon. Leon remained silent, unfazed. He had anticipated that Constantine might see through his probing, though he hadn't expected him to address it so directly. We're on the same side, so you'd better focus your efforts on finding the source of the plague. Leon raised an eyebrow and asked, Did you use the roster to check my identity? The fire dragon nodded expressionlessly. After you handed me the item card, you were the first one I verified. Leon acknowledged this with a knowing smirk. If I were a phantom, you'd have eliminated me right away, wouldn't you? The silence that followed was confirmation enough. Constantine's earlier assertion, we're on the same side, became definitive. Knowing Leon's identity and confirming it through the roster made such confidence possible. From the beginning, Leon hadn't expected his superficial test to yield much. He had handed over the roster, knowing full well that Constantine, despite his brute-like demeanor, had survived for millennia and was far from stupid. Though Leon had decapitated him once in the past, brain and all, but that was a different story. This test wasn't truly about confirming Constantine's identity. It was more about gauging how Constantine currently perceived Leon. An enemy. A friend. A comrade. Unfortunately, Leon could only confirm that Constantine had indeed used the roster on him. Constantine elaborated further. The humble fire dragon's answers are watertight, leaving Leon with nothing to pick apart. Even so, Leon gleaned a critical piece of information. Constantine had used one of his roster checks. Earlier, when Rossvisser noticed Constantine's total task count, Leon had observed that Constantine had completed 5 tasks. The roster's condition was that it activated once for every 2 tasks completed. This meant Constantine had only one more opportunity to verify someone's identity. If he wanted to continue probing others, he would need to complete additional tasks. Assuming Constantine was a phantom player, his current situation would align perfectly with Leon's earlier analysis. His playstyle, his identity, and the roster would remain in conflict, leaving him with irreconcilable dilemmas. Now that Leon was certain Constantine had already used one verification, this stalemate would escalate even faster. In the meantime, all Leon needed to do was continue observing Constantine's actions. "Since we're on the same side, let's work together," Leon suggested with a casual tone. "If we combine our strengths, we should be able to find the plague source quickly." If Constantine wasn't a phantom player, agreeing to Leon's suggestion wouldn't matter much. But if he was, then whether he agreed or refused, his decision would significantly impact his strategy moving forward. After a brief pause, Constantine nodded and said, "All right." That single word revealed more than he likely intended. In Leon's mind, he was already considering Constantine as a potential phantom player. Even so, he hadn't expected such an easy and straightforward agreement. "Okay, let's move out," Constantine said politely, even adding a courteous gesture for Leon to lead the way. After finalizing their plan, the 3 headed toward the castle's underground area. Having taken a break earlier, Leon subconsciously quickened his pace this time. What surprised him was how efficient Constantine was throughout the mission. Constantine's speed and focus were uncharacteristic of someone ranked in the bottom 5 on the supervisor task leaderboard. Watching the fire dragon charge ahead and complete tasks like a machine, Leon couldn't help but second-guess himself. Could he have been wrong? Perhaps Constantine wasn't a phantom after all, and his low ranking was simply because other players like Aurora and Noah had outperformed him. Leon thought back to Constantine's roster item. If Constantine wasn't a phantom, he might simply be completing tasks to use the roster and verify identities. But if Constantine was a phantom, everything he was doing now could be a strategic setup, playing the long game to deceive and eventually corner the good faction. This mechanism involves 3 layers of digging, and they even use tensors for testing, Leon muttered, distracted by his thoughts as Constantine completed yet another task. Constantine casually handed a task hint card to Leon. Leon glanced at the card before taking it. The information read, "Task hint. The castle's main gate is heavily rusted and takes a long time to open due to the corrosion. Once the plague source is destroyed, the 12-hour countdown will immediately stop. However, during evacuation, players must wait 15 minutes at the castle's exit for the gate to open. Note, although the countdown stops, any player suffering from poisoning or illness when the countdown ends will still experience the effects of their condition." The detailed description on this hint card made it far more intricate than previous tasks. Leon began analyzing the information carefully. In other words, once the countdown stops, we'll have to wait 15 minutes to evacuate. For the good faction, this is advantageous, Leon remarked. But during that 15-minute wait, the effects of negative states won't disappear. In other words, if I enter a critical black state, even if I destroy the plague source, I still wouldn't survive to win the game. Constantine followed Leon's reasoning and added, "Once the bracelet turns black, the player has 10 minutes before they inevitably die. There's no task to reverse that state. And since the gate takes 15 minutes to open, that 5-minute gap is enough to decide the outcome of the entire game." As Constantine spoke, he glanced at Leon's wrist, noting that his bracelet was still in the yellow state. "You really don't plan on doing a recovery task, What if it suddenly turns black while we're running around? Constantine asked pointedly. In the face of such hidden and unforgiving rules, even Leon had to let out a deep breath, muttering under his breath. You're right, I'd better go find a recovery task. (670). Vol 6CH, 36. The initially assigned teams seem to have disbanded for various reasons. In the dim corridor of the ancient castle, Hefei walked nervously behind Aurora, tightly gripping the tip of the little pink-haired dragon's tail while cautiously scanning her surroundings. Big Sister Aurora, let's hurry up and find the others, Hefei pleaded anxiously. It seemed to be Hefei's first time playing this kind of game, and she was completely immersed in the role. Aurora let her tail guide Hefei, providing her with a sense of security while speaking in a soothing tone to calm her. Technically, this job should fall to Muse since they're the ones who are close classmates and good friends. But considering that my theme color is pink and it's warm-toned, I feel like it's my duty to take care of this little fire-breathing dragon girl, Aurora said with a hint of amusement. There's no need to rush to find the others, she continued. The game has already been running for 18 hours, Hefei. Haven't you noticed? The tasks here aren't particularly hard. The two of us are more than enough. Aside from the low difficulty of the tasks, there was another reason Aurora wasn't eager to regroup with others. The last time she joined a human mission and got eliminated by an experienced player, she learned a valuable lesson. The fewer people around you, the longer you're likely to survive. After all, the game mechanics allowed for teammates to suddenly stab you in the back. Aurora much preferred completing tasks alone. Having Hefei along wasn't too bad, though. But I'm a little worried about Muse and Father. Could they have already been caught by ghosts? Hefei asked nervously. Don't worry about Uncle Constantine. He wouldn't go down that easily, Aurora replied confidently. For some reason, as Aurora thought about Uncle Constantine's group, her confidence in the seasoned player felt almost as strong as her belief in her own father. Maybe it's because my birthday coincided with Uncle Constantine's revival match debut, Aurora mused to herself. Well, no matter how many times he's fallen into darkness, Aurora believed Uncle Constantine could always climb out of the pit during a revival match. As for Muse, noticing Aurora's hesitation, Hefei quickly asked, do you think Muse is in danger? This isn't dangerous at all, is it? After all, it's just a game. Besides, she has third sister with her. Big Sister Moon, that makes me even more worried, Hefei exclaimed. If Big Sister Noah were with Muse, Hefei might feel reassured. But Big Sister Moon was that reliable. Aurora stopped walking, turned around, placed one hand on Hefei's shoulder, and raised a finger with the other. With a serious expression, she said, You can doubt Third Sister's abilities, but you must never doubt her luck. Trust me, even a silly dragon has its blessings. Is that so? Well, let's hope Big Sister Moon and the others really do have good luck, Hefei said, still uneasy. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Why are there zombie mannequins here? Second sister, the flute doesn't work. Do you have any ideas? Muse shouted. Of course, keep running, Moon yelled back. Got it, second sister, Muse answered without hesitation. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, Moon repeated as the two little dragon girls ran around in chaos, chased by mannequins. Second sister, did Big Sister Moon and Big Sister Helena say they'd finish the task and come back quickly? Why aren't they done yet? Muse complained, diving into a wardrobe. Meanwhile, Muse leapt onto a chandelier, curling her little tail tightly around it and hugging the fixture as if her life depended on it, terrified that the mannequin on the floor might jump up to grab her. Second sister, your hiding spot won't block the zombies at all, Muse called out, still worried. What else can I do? Muse yelled back. Muse, remember that Moon loves you. Tell Big Sister and Aurora that Moon loves them too. Goodbye. Second sister. Muse. Second sister. Muse say. Thud, thud. The mannequin circled twice in front of the wardrobe where Moon was hiding. She was so close that it could have easily reached in and grabbed her. Through the crack in the wardrobe door, her frightened little face was clearly visible. However, the mannequin unexpectedly turned around, paused for a few seconds, and then left as if nothing had happened. Moon, who had narrowly escaped death, slid out of the wardrobe, utterly drained. "I almost got caught, I was so scared," she muttered, her voice trembling. But before Moon could fully process her relief, the mannequin suddenly turned back and lunged toward her with surprising speed. "I get it now, second sister. This is what they call luring the tiger out of the mountain," Muse shouted from her perch on the chandelier, still displaying her limited but earnest knowledge of idioms. "And when you struggle in despair, it's called clinging to life by a thread." "Seriously?" Moon shot back, her voice tinged with panic. The mannequin, emitting a noxious aura of plague, threw itself at Moon. She shut her eyes tightly, already preparing herself for the next task to detoxify. Yet the expected infection never came. Cautiously, Moon opened her eyes and found the mannequin frozen in place, less than half a meter away. It didn't move an inch. A moment later, two small heads peeked out from either side of the mannequin's back. "Moon, are you okay?" a soft voice asked. "Big sister," Moon cried out. She scrambled to her feet and threw herself into Noah's arms. "Sob, big sister, I thought you didn't want me anymore," Moon whimpered, taking full advantage of the opportunity to act spoiled. Noah smiled indulgently, rubbing the little tuft of hair on top of Moon's head. "Sorry, we planned to finish the task and come back right away, but we found another one along the way and decided to do it too." "Next time take me with you," Moon demanded. "All right," Noah agreed with a gentle smile. "Big sister, is the mannequin completely frozen now?" came a voice from above. Looking up, Noah finally noticed her second sister, still clinging to the chandelier. "It's not moving anymore, Muse. You can come down," Noah reassured her. After a brief pause, she added in surprise, "You managed to jump that high." Muse nodded earnestly. "I didn't think I could jump that high either." Despite the conversation, Muse made no move to come down. Helen tilted her head curiously and said, "The mannequin has already been stopped by the tool we just obtained. You're really fine, Muse. You can come down now." Big sister Helen, when I said I didn't think I could jump this high, what I meant was—" "I'm not coming down," Muse wailed. With the combined efforts of the little dragon girls, Muse was finally brought down from the chandelier, safe and sound. "All right, now let's take a look at the tool cards and clue cards we just got from completing the task," Noah said, gathering everyone in a circle. The girls sat on the floor as Noah spread out the cards in front of them. Tool card, broken clockwork. It can pause all mannequin activity within the castle. It can be used 3 times, but we've already used it once. Tool card, worn cross. During the initial outbreak of the plague, strange occurrences plagued the castle. The 3 castle guards hired 4 exorcists to investigate. Unfortunately, the exorcists were also eventually infected by the plague. This cross was left behind. It can detect whether there are ghost players within a 10-meter radius, but it can only be used once. And finally, clue card, the ghosts awaken. It says, after 36 hours of gameplay, every 3 hours, ghost players can complete a specific task to gain the ability to choose any one player from the good faction and eliminate them. Noah glanced down at the countdown timer displayed on the stone next to her. It showed 6 hours remaining. In other words, after 36 hours, this game is going to become even more dangerous, she said grimly. "671. Vol 6CH, 37. We need to complete more tasks before then and gather as many tool cards as possible," Noah said decisively. "I don't know what kind of cards Father and the others have, but here, we don't have anything reliable for self-defense." With that, Noah stood up, her determination renewed, and prepared to tackle a few more tasks. However, Moon and Muse were visibly exhausted. They sat on the floor with their little tails stretched out behind them, looking drained and unmotivated. "Are you tired, Moon Muse?" Noah asked. The 2 little dragon girls nodded silently. Helen sighed and remarked, "The game has been running for over 10 hours now, and this time is included in the 72-hour limit. Otherwise, the game's overall progress would drag on forever. Besides, everyone's physical endurance differs, so it's hard to keep everyone on the same pace." After thinking for a moment, Noah pushed the tool cards toward Helen and the others, then said, "You can rest here in this room for now. There's a bed, blankets, and a lock on the door for safety. I'll go out and see if I can gather more cards." Noah surveyed the room. It had a cozy, everyday atmosphere and was clearly one of the designated resting areas in the castle where players could recover. Of course, these rooms weren't entirely safe, and players still needed to remain alert for any noises outside while resting. To ensure their safety, Noah decided to leave some of the tool cards with them. "But big sister, will you be okay going out alone?" Moon asked worriedly. Noah smiled and pinched her little sister's cheek. "I'll be fine. The tasks here aren't hard, and if I run into mannequins, I'll just run away. Don't worry." "Just be careful, okay?" Moon insisted. "All right." Noah patted Moon's head and then turned to Helen. "You should rest here too and keep an eye on Moon and Muse for me." "Got it, I will," Helen replied with a nod. "I'm leaving the tool cards with you. Use them wisely." "Understood." Once everything was arranged, Noah left the room. Moon watched her sister's retreating figure until she disappeared from view at the doorway, then reluctantly turned her gaze away. She yawned tiredly, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. "Let's rest quickly. Once we're recovered, we can go help Big Sister with the tasks," Moon said softly. Muse nodded, "Okay, Tilda." Helen replied with a quiet hum of agreement. Once Moon and Muse climbed into bed to rest, Helen gathered the tool cards Noah had left behind. However, when she picked up the worn cross, she paused. Holding the card, she read its description aloud to herself. "Detects ghost players within a 10-meter radius." In that case, after Noah had found the first ghost's awaken clue card, similar cards began appearing throughout the castle. Treasure chests containing clue cards, crystals in rooms, and even cards that appear after a 15-minute wait are all coming to light. The game wasn't designed to make these critical hidden rules too difficult to uncover. Rosvisser, after completing a task of her own, also obtained a Ghost's Awaken clue card. "There's less than 24 hours left before ghost players can start targeting others," Rosvisser murmured. The Queen's thoughts churned as she tucked the card away and quickly left the room. Much like Noah, Rosvisser knew that once the 24-hour mark passed, ghost players would gain the ability to target specific players for elimination. Before that happened, her priority was either to identify the ghost players or gather enough tool cards to protect herself. With the teams too scattered and herself acting alone, Rosvisser moved cautiously. "That dog of a man, Leon, said he'd keep an eye on Constantine. Now who knows where he's run off to," she muttered. The crisp click of her high heels echoed through the empty corridor as she searched for her next task location, grumbling under her breath. They better not be off somewhere fishing instead of working. Daughters neglected, wife abandoned. What happened to all those sweet words you said in real life? Now we're in the game and you just leave me behind. "Who's there?" Her muttering stopped abruptly as a sudden sound of footsteps behind her caught her attention. Rosvisser spun around, but there was no one in sight. At the far end of the corridor, dim light revealed only a long stretch of shadowy hallway with a gloomy painting at the end. There were no doors or exits on either side. The footsteps seemed to have come from the stairwell behind her. Frowning, Rosvisser took a cautious step toward the sound. Stopping in front of the painting, she studied it more closely. It's not very detailed, just a rough imitation. Looks like a prop the game designers added for atmosphere. She glanced around, inspecting the walls and floor. All were solid and thick, leaving no room for hidden exits. In other words, this is a dead end. Did I miss here?" she murmured, rubbing her temples lightly. "I've been awake for 18 hours straight. Maybe I'm just imagining things." Still muttering, she turned and left the corridor. Once the sound of her high heels faded into the distance, the painting suddenly shifted. The entire frame tilted slowly to one side, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. From the narrow secret passage, a small, nimble figure emerged, landing lightly on the floor. After confirming the area was clear, she let out a soft sigh of relief. "That was close. Good thing I had this tool card." Leaning against the wall, she pulled out a card from her pocket. "Stealth Walker. When used, This card reveals a map of all hidden passageways in the castle for 10 minutes. The passageways can be used to achieve unexpected outcomes. Note, some passageways are extremely narrow. Use caution when traversing. Exhaling deeply, she tucked the Stealth Walker card away and continued her journey through the castle. Despite passing several task locations and rooms, she entered none of them. Her goal didn't seem to be related to completing the main decryption tasks. After searching the castle for a few more minutes, fatigue was beginning to show in her movements. Yet, she pressed on with determination. Finally, outside a certain room, she heard two familiar voices from within. "How many tasks have we completed now?" "Quite a few, but most of the clues point to the basement. We've also collected enough anti-plague tool cards to investigate it." "I didn't expect you to be so motivated, Constantine." "Is there a problem? You saw the clue too. In 20 hours, the ghosts will start targeting people. We need to complete as many tasks as possible before that." It was Leon and Constantine. Outside the door, the figure couldn't help but smile. "Finally found you too." Knocking on the door, she retrieved a worn cross tool card from her pocket. Activating the card's effect, her recording stone displayed a chilling message. Within a 10-meter radius, a ghost player is present. "672. Vol 6CH, 38. Was there someone outside the door just now?" As the words fell, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the room. The girl outside immediately turned and ran, diving into a hidden passageway of the ancient castle. The door to the room creaked open, and Leon stepped out, glancing left and right, finding no one. "Did I mishear?" he muttered. "You need to rest, Leon," Constantine said, stepping forward. "We've been completing tasks for several hours straight. While the goal is to gather as many tool cards as possible near the ancient altar, if you're not in good mental shape, it'll be hard to handle the rest of the game." Leon blinked, surprised by Constantine's unusually considerate tone. When did this fire-breathing dragon become so understanding? Still, Leon couldn't deny that he was feeling drained. Since the start of the player versus player phase, the tasks around the ancient altar had grown increasingly difficult. The plague source was drawing closer, and the closer they got, the harder the tasks became, nothing like the simplicity of the game's early stages. Hours of work had passed, and despite not making much progress, they had expended a great deal of energy. Constantine was right, it was time for a break. "All right, I'll find a place to rest for a bit," Leon conceded. "Good, I'll grab some food," Constantine replied. The two waved at each other as they parted at the room's door. However, Leon didn't immediately find a place to rest. Instead, he wandered back to the castle corridors. After pacing for a while, he eventually found a secluded corner in one of the hallways, a tranquil spot that radiated a peculiar sense of calm. It was there that Leon noticed her. She was sleeping soundly in the quiet corner. Her closed eyes framed a face of exquisite beauty, though it was clearly marked by exhaustion. Her long tail lay naturally beside her. Leon quietly removed his jacket and gently draped it over her velvet-soft form. He then sat down beside her. Rosvisser's tail twitched slightly, still exposed, suggesting that her sleep wasn't deep. The familiar scent of the jacket gave her a sense of peace. Even in her drowsy state, she instinctively knew the person beside her was someone she could trust and rely on. Rosvisser murmured softly in her sleep, her body unconsciously leaning closer to Leon's shoulder. Leon smiled silently, lifting his arm to support her. He rested his cheek lightly against her head, inhaling the soothing fragrance of her hair. The weight of exhaustion melted away as the couple dozed off together. A few hours later, Rosvisser slowly opened her eyes. She glanced down at the jacket covering her and, without lifting her gaze, asked softly, "Did you part ways with Constantine?" "Yeah," Leon replied. "And is he a ghost?" "It's hard to say." Rosvisser sat up, sniffled lightly, and pulled the jacket tighter around herself. Curling her tail beneath her, she scooted closer to Leon, pressing him for details. "What do you mean by, it's hard to say?" "When I found him, he claimed we were on the same team," Leon explained. He quickly confirmed it and even offered to help me with tasks. Leon continued, not only that, but he worked hard, efficiently and diligently on tasks. He didn't slack off or try to waste time like you'd expect a ghost to do. Leon spoke slowly, his tone reflecting his grogginess from having just woken up. He analyzed the situation as he explained it to Rosvisser. After a moment of thought, Rosvisser asked, "How did he confirm that you two were on the same team?" "Oh, he had a tool card that could verify other players' identities. It activates after completing a certain number of tasks. I think he used it to check me," Leon replied. Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully. "I see. But that's just what he says. Anyone could claim that," Leon added. "I have no way to verify if he's telling the truth." "Fair point. Did you two check anyone else's identity?" "You, Noah, Aurora, and Helena," Leon said. "So far, none of your ghosts." He paused before adding, "He said he started with those who posed the biggest potential threat to the good faction. That's why he checked you all first." Rosvisser's silver eyes glimmered as she clenched her fist slightly. "But there's still someone who poses an even greater threat, isn't there?" "I know," Leon said with narrowed eyes, staring at the blank wall in front of him. "Constantine verified himself." "Verified himself," Rosvisser echoed. "Yes," Leon confirmed. "And the results of the verification, whether someone is a ghost, only show up on their name tag for a few seconds before disappearing. I have no way of knowing if he's telling the truth." "That's why you can't fully trust him," Rosvisser concluded. "Exactly. So, until proven otherwise, we should proceed as if he's a ghost," Leon said. Rosvisser rested her chin in her hand, smiling slyly at Leon. "That's your strategy going forward, isn't it? You always figure me out. No wonder I married you." "Marrying you and understanding you are two completely separate things, Leon," she teased. The two exchanged light-hearted remarks before diving back into serious analysis. Still, if Constantine really was a ghost, why would he work so efficiently on tasks? Leon couldn't wrap his head around it. "It is contradictory," Rosvisser admitted. "According to logic, a ghost should be sabotaging tasks, stalling until the 36-hour mark before acting. This is the strongest argument against Constantine being a ghost," Leon noted. Leon found himself at an impasse. No matter which side he leaned toward, there was always a compelling argument pulling him in the opposite direction. He couldn't reconcile the contradictions surrounding Constantine. Could Constantine truly not be a ghost? Was Leon overthinking things? Or was there a deeper truth hidden within this paradox, one that could decide the game's outcome? Ghosts. Ghosts don't verify their own identities. Working with me would increase efficiency. The plague source. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Leon's mind. He sat upright abruptly, as if grasping an important revelation. "What is it? Did you think of something?" Rosvisser asked, intrigued. "The ultimate goal of the good faction's decryption task is to find and destroy the plague source. That's how we win the game, right?" Rosvisser nodded, "Yes. But what ifs?" Leon swallowed nervously, turning to Rosvisser with a hesitant expression. "What if the ones who find the plague source first aren't us but the ghosts?" "673. Vol 6ch, 39. Uncle Constantine." A soft, sweet voice echoed from behind Constantine in the dimly lit corridor. He stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. Standing before him was the daughter of the royal family. Constantine didn't respond immediately, instead quietly studying her. Helena stood with her hands clutching the strap of her crossbody bag. Even in front of an unfamiliar ally, she showed no signs of fear. The two of them, one tall and one small, exchanged glances for a brief moment. Helena blinked and smiled, asking, "Everyone else is basically resting right now, Uncle Constantine. Why are you still out here doing tasks alone? You're wandering around too." "I couldn't sleep." "I've already checked your identity, little girl." Constantine's tone carried a hint of coldness and straightforward probing as he spoke directly. "You claim to be my teammate, another vengeful spirit player." Hearing Constantine expose her identity so plainly, Helena was momentarily startled. But her surprise wasn't because he knew she was a vengeful spirit. It was because she hadn't expected him to be so direct. Still, Helena couldn't let her guard down completely. What if Constantine was testing her? "This is my identity card." As if sensing Helena's hesitation, Constantine revealed his identity card without delay. Displayed on it was the code name of a vengeful spirit player. Helena was momentarily at a loss for words. "I don't want to waste too much time proving my identity, little girl." Since they were unaware of each other's identities and Constantine had the roster item, he knew he had to take the initiative to confirm his teammate as quickly as possible. Moreover, Constantine's personality was straightforward. As he himself had said, he didn't waste time on trivial matters. His time was precious, because he needed to act before Leon completed his plans. "So, you confirmed my identity before daring to approach me?" Constantine asked. Helena nodded and explained. "The briefing said I wasn't sure whether you or Uncle Leon was the other vengeful spirit. I initially wanted to test the waters, but Uncle Constantine, you saved me a lot of time and reduced my risk of being discovered." If Constantine hadn't exposed the truth so directly, and Helena had gone to Leon first, she might have wasted time and even risked Leon figuring something out, Helena thought. As for why Helena chose to approach Constantine first, she simply thought the fire-breathing dragon, Uncle, wasn't as smart as Uncle Leon. But now it seemed that when it came to critical matters, Constantine was both cautious and efficient. He solved issues with the quickest methods possible. At this point, the two vengeful spirit players confirmed each other's identities using their respective items. And now, there were less than 10 hours left until the Vengeful Spirits Awakened event began. "I want to ask you a question, Uncle Constantine." "What?" "Since you already knew my identity, why didn't you contact me earlier? That way, we could have worked together in secret and avoided being discovered by the others." Constantine's response to Helena's question was straightforward. "I don't like teaming up with others." "But you've been teaming up with Uncle Leon to complete tasks." Constantine's eye twitched slightly. "That's only for my final plan." Helena tilted her head, blinking innocently. "And what plan is that?" Constantine didn't intend to hide his intentions from Helena. After all, there were only two vengeful spirit players in the entire game, putting them at a numerical disadvantage. While Constantine didn't like teaming up, if a teammate came to him proactively, he wasn't exactly going to reject them. What's more, when faced with a vengeful spirit who happened to be a child, Constantine remembered a certain saying from that idiot Leon. "When playing games, winning or losing doesn't matter, but you must make the kids happy." So Constantine laid out his thoughts plainly. Leon and his team, the Good Faction, win by completing decryption tasks and using the clues and hints from task rewards to find the hidden source of the plague in the castle. By doing this, they can escape the pursuit behind them. But for us vengeful spirits, our goal is to stop them. Normally, the strategy would be to interfere with their tasks and delay them as much as possible. Since we're outnumbered, we should also focus on finding items with high offensive effects to eliminate their key players. Helena nodded. "That makes sense. But we could change the strategy. If we solve the castle's mystery first and find the source of the plague before Leon does, no matter what happens, they won't gain an advantage over us." Hearing this, Helena suddenly understood. "So that's it. Uncle Constantine, you're actually pretty smart. But there's one risk with this strategy, isn't there? Once we find the source of the plague, how do we hide it properly?" Helena blinked, then suggested confidently. "Don't worry about that, Uncle Constantine. I have a stealth item card that lets us hide in the castle's secret passages." Constantine raised an eyebrow. "There are secret passages in this castle." "Memo." Helena smiled smugly. "So I can be helpful too, right?" Constantine paused for a moment. Did this little girl take my earlier words as me doubting her usefulness? After a moment's hesitation, Constantine decided to clarify. "I never thought you were useless. Not wanting to team up is just a personal preference." Helena nodded, seemingly understanding, before adding. But the stealth card only works until the last half hour of the game. After that, all the castle's secret passages will close, and we'll still need to deal with Uncle Leon and the others. Them. Constantine chuckled darkly. Once Vengeful Spirits Awaken begins, I guarantee that by the last half hour, Leon will be the only one left standing. Helena blinked, slightly skeptical. Though it was just a game, the aura of villainy surrounding the fire-breathing dragon uncle felt disturbingly real. When I get home, I'll have to ask Mom about the history between him and Uncle Leon, Helena thought. What's going on, Dad? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? In the grand, castle-like hall, Leon had gathered his daughters and Constantine's daughter together. Where's Helena? Noah looked around, but couldn't see her friend. Moon, weren't you with her? Moon rubbed her sleepy eyes and shook her head. I don't know, sister. When Dad woke me and Muse up, Helena wasn't with us. Noah frowned. Could it be Helena was taken by the vengeful spirit? My father is missing too, Hefe added, looking worried. She turned to Leon. Uncle Leon, my father. Leon exhaled and organized the known information, condensing it into a single sentence. Hefe, your father, is the vengeful spirit player. What? That's impossible. Leon raised a hand to calm her and then turned to Noah, who seemed equally anxious. Under her father's gaze, Noah, clever as always, had already begun to piece things together. At first, she found it hard to believe, but after a moment, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Lowering her eyes, she spoke softly. Helena is the other vengeful spirit. (674). Vol 6ch, 40. So, it's the two of them who are the vengeful spirits. Aurora furrowed her brows in thought. And the fact that they disappeared together at this time likely means they've already confirmed each other's identities and started working together. There are less than 10 hours until vengeful spirits awaken. Noah glanced at the countdown displayed on the memory stone and added. To be precise, 8 hours and 40 minutes. Dad, what's the plan from here? With the limited information and clues she currently had, Noah couldn't make the right decision. So, for now, she decided to hand the reins of command back to her father. Leon was more than willing to shoulder some of the burden for his daughter. After a moment of thought, he said, Constantine and I did a lot of tasks together earlier. Based on the hints from those tasks, the plague source should be in the castle's basement. But my father is a vengeful spirit, isn't he? Why would he have been doing tasks with you, Uncle Leon? Hefe asked. Leon rubbed his temples with a sigh, regretting his earlier oversight. It's because he was trying to locate the plague source before us. I never considered that strategy, not at first. By the time I realized it, it was already a bit too late. Hefe blinked. She wasn't sure whether to feel proud or uneasy. On one hand, her dad outsmarting Uncle Leon was something to be proud of. On the other hand, she was now teamed up with Uncle Leon. Next time, Dad, take me along when you do something like that, Hefe thought to herself. And to top it off, Leon continued, the resources I collected during the tasks are now in Helena's hands. Well, once the plague infects any humanoid or NPC, it'll waste quite a bit of time to deal with, Leon said grimly. Rosvisser, hearing the hint of guilt and self-blame in Noah's tone, comforted her. It's all right, Noah. There's still plenty of time. We'll turn this around. Yes, Mom, I believe in us. Leon gently patted Noah's head before continuing. We're already at a disadvantage, and it'll only get worse in 8 hours if we don't act. So, our next move is crucial. We must find and eliminate those two vengeful spirit players as soon as possible. That's our priority. Of course, we can't forget the plague source either. That's the key to our victory. If Constantine and Helena find it first, we'll lose this game. Leon paused before outlining the plan. We're splitting up. Noah, take your sisters and continue completing tasks. Your mom and I will go after Constantine and Helena. Understood. We'll head out now, Noah responded. Be careful, Leon added as Noah led the Dragon Daughter Special Ops team out of the room. After the children left, Leon let out a long sigh. Rosvisser crossed her arms and glanced sideways at him with a teasing smile. Feeling a bit stung by past failures, not such a great feeling, huh? And why do you look so amused? Are you the third vengeful spirit? Leon quipped. Rosvicer's tail lightly smacked his backside as she rolled her eyes. Once bitten, twice shy. You're starting to suspect everyone, even your own wife. Leon chuckled, making an elegant gesture as though inviting her. Well then, dear wife, let's go ghost hunting together. Rosvicer smirked, walking past him with her arms folded. Ghost hunting isn't a date, you know. Why are you acting so gentlemanly? Do you want it to be a date? Absolutely not. Where should we go for our next date? I said I don't want to go on a date with you. How about the snowy mountains? I haven't seen snow in a while. Sure. You just said you didn't want to date me a second ago. I thought you couldn't hear me. As they made their way toward the basement, they bantered and teased each other like always. Their voices gradually faded into the shadows of the castle. How's the game going? Has our little adventurer team figured out who the vengeful spirits are? They've figured it out, but those two vengeful spirits are clever. They're using a strategy no other players have ever tried before. Oh, and what's that? The Red Flame Dragon King and that little sea dragon girl are proactively hunting for the plague source. They're progressing much faster than the good faction. In the game control room, several staff members stood in a room filled with memory stones, observing Leon and the others through the captured footage. Given the unpredictable nature of this long-form live-action interactive game, the staff needed to monitor the progress at all times to ensure a smooth experience and step in if necessary. I've never seen anyone play like this before. One of the staff, arms crossed, looked up at the memory stone displaying the two vengeful spirit players. And they're doing well too, leading the good faction. Yeah, but their lead comes at the cost of their stamina and energy. With about 4 hours left until vengeful spirits awaken, they should probably find a place to rest and recuperate. By the 36-hour mark, they can come out and go all out. This way, they can apply pressure to the good faction in the final stage despite being outnumbered. It's a clever way to make up for their disadvantage. Exactly. And with that sea dragon girl and her stealth card, they can easily hide in one of the castle's secret passages to rest. Silver Dragon Leon's good faction doesn't stand much of a chance now, huh? What's the bet this time? Same as always. Of course, I'm betting on the vengeful spirits to win. Same here, there's no way they'll lose with this advantage. Me too, vengeful spirits all the way. Time ticked by as Noah and her team worked tirelessly on tasks. Because of the restrictions in the basement, they had to be fully prepared before entering. Otherwise, they'd have to wait for a 2-hour cooldown to try again, wasting precious time. Fortunately, with sufficient resources in hand, Noah could make more confident decisions and plans. The Dragon Daughter Special Ops team was inching closer to the plague source. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosvicer still hadn't located the vengeful spirits. As they waited for the 2-hour cooldown for the basement, Rosvicer asked, "Do you think they're hiding somewhere?" Leon shook his head. Unlikely. If you look closely, every room in this castle is carefully designed. There aren't any real hiding spots. This is frustrating. We've never been this passive before. Leon sighed as well. I underestimated Constantine. I thought he was just a brute who only knew how to fight, but it turns out he's pretty cunning. Ding ding. A sudden chime echoed through the castle, interrupting their conversation. They tensed, looking around cautiously. Attention all players, attention all players. The game has reached its halfway point. The game has reached its halfway point. Midnight has fallen. Wherever you are, be extremely careful. The vengeful spirits gather, the ghosts awaken. (675) Vol 6ch, 41. With the activation of vengeful spirits awaken, the entire atmosphere within the castle shifted drastically. What were once brightly lit halls, rooms, and balconies were now shrouded in flickering, dim light. The dark, narrow corners occasionally emitted eerie creaks and groans. The immersion level skyrocketed, as if the players had been transported to a real haunted house. On the Dragon Daughter Special Ops team side, Helena was frantically struggling to stay composed, leaving Noah and Aurora as the only pillars of stability. They had already started working well together before vengeful spirits awaken, but Helena's frequent lapses into panic only added to the tension. Her occasional bursts of eerie energy didn't help matters either. In the end, Helena could only cling tightly to the task-focused Noah and the ever-cheerful Aurora, assisting them in small ways when possible. Unfortunately, this wasn't entirely a good thing for the team. After all, the rule for the Vengeful Spirits Awaken phase was clear. The spirits had an unconditional ability to eliminate one good faction player. Thus, splitting up wouldn't help much either. Staying together at least provided some degree of mutual protection. "Big sis, this room hasn't been opened yet. Should we check it out?" Aurora asked. "All right." The Dragon Daughters pushed the door open, revealing a puzzle task inside. Aurora inspected the puzzle. It wasn't a physically demanding one, just a mechanical lock to solve. Without hesitation, Aurora picked up the lock and began fiddling with it. While she worked on the puzzle, Noah kept their younger sisters on high alert, watching for any sudden intrusions by infected NPCs or other threats. A few minutes later, Aurora successfully unlocked the mechanism. The castle echoed with the low voice of an NPC. "Attention, players. The ghosts have completed a task and earned an opportunity to eliminate." The announcement, cold and unrelenting, cut through the budding confidence of the good faction players like a blade. Noah's brows furrowed as she muttered, "Once the vengeful spirits complete a task, they can eliminate any good faction player they choose. I wonder who they'll target first." As soon as she finished speaking, the bracelets on the girls' wrists began flashing wildly. The light rapidly cycled between green, yellow, purple, and black. Simultaneously, the room's lighting became unstable, adding to the tension. It was like a deadly game of roulette, a revolver with one bullet being spun and passed around. No one knew which pull of the trigger would fire the shot, and no one knew whose bracelet would stop flashing and settle on black. Moon, Muse, and Hefei clung tightly to Noah, their eyes fixed on the flashing bracelets, praying they wouldn't stop on black. Buzz! The ominous sound abruptly ceased, and the room's light stabilized. The girls' bracelets also stopped flashing. "We're okay, thank goodness." Did they not use their elimination ability? "No, they did, it's just," Noah said quietly, looking at her sisters. "The person they eliminated isn't among us. Not even a flicker from your bracelet." The girl lowered her gaze to the bracelet on her wrist, momentarily stunned. Then, with a resigned smile, she chuckled softly. "It seems like from here on out, you'll have to go find Constantine and the others on your own." Leon sighed heavily, rubbing his temple in frustration. "I thought that fire-breathing dragon would eliminate me first, but now it looks like he wants to toy with me a bit longer." "What can you do? The initiative is in their hands now," Rosvisser said, stepping forward to stand beside Leon. She reached out and gave his shoulder a light pat. "Just stay calm, all right." "All right, leave it to me." Rosvisser nodded, leaving the scene as Leon turned his gaze toward the dark, foreboding basement. "Constantine," he murmured to himself, "I'll get you out of this no matter what." In the first underground level of the castle, Constantine and Helena were hiding within a narrow passage. It was more like a large concrete pipe. The space was just right for a child like Helena to fit comfortably, but Constantine had to crouch awkwardly, his legs bent and his back hunched. The two sat leaning against opposite walls. Helena rummaged through her bag, pulling out a piece of jerky and holding it out to Constantine. "Here, have some food, Uncle Constantine." "I'm not hungry." "Okay." Without insisting or putting the jerky back, Helena simply wrapped it in a clean tissue and placed it near Constantine. Then, she took out another piece for herself and began eating. Even in the dim and confined passage, Helena's eating was graceful and composed. Constantine silently watched her, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowing his words. After a few minutes of quiet, Constantine let out a long breath, as though he had made a decision. He finally spoke. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course, Uncle Constantine. What's on your mind?" You're close friends with Leon's eldest daughter, right? Helena put down the piece of jerky she was eating and nodded confidently. Yes, we're the best of friends. But now you're on opposite sides. Even if it's just a game, you're systematically taking her teammates away from her, one by one. Doesn't that affect your relationship? Helena blinked, looking momentarily confused. It seemed she hadn't expected such a question. She toyed with a strand of hair on her shoulder, pondering for a moment before answering. I don't really know how to answer that, Uncle Constantine. The way you put it sounds so dark. Dark? Yes. The little sea dragon nodded. Saying things like taking her teammates away one by one, I've never thought about it that way. I'm not just close with Noah. Moon, Aurora, Muse, and Hefei, we all get along really well. And like you said, this is just a game. Playing a game with friends means giving it your all within the rules, doesn't it? If you're too cautious and hold back, then you're not really good friends. Constantine wasn't entirely sure he understood her perspective. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the number of people he could call friends was small enough to count on one hand. And close friends? Even fewer. He stared at Helena, waiting for her to continue. True friends only grow closer through play. It won't affect our relationship at all, Uncle Constantine, no matter what you think, Helena said, her smile bright. After a brief pause, she squinted playfully and added, and it won't affect your friendship with Uncle Leon either. My relationship with Leon isn't a friendship, Constantine retorted instantly. Really? Then why did you come here to play this escape room game with him? I came for Hefei. Oh, I see. Helena didn't press further, letting the topic drop as she shifted gears. In any case, Uncle Constantine, you don't need to worry so much. If you think about it from another perspective, if I were good faction and Noah were a vengeful spirit, she'd give it her all to take me down too. That did sound like Leon's eldest daughter. A serious and thorough personality in everything she did, Constantine thought. Watching Constantine deep in thought, Helena hesitated for a moment before softly adding, and by the same logic, if Uncle Leon were a vengeful spirit, he definitely wouldn't spare you either, Tilda. Constantine smirked. Well then, it's settled. Watch me go all out. Author's note. Tomorrow will mark the explosive finale of the Castle Escape arc. Stay tuned. (676). Vol 6ch, 42. Rossvisser's elimination signaled that the ghosts had officially begun their slaughter. Time was running out for Leon and his team. The situation grew more urgent with each passing moment. If they couldn't unmask the culprits and escape the castle before another player was eliminated, the ghosts would claim complete victory in this game. In the game's control room, the staff gathered to discuss the odds of victory for both sides. Even though the game is designed to give the ghosts an initial advantage, most players in this mode focus entirely on finding the ghosts. They assume that being a ghost is a huge disadvantage and prioritize searching for clues instead. This approach gives the ghost players room to exploit. While the good faction is busy solving puzzles, the ghosts can quietly stockpile item cards and build up their strength, preparing for an even match in the final battle. Still, in a game centered around solving mysteries, the good faction tends to have a higher win rate. The last session was so skewed in favor of the good faction that the ghosts barely stood a chance. But in today's session, I doubt the Silver Dragon Prince and his team can turn things around. True, it's hard to see how they could possibly win at this point. Constantine and that blue-haired girl still had the stealth card. As long as they periodically emerged to recover and then hit again, they could simply wait for their elimination cooldown to reset before acting decisively. This strategy is so smooth. Honestly, I feel like I could pull it off myself, one staff member joked. Even though the game's outcome seemed almost certain, with the ghosts on the verge of victory, the staff still marveled at the players' ingenuity. Constantine's unconventional, almost counterintuitive approach had captured their attention, making it hard not to root for his perspective. The ghost duo has already completed their designated task, but there are still over 2 hours before they can eliminate someone again. That's plenty of time. Let's check in on the Dragon Daughters' progress. I love their dynamic, it's so fun to watch. Got it, switching views now. The Dragon Daughter Special Ops team was making rapid progress. The dual pressures of the ghosts, periodic eliminations, and the race to find the plague source before the ghosts pushed the girls to unlock their full potential. Even the usually laid-back Moon was visibly tense. While searching a corner of the castle, they stumbled upon another critical task. It's a puzzle. Start with the corners first. Okay, then this piece goes here, and this one, oh, over there. This blue piece. Here, put it here. Quick, quick, sis. Got it. Wait, we're missing one piece again. It's here. The pink-haired muse came running in from another room, waving the final puzzle piece in her hand. We need to complete another task to unlock it. Here you go, big sis. Noah took the piece and carefully slotted it into the puzzle. The image that formed was a slightly blurry portrait. As soon as the puzzle was completed, the portrait sank into a mechanism beneath the display stand. Moments later, a hint card was ejected from the mechanism. Noah picked up the hint card and, after reading its contents, led the team to the next task location. Every step they took felt like it was synchronized with the ticking clock. The cooldown for the ghost's elimination skill was rapidly approaching its end. Among the group, no one was more determined to turn the tide than Noah. She had inherited her father's unyielding competitive spirit. This drive made her the most focused and serious when it came to completing tasks. And in her heart, the fact that her opponent was her best friend only strengthened her resolve. There was no way she could allow herself to lose. After completing several more rounds of tasks, Noah and her team had gathered an abundance of item cards and hint cards. It seems like the game is finally entering its final phase, Noah said in a low, steady voice. Yeah, the hint cards are all used up, big sis. We need to split up, otherwise we might not have enough time, Aurora suggested. Noah glanced at the game map in the second-floor hall. The basement area was still grayed out, with a 1-hour poison restriction and a 2-hour cooldown. If they stuck together, they indeed wouldn't make it in time. After thinking for a moment, Noah withdrew her gaze and looked at Moon, then at Aurora. Finally, she spoke. All right, we'll split into 2 groups. I'll go alone, and Aurora, you'll stay with Moon and the others. Big sis, are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Moon asked, a hint of worry in her voice. I'll be fine. Noah nodded firmly, her confidence unwavering. We're going to win this. The sisters knew their eldest sister's personality well. Once she made up her mind, there was no changing it. All right then, big sis, please be careful, Moon said. Noah smiled and ruffled her younger sister's hair gently. I will. Now go. Okay. The Dragon Daughters split into 2 teams. Noah headed alone to the deeper areas of the basement, her footsteps echoing as they grew fainter and eventually vanished into the silence. Time passed unnoticed, and the 3-hour cooldown for the ghosts had come to an end. It was time for the ghosts to strike again. As Noah ran through the corridor, she glanced down at the countdown on the memory stone in her hand. Who will it be this time? Noah. A gentle voice called out beside her. Noah abruptly stopped, turning toward the sound. At the end of the corridor, a figure in blue appeared. Helena, Noah's brows furrowed slightly. So what? We're still going to win. Noah, your team's disadvantage is too great, Helena said softly but clearly. Uncle Constantine is already close to finding the plague source, while you've only just entered the basement. Noah narrowed her eyes, her tone firm as she asked, What do you mean? Helena pulled an item card from her bag. On it were the words, To hell with you. This card can transform a good faction player into a ghost, but it requires their consent. Once transformed, the ghost faction's victory will also count as that player's victory. Noah, it took me so much effort to complete the task for this card. Do you understand what I mean? As her longtime best friend, Helena knew how much Noah wanted to win. But fate had played a cruel joke on them when they drew their identity cards, placing them on opposing sides. Now, with this card, Helena had a chance to give Noah the victory she so desperately wanted. Of course, she would come to her. To invite her to fall into hell together. I refuse. Noah. Helena ran toward her, gently grabbing Noah's hand with a sense of urgency. I'm doing this for you. If you accept this card, you won't have to exhaust yourself completing tasks anymore. Leave the rest to Uncle Constantine. We just need to wait for the game to end. Their blue eyes met, low and intense. Noah's gaze was resolute, her voice even more so as she repeated, I refuse, Helena. This isn't the kind of victory I want. I know, Helena's voice faltered. But Uncle Constantine said his next elimination target is you. Helena clutched Noah's sleeve tightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. If you don't accept, you'll be eliminated this round. Hearing this, Noah's expression showed a hint of surprise. So first it was Mom, and now it's me. Uncle Constantine really knows how to play, doesn't he? Noah slowly lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Helena's. She understood now. Uncle Constantine was methodically eliminating the good faction players in order of strength, leaving the weakest for last. And she was certain that in the end, he would leave one final tail behind. That would be the showdown the fire-breathing dragon uncle truly wanted. It seems today he'll finally get what he wants, Noah thought. So you understand now, Noah? I won't accept this deal, Helena, even if it means I'll be eliminated. It was worth noting that Noah had inherited not only Leon's relentless competitive spirit, but also his unyielding stubbornness. Victory is tempting, yes, but I want to win as a good faction player, as the role I started with, not because of an item card. Noah turned her wrist and gently pushed the "to hell with you" card back against Helena's chest. Then, with a soft smile, she stepped forward and lightly embraced her best friend, resting her forehead against Helena's shoulder. Thank you, Helena. Maybe next time you can be my knight again. Attention, all players. Good faction player Noah Melkve has been eliminated. (677). Vol 6ch, 43. Sis, you're eliminated, sis. Watching Noah being led away by the staff, Moon rushed forward and grabbed her tail. Sis, don't leave me. What am I supposed to do without you? Noah smiled helplessly. There's no helping it. They really know how to play this game. Dad will come to you soon. Make sure to listen to him, okay? Sis Tilda. Be good. Noah pinched Moon's cheek gently and then turned to Aurora. Did you figure it out, Aurora? Uncle Constantine's strategy. The pink-haired girl nodded with a serious expression. I'm next. Right, so you need to hurry, Aurora. Got it, I will. With that, Noah was taken to the Black Room, a small, dark holding area for eliminated players. Aurora let out a long breath before turning back to the remaining three sisters. Second sis, Muse Hafe, we need to move faster. Got it. Sis Sob, my sister. Second sis. Your second sis is my responsibility now. Take Muse and Hafe and keep working on the tasks. A voice interrupted from the side. The children turned toward the source of the voice in unison, like they'd seen their savior. Leon stepped forward, scooping up Moon and holding her against his waist. Moon, like a subdued kitten, slumped onto his shoulder. Dad, if you'd taken any longer, I'd have thought you given up entirely, Aurora said. Giving up's not my style, even if it's tough. Besides, I still need to avenge your mom and sister. In 3 hours, you'll be avenging me too, Aurora quipped with a sigh. Uncle Constantine really knows how to play his cards. Leon sighed as well. We got too complacent in the early game. But don't worry, everyone makes mistakes. Aurora furrowed her brows. What's that supposed to mean? Leon shrugged. Nothing, now take your sisters and get to work. Stay safe. Got it, Aurora replied before leaving with Muse and Hafe. Leon lifted Moon higher, placing her on his shoulders so she could ride on top. He gently held her ankles to keep her steady and asked, "Wanna do something fun, Moon?" Moon sniffled. Dad, Mom, and Sis are eliminated. How can you still think about having fun? We need to do tasks and find clues. Sitting atop her father's shoulders, Moon couldn't help but feel that her dad's idea of fun wasn't exactly appropriate given the situation. All right, you're so focused, it's great. Let's get moving. Moon glanced down at her dangling feet. Even with her small brain, she could tell how dire the situation was for their team. So why did Dad still seem so relaxed? Could it be? Moon wondered to herself. Losing Mom and Sis made Dad lose his mind. Dad's gone crazy. Only the Silver Dragon Prince and 4 little girls remain on the good faction. So, in 15 hours, this game will be over. Yes, at the current pace, with a good faction player eliminated every 3 hours, the game will end in 15 hours. Boss, should we intervene? The pink-haired kid is trying so hard. Yeah, the pressure on them is pretty intense. The team leader considered this for a moment and then said, let's short the remaining time to 16 hours. Any extra time is unnecessary anyway. Also, add some clue-based tasks to reduce the gap between the good faction and the ghosts. Release the good faction's kill item card so they can fight back. Finally, cancel the final destruction task. Just simplify it so that finding the plague source allows immediate destruction without any extra steps. Got it, implementing now. Yes, boss. The director's team quickly implemented the changes. With 10 minutes left before the ghosts' next elimination cooldown ended, Aurora discovered a kill item card that allowed them to fight back. However, they still needed to complete a puzzle task to obtain it. It's a 9-ring puzzle, but there's no table here. Dad made me this toy before, I can do this, Aurora said, determination flashing in her eyes. She pulled a light purple hair tie from her pocket, bit it in her mouth, and tied her hair into a ponytail with swift, practiced movements. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and Muse, standing beside her, wiped it away with a tissue. Start with this one, then this piece. Why is it stuck? Aurora's brows furrowed as her trembling hands worked at the puzzle. She glanced at the countdown on the memory stone beside her, the numbers ticking down mercilessly. 5 minutes had passed, and she hadn't even solved half the puzzle. The overwhelming pressure was making her lose focus and her ability to think clearly. No matter how clever she was, Aurora was still just a child. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, please just solve already. Time remaining until the ghost's elimination, 10 minutes. Aurora's palms were drenched with sweat. The 9-ring puzzle slipped from her hands once, but she didn't even have time to scream. She simply picked it up and resumed working on it. Muse and Hefei stood beside her, wanting to help but unable to do anything. They stared at the countdown, too scared to remind Aurora and add to her pressure. I'm almost there, just a little more, almost done. Just then, the room's lights began flickering, and their bracelets started flashing erratically. Although the elimination seemed random, Aurora already knew the result. Even so, she didn't let the chaotic surroundings or the looming threat of elimination distract her. When her stress hit its peak, she grew calmer instead. SHH. The flickering lights abruptly stabilized, and the staff's voice echoed through the castle. Attention, all players, good faction player. Almost there, just one last piece. Aurora. Last piece done. K. Melkve has been eliminated. Aurora stood up, panting. A triumphant smile appeared on her face as she held the completed puzzle and the newly unlocked kill card. I did it, I eliminated one of the ghosts. Let's go, Muse and Hefei cheered, rushing to hug her. The tides had turned. The good faction wasn't giving up just yet. Attention, all players. Ghost faction player Helena Poseidon has been eliminated. So the little sea dragon was eliminated. What a pity. Yeah, it's a shame. If they'd taken down the Red Flame Dragon King instead, the good faction might have had a better chance of turning the tide. Now, only the Silver Dragon Prince remains. Can he manage an incredible comeback and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? The little ones seemed to have done everything they possibly could, but Constantine was systematically eliminating them one by one, leaving only Leon for the final showdown. A one-on-one finale. This is getting interesting. By now, everyone understood Constantine's strategy. In the next few hours, Moon, Muse, and Hefei were all eliminated one after another. On the battlefield, only Leon and Constantine remained. As Constantine had envisioned from the start, the game's ultimate confrontation had boiled down to a duel between him and Leon, a solo match. However, the advantage Constantine had built up throughout the game put him in an almost unbeatable position. In the game's final hour, the castle's secret passages had been sealed. Constantine stood silently in the basement, illuminated by the cold glow of a single overhead light. His solitary figure cast a long shadow, making the scene feel eerily lonely. In his hands, he held a spherical metallic mechanism, the plague source Leon and his team had desperately been searching for. Step by step, Constantine had found it. All it would take to destroy the plague source was to rotate the dials on the spherical mechanism. After a moment of stillness, Constantine retrieved his memory stone and checked the time. His elimination ability was ready to be used again. "I eliminate good faction player Leon Kazmod," he declared. With a calm tone, he prepared to activate the Ghost faction's elimination ability on the final remaining opponent. Constantine looked down at the memory stone in his hand, recalling his calculated movements. "Do you remember the 3 item cards Leon mentioned when we first met?" A voice drifted down from the staircase above. Constantine raised his head to see a familiar figure descending step by step. Leon was holding 3 cards in one hand, the other still in his pocket. The cards bore the image of pure white wings. One card delays poison status by an hour. The second provides a task hint, and the third, "I didn't let Moon tell you about it." Leon held up the last card for Constantine to see. "This one is called Guardian Angel, and it can block 1 kill effect from any faction." Leon tossed the 3 cards onto the ground, then took a few steps forward, stopping about 5 meters away from Constantine. His gaze fell on the spherical mechanism in Constantine's hand. "So that's the plague source." "Yes." "Wow, you actually found it," Leon said, scratching his head with a wry smile. Constantine, however, noticed something strange. The bracelet on Leon's wrist, the one he'd kept in his pocket, had already turned black. "That means—" "I've won, Leon," Constantine said softly, his tone calm. "Even if you blocked my elimination ability with an item card, you've still lost. Your bracelet is black. In 10 minutes, you'll be eliminated. There's no task or item that can reverse this." Leon didn't deny it. "That's true, but—" As he spoke, Leon stepped back and bent his knees slightly, taking up a stance that looked like he was preparing to attack. "Still struggling, are you?" "HMPH, just indulging in a last stand. But a little exercise doesn't hurt," Leon quipped. The two stood still for a few seconds before the basement lights flickered, a signal for battle. Leon lunged forward, aiming to snatch the plague source from Constantine's hands. But Constantine easily sidestepped the attack, evading him with minimal effort. The 2 overgrown children chased each other around the basement, leaping and dodging like kids on a playground. Meanwhile, the eliminated players were watching from a screen. "What's Dad doing? Didn't we already lose? Why isn't he coming back yet?" Moon pouted, confused. "Yeah," Aurora added. "The bracelet's black, so there's no point in fighting over the plague source anymore. Destroying the plague source requires waiting 15 minutes at the tower, but the black bracelet means elimination in 10 minutes. I can't figure out what Dad's trying to do either." Even Rosvisser, observing through the memory stone, murmured to herself, "Leon, what are you planning?" After some chaotic scrambling, Leon finally managed to grab the plague source from Constantine at an almost impossible angle. Constantine froze for a moment, but then shrugged nonchalantly and smirked. "Looks like I got careless." Leon took a few steps back, holding the plague source in his hand and gripping it tightly. "Even the careful can slip up sometimes," Leon said with a grin. "But the ultimate victor won't change, Leon. Even if you destroy the plague source, you can't escape elimination. The victory is still mine." Leon didn't respond. Instead, he began turning the dials on the plague source. The sphere emitted a series of clicks, and wisps of purple smoke seeped out from its seams. "Attention, all players, the plague source has been destroyed." Leon tossed the sphere aside casually, then shoved his hands into his pockets with a faint smile. "Ah, looks like it's not quite over yet." "What?" Without explaining further, Leon turned and began walking toward the castle hall. Constantine's confidence wavered as he watched Leon's retreating figure. After a moment of hesitation, he followed. When Constantine arrived at the hall, Leon was already standing by the exit. The previously eliminated players were all gathered on the other side of the hall, watching the scene unfold. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Leon looked completely at ease. "Notice anything, Constantine? 10 minutes have passed." He waved his wrist, showing the black bracelet still strapped there. Constantine said nothing, watching intently. "But I haven't been eliminated. Curious, aren't you?" Leon pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and began wiping the bracelet. As he rubbed, the black color began to fade, revealing the green of a normal bracelet underneath. If you were paying attention during the game, you'd have noticed a corridor. At the end of that corridor is a room, and on the far wall of that room. Leon paused, smirking. "Is Moon and Muse's graffiti art. They painted our family. You know us, we're colorful. Silver, white, blue, pink, red, and of course, black." Simple graffiti art turned into the game's ultimate victory, Constantine muttered, his voice low. A breeze swept through, and the grand castle doors slowly creaked open behind Leon. He placed one hand behind his back and the other over his heart. With a slight bow, he brought the unforgettable performance to a close. "678. Vol 6ch, 44. Ultimately, this hard-fought victory belonged to Leon and his side of good people. Although Constantine was once again defeated by Leon, he accepted the loss without complaints. "The next time you have the chance to track me, I won't be as careless as I was this time," Constantine said. Leon bent down, scooping up Muse in his arms and playfully teasing the little girl. He then replied, "I'm looking forward to next time. After all, besides the red-haired queen, you're the only one who's pushed me this far." "The red-haired queen? You mean the Crimson Flame King?" Leon's eyes sparkled mischievously as he responded with a faint smile. "It's a good thing she didn't come this time. If she had, even I might have ended up a lost soul. I really wouldn't know how to win against her." The pinnacle of skill was pinned down at the key point. A true champion of the battlefield deserves to be immortalized at that key point. With the arrival of a new chapter, Constantine's impressive strength forced Leon to momentarily shift his focus. Of course, as formidable as Constantine was, he could never outshine the status of the red-haired queen. That title was reserved for the eternal, unrivaled true champion. As Leon mentioned, he was genuinely looking forward to his next match against Constantine. Whether it was a battle of wits or a physical contest, the flame-spewing dragon was undoubtedly a worthy opponent. Noah's Noah. On the other side, Helena had finally found Noah. "Noah, Noah," she ran up to her, exhaling deeply in relief, and moved to embrace her warmly. But just as they were about to hug, a stray strand of hair shot up between them. Moon stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes closed, and spoke with an air of righteousness. "Good people and lost souls should keep their identities separate. I kindly advise you not to get too close." Aurora, standing nearby, didn't even need to look to know what would happen next. Third sister, once again, found herself experiencing the sensation of being whacked by an imaginary steel pipe. The children laughed and chatted as they played, while the three adults took the opportunity to discuss their plans for the future. The rebuilding of the Crimson Flame Dragon territory is complete. If you have some free time, you should come visit, Constantine offered. After all, when Constantine and Hefei had nowhere to stay, they had relied on the Silver Dragon Palace for a while. "Sure, I'll make time for it," Leon replied. He then turned to Helena. "We'll take Helena back in a bit. Do you need to visit anyone in my family while we're at it?" Constantine nodded. "Safe travels." After 3 intense and unforgettable days of gameplay, everyone returned to their normal lives. The Flame Dragon Patriarch and his wife returned to the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Leon and Rosvisser took their daughters back home. After resting for a day, they accompanied Helena back to the Sea Dragon clan. In the Sea Dragon Palace, Helena ran up to Claudia. "Mom, I'm back." "Did you have fun?" Claudia asked, smiling gently. Yes, super fun," Helena exclaimed excitedly. "Even though I lost, it feels like my relationship with Noah-chan improved a lot," she added, her face glowing with happiness. Claudia chuckled softly and pinched her daughter's cheeks. Good, go to your room and rest for a bit. Uncle Leon and I still have some things to discuss. Yes, Mom. Helena obediently left. As she walked off with her small, hurried steps, Claudia turned to Leon and Rosvisser. Thank you for bringing Helena back. After all the hospitality you showed us recently, this was hardly an inconvenience, Claudia said politely. Rosvisser responded just as courteously, it's no trouble at all. Claudia didn't prolong the pleasantries. Let's go, my sister and Tagger are waiting for you. The three made their way past the grand temple hall, through the corridor, and into the room where Tagger and Charlotte were waiting. Master Mistress, I came to see, ah. Leon barely managed to greet them, before being interrupted by a long, black, unidentified object flying straight toward his forehead. Claudia quickly stepped forward and caught the black object with her hand. Leon narrowly dodged her, spinning out of the way before landing on the floor with a thud. Before Leon could fully recover, Tagger strode over to him with large, deliberate steps and grabbed him by the collar. Kid. Leon, slightly uneasy, responded, Master. What do you think we should do about the broken sword, huh? During the final battle at Sky City, Leon had exhausted the last vestiges of power from the Night Forge and poured it all into the Thundercloud blade. This allowed him to wield immense strength even though his heart dragon scales hadn't fully recovered. The price, however, was that the heart dragon scales suffered a backlash, turning into the bane of the sword. After the battle, Leon handed the Thundercloud blade over to Claudia, hoping she could ask the sea dragons for help in repairing it. But judging by his master's agitation, it seemed the repairs hadn't been successful. Old Tagger grabbed Leon by the shoulders and began shaking him vigorously, making his head spin like a mosquito coil. Master, stop shaking me. I know the sword's broken, but it was an emergency, and I had no choice but to take a risk. Well, it doesn't seem like Leon broke it on purpose, Charlotte, Tagger's wife, said gently from the side, trying to calm the situation. That sword has been with Master for many years. For someone as traditional as him, weapons are cherished like their own kin. Leon could understand the sentiment. If someone were to break his black sword, the obsidian cleaver, he wouldn't be able to stay calm either. Of course, Tagger wasn't truly angry, just disappointed. After giving Leon a good scare, he finally let go of him. Claudia stepped forward and handed over the long, black object in her hand, the scabbard of the Thundercloud blade. Tagger and Charlotte accepted it and sheathed the damaged blade. This sword has been with me for so many years, Tagger said. It's more than just a weapon, it represents my will and legacy, which is why I passed it on to you. It's a shame it's now damaged. Leon scratched the back of his head and lowered it, his tone full of guilt. I'm really sorry, Master. Why are you apologizing? We're family. I just wanted to scare you a little, Tagger replied with a smile, though he let out a sigh. Still, Claudia has tried countless methods recently, but none of them could repair the Thundercloud blade. Leon's eyes widened slightly, not even with warsteel. Warsteel is an incredibly rare metal on the continent of Bissell, and it's the main material used to forge the Thundercloud blade. Originally, when Claudia strengthened the Thundercloud blade to match Leon's abilities, she used up all of the Sea Dragon clan's reserves of warsteel. Warsteel isn't a material you can simply meld back into the blade once it's damaged. It doesn't work that way, Tagger explained. Claudia nodded. We've used up all the warsteel we had stored. I even contacted many of my father's old friends, but their clans don't have any reserves either. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Leon's eyes. I see. It's not just the sword he cares about, Charlotte said. It's what the sword represents. Tagger nodded solemnly. That blade carries my will, my experiences, the hardships and storms I've endured throughout my life. It's all there, and I entrusted it to Leon. If you choose to store the damaged Thundercloud blade at home as a memento or a keepsake, that's fine, Tagger continued. But a sword with a mission, a warrior's blade, should be on the battlefield, not sitting in a fancy box, kept alive with high-end maintenance oils. After a brief silence, Claudia spoke up. Actually, repairing the Thundercloud blade might not require warsteel. Leon's gaze immediately snapped to her, filled with a glimmer of hope. There's a way to trace the source of the problem, Go back to where it all began, Claudia explained. In the icy plains near the far north lives an ancient race, the dwarves. They are the finest craftsmen on the continent of Samil, known for forging weapons that defy imagination. Claudia continued, maybe you can try your luck there. "679. Vol 6ch, 45. The dwarves. I've heard of them too, Rosvisser said, frowning slightly. Her expression quickly shifted to one of slight hesitation as she continued, but I've also heard they're known for their eccentric personalities and are highly reluctant to share their craftsmanship with outsiders. Claudia shrugged. That's why I said you should try your luck. From what I know, their peculiar behavior stems from some internal traditions, or maybe customs, which make them act so strangely. Traditions? What kind of traditions? Claudia shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely something odd. I see. Leon turned to Rosvisser. The two exchanged a glance, then nodded in silent agreement. In that case, we'll go visit the dwarves. If they're willing to help, we'll do our best to strike a deal and have the Thundercloud blade repaired, Leon said. All right, I'll have some warm clothes and provisions prepared for your journey, Claudia replied. True to her reputation as the Dragon King of thorough preparation, Claudia ensured that every detail was meticulously arranged. Leon and Rosvisser both expressed their gratitude with a deep nod. It'll take a little while to get everything ready. In the meantime, why don't you go visit Leon's White Moonlight? Claudia said teasingly. White Moonlight? Leon blinked, then realization dawned on him. Aju. In the Sea Dragon Palace's rear garden, Claudia had reserved a spacious area specifically for Aju, the black-furred donkey with 2 large ears and 4 strong legs. The design of the enclosure mirrored the farm-like setup Tagger once had, highlighting just how expansive the space was. Claudia and her people had clearly gone to great lengths to ensure that Aju could live a carefree life in the underwater world. Judging by Aju's sizable territory, it was evident that he had been well taken care of. As Leon entered the garden, he spotted Aju from a distance. Upon hearing Leon's familiar voice call out, Aju! The donkey, who had been chewing on some grass, perked up his long ears and turned his head toward the source of the sound. Seeing Leon dashing toward him like a sprinter and leaping over the fence with outstretched arms, Aju, for once, didn't shy away. The moment Aju spotted Leon, he immediately dropped the grass he was chewing and ran toward him. Man and beast running toward each other, it was both touching and somewhat absurd. As with most things involving Leon, no matter what the essence of the situation was, it always ended up becoming abstractly ridiculous. Claudia, Rosvisser, and the others, standing outside the fence, were already used to this sight and watched calmly. Aju tilde. Aju, hash. Aju tilde tilde. Aju, hash. Ow. Before Leon could fully embrace Aju, the donkey raised his head, opened his mouth, and started gnawing on Leon's hair. Aju seemed to savor it, gently nibbling and chewing. Well, that's unexpected, Tagger remarked, clicking his tongue in surprise. Charlotte, meanwhile, covered her face with her hands, unable to watch. Claudia pinched her brow, trying to hold back a laugh. Maybe Aju got tired of the grass and wanted to try something new. Rosvisser sighed, rubbing her temple. This ridiculous donkey. Stop it, Aju, that's my hair, not grass, Leon scolded. Aju. As a professionally trained dragon warrior, Leon had no trouble subduing the farm-sized animal. He pressed Aju's head down gently, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Are you calm now? Aju. Leon stroked Aju's fur, noticing its improved luster and softness. Looks like you've been eating well here with Claudia. Aju. Sorry I haven't visited you lately. I've been busy dealing with a super bad guy. If he had won, the whole world would have been doomed, and you wouldn't even have grass to eat anymore. Aju, Sigma degrees. Exactly, Leon said, patting Aju's head as the donkey calmed down and quietly listened to him talk. This brought back memories of Leon's childhood, when he and Aju would often have similar conversations. Now I have to head to the far northern regions. It's a very cold place, not somewhere you'd enjoy, Leon explained. Aju, Sigma. So just stay here with Claudia and enjoy yourself. If I get the chance, I'll take you to visit my wife's sanctuary later. Leon cupped Aju's head in his hands. All right, I have to go now. Don't miss me too much, okay? He gave Aju's fur one last affectionate rub before turning to leave. But after taking only a few steps, Leon felt something tugging at the hem of his clothes. He turned around to see Aju biting onto his coat. What is it? Aju didn't answer, simply keeping his grip on Leon's clothes. Leon tried to pull his coat free, but Aju wouldn't let go. Don't be like this, Aju. I'll come back to visit in a few days, Leon coaxed. But Aju remained silent, still refusing to let go. Is something wrong? Is he not letting you leave? Claudia asked as she and the others approached. Leon chuckled helplessly. It seems that way. He then shot Rossvisser a smug look. See that? This is the bond between me and Aju. What happened last time was just a fluke. Rossvisser rolled her eyes, too tired to argue with her childish husband. All right, let go of your best friend. He has important work to do, Claudia said, stepping forward to pull Aju off, but the donkey stubbornly held on. What's going on? Is he upset? Even Claudia seemed puzzled by Aju's behavior and turned to Tagger. Tagger stroked his chin thoughtfully. This happened once before when Leon was still in school. He went off for training for a couple of months, and when he came back, he had to leave again soon after. Aju refused to let him go, just like now. And what happened then? Claudia asked curiously. Did you force them apart? No, Leon interjected. I ended up taking Aju to school with me. Claudia. Rossvisser. Tagger and Charlotte, equals. Leon shrugged. He wouldn't let go of my clothes, so what could I do? I had no choice but to bring him along. After a pause, Leon added, those few days when I brought Aju to school were also the days I received the fewest love letters. Rossvisser narrowed her eyes with a cold smile. Sounds like you're a bit regretful about that, huh? What? No, Leon protested loudly. Absolutely not. If I had known then what I know now, I'd have brought Aju to school with me sooner. That way, no one would have written me any love letters. Claudia laughed, shaking her head. You married men really know how to spin a tale. Leon waved her off and got back on topic. So, does this mean I have to bring him to the far north with me? Tagger nodded. It seems that way. Claudia snapped her fingers. No problem. I'll have some warm clothes prepared for Aju right away. Leon. So fast, you really are the Dragon King of thorough preparation, Claudia. (680). Vol 6ch, 46. Years ago, Leon and Rossvisser had visited the far north once before. That time, their mission had been to find the ruins of the primordial dragon King Noah and protect the remnants of its power before Constantine, who had just won his third revival match, could snatch them away. Leon still vividly remembered that journey. Back then, it had taken Leviathan a full 7 days of flight to reach their destination. But this time, they were only heading to the snowy plains at the border of the far north, not deep into the heart of the region. So, with Rossvisser and Aju accompanying him, it took just over 2 days to reach their destination. As the massive silver dragon folded its wings and descended, the thick snow rippled like waves, scattering in all directions. Aju, caught in the inertia, was flung forward, transforming from a rolling donkey into a tumbling snowball in mere seconds before crashing headfirst into the snow, leaving only his 2 hind legs kicking outside the white blanket. Leon rushed over and grabbed Aju's back legs, pulling him out of the snow pit. Aju shook his ears and then his head, dislodging the snowflakes clinging to his fur. Stay in line, Leon said as he patted off the ice crystals clumped in Aju's thick fur. When we meet the dwarves, don't go mistaking their wine cellars for food storage. Aju twitched an ear in defiance, exhaling a puff of frosty breath mixed with tiny ice shards. Rossvisser retracted her dragon wings and shifted back into her human form. She was wrapped in a thick cloak that Claudia had prepared for her, layered over 3 luxurious silver dresses. With her naturally delicate and petite frame, The outfit kept her warm without making her look bulky. Additionally, Claudia had given her a pair of dragon paw earmuffs, claiming they would protect her ears from frostbite. Rossvisser, however, remained skeptical. She suspected that this was actually Bone Cougar's doing, secretly conspiring with Claudia to prepare them. After all, something so fluffy, whimsical, and childishly cute was utterly incompatible with her dignified and proud aura as a dragon queen. It was the kind of thing only hatchlings would want. According to the map Claudia gave us, we just need to head that way for a while, and we'll reach the dwarven territory, Rossvisser said. All right, let's go, Leon replied, grabbing Aju's lead and nodding. Then, pausing for a moment, he glanced at Rossvisser's dragon paw earmuffs and grinned. Wife, you look really cute in those. At his words, Rossvisser rolled her eyes internally. She had known it, that bastard had orchestrated this. I've told you for nearly 10 years now, cute is an insult to dragons. But you are cute, I can't think of a better word for it. Idiot. Wife so cute Tilda. HMPH, stop pretending like you don't know. You were definitely the one who told Claudia to prepare this for me, weren't you? Oh, why you figured it out. Childish fool. The dragon queen huffed, crossed her arms, and strode forward. Wife, wait for me. Leon quickly pulled Aju along and caught up with her. Do you not like them? He asked. No. Then why aren't you taking them off? Rossvisser faltered mid-step, shot him an irritated glare, and then quickened her pace. I just think my ears are getting a little cold, that's all. Sigh, wife, your mouth is colder than this ice field. Mind your own business. Despite being at the border of the far north, the region wasn't as harsh as the deeper reaches. The landscape was an endless sea of white, but there were no raging snowstorms or icy mists. The couple, with Aju in tow, trudged through the thick snow toward dwarven territory. Roughly 30 minutes later, they reached the outskirts of the dwarven settlement. The area was marked by crumbling ice huts and the remains of hunted beasts, evidence that a tribe lived here. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and continued forward. However, after just a few steps, Leon suddenly halted. He lowered his gaze, his expression turning serious. What's wrong? Rossvisser asked. Leon furrowed his brow and whispered, something moving. What's? Before she could finish, a blade flew straight toward them. Leon, already on high alert, immediately reached for Rossvisser to pull her back. But the Silver Dragon clan was renowned for their reaction speed. Rossvisser had already begun dodging the moment she sensed the weapon slicing through the snow-laden air. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, severing a few strands of Rossvisser's hair as it zipped past, then lost momentum and plunged into the snow. Rossvisser straightened her stance and spoke coldly. Drawing blades before even speaking, so much for the letter of invitation we received. They had sent a formal message ahead of time, as proper etiquette dictated, and the dwarves had responded, inviting them to visit. But if this was how they welcomed guests, then their hospitality was certainly unique. Rossvisser opened her palm, summoning dragon fire that flickered ominously in her grasp. With a sharp breath, she lunged forward, slamming the fire into the ground. Flames erupted outward in all directions, rapidly melting the snow and exposing the soil beneath. The heat also revealed numerous hidden traps and concealed projectiles buried beneath the surface. Leon, whose wife had nearly been injured, was naturally furious. Taking a step forward, he conjured crackling lightning in his right hand, prepared to give the dwarves a proper introduction to the wrath of a dragon king. But just as he was about to unleash his power, several massive shadows emerged from the distance, running toward them. Are you the Silver Dragon King and the Queen? The leading figure called out. Leon exchanged a glance with Rossvisser. They nodded subtly at each other before Leon withdrew his lightning magic and waited. As the figures approached, Leon's initial tension turned into mild confusion. These dwarves looked more like small giants. Even the shortest among them was over 2 meters tall. Though they had vaguely human-like features, their limbs were notably thicker, and their facial contours more rugged and primal. We sincerely apologize, the leader of the group spoke politely. Our tribe has been harassed by two unknown outsiders lately, so we've kept our perimeter defenses active. We nearly injured you by mistake, and we ask for your forgiveness." Leon raised an eyebrow. "So, you guys are the dwarves?" "That's correct." Leon blinked. "You're telling me that humanoids over 2 meters tall are dwarves?" "Yes." "This is the most meow-ing ridiculous definition of dwarf I've ever seen. If you hadn't spoken, I would have mistaken you for a dangerous species and attacked you on sight." The dwarven leader chuckled. "Size means nothing, just like how wife cakes don't actually contain wives." "That's a terrible analogy," Leon muttered. Despite their unexpected appearance, the dwarves were surprisingly easy to talk to. Since they had already explained the misunderstanding regarding the traps, Leon and Rosvisser decided not to press the issue. Besides, picking a fight with the very people they needed help from would be counterproductive. "Please come with us," the dwarf leader said. "We can discuss matters inside the settlement." "All right," Leon replied. "Lead the way." As they followed, Leon leaned toward Rosvisser and murmured, "You know, they seem pretty easygoing. Not as weird as Claudia made them out to be." Rosvisser's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's observe them for a while. They're an ancient race. After all, stories about them might not be entirely accurate." Leon nodded. "Got it." "681. Vol 6ch, 47. Having successfully entered the dwarven territory, Leon and Rosvisser walked behind the patrol guards, leading Aju along with them. The dwarves' dwellings were primarily igloos. In such an extremely cold region, these ice houses were actually excellent insulators, effectively shielding them from harsh blizzards. Along the streets, many silver-armored merchants were displaying weapons of various kinds. Without exception, all of them were of the highest quality, masterpieces among masterpieces. As Leon and Rosvisser strolled through the dwarven village, their presence inevitably drew attention. The small couple stood out among the much larger dwarves, earning them curious and scrutinizing gazes. Leon quickly noticed that, beyond curiosity toward foreign races, there was also hostility and resistance in those stares. Rosvisser noticed it as well. Exchanging a glance over Aju's back, the couple silently acknowledged the situation before Leon broke the silence. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that two outsiders have been harassing your territory recently. Could you tell us more about that?" Leon had a hunch that this hostility from the dwarves might be linked to the unknown outsiders the guards had mentioned. The patrol captain walking ahead responded. "Ah, yes. A pair of rather suspicious individuals suddenly appeared in our lands. They never stated their race, but they immediately demanded that we hand over a so-called key that should have been left behind. The problem is, we have no idea what they're talking about." Key and those wretches. Leon had actually heard of that term before. Rosvisser had mentioned it once when she was explaining the primordial god Samel to him. Samel was the god of time, permanently imprisoned upon the throne of time in order to maintain the stability of the timeline. But what kind of key are they talking about? Leon turned to Rosvisser, but she also shook her head. "Did they use any specific kind of magic?" Leon asked next. Using magic to search for a key wasn't uncommon. It was one of the more direct methods available. The patrol captain hesitated for a moment before replying. We've never seen anything like it before. It was strange, in a way I can't quite describe." After a short pause, the captain let out a self-deprecating chuckle and added, "Then again, maybe it's just because we dwarves are too isolated from the world. Our knowledge is limited." Leon exchanged a few more polite words, but didn't push further. After walking for some time, the patrol squad finally led them to a massive igloo and stopped in front of it. "The chieftain is inside. The three of you may enter." "All right." Leon acknowledged with a nod, but didn't step inside immediately. Instead, he took a moment to scan the surroundings before leading Aju toward an ice pillar near the igloo's entrance. Patting Aju's head, Leon said, "Wait here for us, we'll be back soon." Aju exhaled, its breath forming a small puff of white mist in the cold air. That was as much of a response as Leon would get. Satisfied, Leon and Rosvisser finally stepped into the grand ice chamber. Inside, the furnishings were not much different from those of a typical household, except for the sheer size of everything. At the far end of the chamber, the dwarven chieftain sat upon a throne made entirely of ice. Whether it was to reinforce their cultural identity or for some other reason, the enormous frozen throne looked ridiculously uncomfortable. Wouldn't they get an upset stomach? Leon muttered, leaning toward Rosvisser. Rosvisser wasn't quite sure why the dwarves were so obsessed with ice furniture either. She subtly curled her lips and whispered back. Maybe their bodies are just built differently from ours. Oh, makes sense. The chieftain finally spoke up, his tone formal yet welcoming. Welcome, Silver Dragon Queen and Silver Dragon Prince. It is an honor to have you grace our halls. My apologies for not preparing a more fitting reception. The moment Leon and Rosvisser entered, the chieftain stood up from his icy throne. However, Leon couldn't help but suspect that he wasn't standing purely out of respect. Sitting on that huge block of ice for too long had to be uncomfortable. After exchanging the usual pleasantries, Leon decided to get straight to the point. Chieftain, I've heard that the dwarven clan is made up of peerless craftsmen, capable of forging and repairing any weapon in existence. So, would it be possible for you to restore this blade for me? Leon reached behind his back and unsheathed Thundercloud blade, removing the black cloth covering it before carefully presenting it to the chieftain with both hands. The dwarven chieftain, standing 4 meters tall, bent down and extended a massive hand, carefully grasping the delicate-looking weapon between his thick fingers. Examining the blade closely, the chieftain's expression darkened. This blade... Leon instantly felt his heart drop at the chieftain's grim reaction. Chieftain, are you saying it can't be repaired? The chieftain shook his head slightly. No, it can be repaired. Then what's the problem? The chieftain's gaze remained fixed on the blade as he explained. The core material of this weapon is war steel, a rare alloy. However, it has also undergone a unique enhancement process, making its internal structure far more complex than ordinary weapons. Pausing, the chieftain traced a finger over the blade's fractured surface and continued. While this external damage may appear to be just one deep wound, the truth is, when the blade sustained this injury, the force behind the attack shattered the entire internal structure. In other words, though the blade still appears intact, on the inside, it is already nothing more than countless broken fragments. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Leon and Rosvisser couldn't help but be shocked. Chieftain, are you saying, my sword will shatter the moment it's touched? If it were only a matter of residual force, that would be an exaggeration, the chieftain admitted. However, even for a weapon forged from war steel and later upgraded through Chlorabin's enhancement process, the damage it sustained was simply too immense. The fact that it didn't break on the spot is already a miracle in itself. So, you're saying that it might as well be broken? The chieftain nodded. Whether it's silver blade, reforging, or any other technique, even after restoration, the shattered inner fragments will have to be carefully reassembled. The process is extremely difficult. Not only would it require over 10 of our senior craftsmen working together, but it would also take nearly a full month to complete. Rosvisser arched an eyebrow. It seemed she caught onto something hidden in the chieftain's words. How much? She asked directly. When dealing with dwarven merchants, it was common practice to exaggerate the difficulty of a job to inflate the price. Rosvisser had no intention of beating around the bush. If they wanted money, she would rather settle it up front. The chieftain let out a low chuckle. You misunderstand me, Silver Dragon Queen. The dwarves have survived on this frozen tundra for over 1,000 years. Resources here are scarce, and there is little opportunity to amass wealth, even if we wanted to. More importantly, our craftsmanship is our pride. We do not pursue gold, but rather the pinnacle of our art. Leon's mind raced. He immediately understood what the chieftain was truly getting at. So what you're saying is, he cut in, if you fail to restore my sword, it will tarnish the reputation of the dwarven master craftsmen. The chieftain's eyes glinted with understanding. Exactly, your majesty. Leon and Rosvisser now fully understood. The dwarves never took unwinnable battles. Even with their legendary forging skills, they valued their reputation above all else. Considering the severity of Thundercloud Blade's damage, it was understandable that they would refuse the job rather than risk failure and disgrace. Moreover, the dwarves weren't as ill-tempered as the rumors suggested. In fact, they had been exceedingly polite. Even their rejection was phrased diplomatically. "All right," Leon sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Looks like we'll have to find another solution." "My apologies for making you travel all this way, your majesties." The chieftain's voice remained respectful. "At the very least, why not stay and rest for a few days before leaving?" "Thank you for your generosity, but we're short on time," Rosvisser replied. "We won't linger." "I understand. I'll arrange for an escort to see you out." The chieftain lifted Thundercloud Blade, straightened his massive frame, and was just about to summon his men. When suddenly, crack, pop, sizzle, a loud commotion erupted outside the ice house, accompanied by crackling noises, like something smelting in a forge. The chieftain's brows furrowed deeply. His voice was low and commanding. "What's going on out there? Why is there so much noise?" Without hesitation, he strode toward the door, his massive boots crunching against the snow. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance before following him outside. The moment they stepped out, they saw a crowd of dwarves gathered in a tight cluster near the edge of the ice house, all talking excitedly amongst themselves. "Is it really the sacred beast?" "No doubt about it. It's the very same one recorded in our ancient texts." "Doro, you idiot. How did you become a patrol captain if you can't even recognize our ancestral sacred beast?" I didn't know." "What's all this about?" The chieftain's deep voice rumbled across the square. Chieftain, you've arrived." The dwarves immediately parted, clearing a path for him. The panicked patrol captain, Doro, stepped forward and saluted hastily. "Chieftain, we've found the sacred beast that was thought to be extinct. It's right there." "What?" The chieftain's expression changed instantly. Hearing those words, his previously calm demeanor vanished, his body tensed, his huge strides kicking up billowing clouds of snow as he rushed forward. Leon, standing not far away, was utterly baffled. Did they just say sacred beast? Rosvisser, deep in thought, responded after a brief silence. "Before we came here, Claudia mentioned that the dwarves have some rather unique traditions and customs. I'm guessing that sacred beasts are highly revered in their culture." She paused. But what?" Leon scratched his head in confusion. "If they revere sacred beasts so much, shouldn't we have seen one somewhere on our way in?" Silence. Leon's hand froze mid-scratch. At the exact same moment, Rosvisser's eyes widened in realization. Their gazes snapped toward each other. And then, in perfect unison, they blurted out the exact same thought. "They can't mean." "682. Vol 6ch, 48. It really is the sacred beast recorded in the ancestral texts. Look at those upright ears, a symbol of courage and honor. Look at that soft tail, it represents gentleness beneath authority. And those sturdy hooves, undoubtedly, they have withstood the test of time, yet still press forward fearlessly. There's no mistake. This is the sacred beast passed down through generations of dwarven lore, the auspicious beast, the divine herald." Aju, Ovio. Leon and Rosvisser. The 13th chieftain of the dwarven clan, Yaki, pays homage to the sacred beast. With those words, the same chieftain who had just been seriously discussing sword repairs, with Leon suddenly dropped to one knee in front of Aju. And that wasn't all. The entire crowd of dwarves followed suit, bowing deeply to Aju in reverence. Their massive frames and synchronized movements caused the very ground to tremble beneath them. Leon stared at the dwarves worshipping Aju in silence. Even with his abstract way of thinking, he had no idea how to respond to this scene. A cold wind whistled through the tundra, leaving him and Rosvisser utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the chieftain turned toward Doro, the patrol captain, and asked, "Doro, where did the sacred beast come from? How did it end up tied up here?" Doro hesitated before answering. "Chieftain, it was brought here by those three. individuals you were just negotiating with inside the ice house. What? The situation was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, family failing to recognize family. Chieftain Yaki immediately sprang to his feet, pushing past the still kneeling dwarves. His massive stride sent powdery snow flying as he rushed back toward Leon and Rosvisser. Now, under normal circumstances, if Leon saw a 4-meter-tall dwarf charging at him, it could only mean one of two things. 1, some insane female yak had just headbutted a male dragon into oblivion. 2, the dwarven chieftain had found a fast way to die. However, this particular chieftain was just a bit slow on the uptake. And Leon, completely overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, stood frozen in place, almost as if he had been petrified by some kind of binding spell. Silver Prince, wait. We weren't even leaving. Your Highness, is that sacred beast truly yours? Yaki asked, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Leon pressed his fingers against his temple, exhaled, and replied, Yeah, it's ours. An honored guest, a divine guest, Yaki declared. We were fools for failing to recognize that Your Highness and Her Majesty are the envoys of the sacred beast. Please forgive us. Leon's eye twitched slightly. Envoys? Indeed, you walk alongside the sacred beast. Surely, that means you are its chosen envoys. Chieftain, what exactly does an envoy do? Oh, as envoys of the sacred beast, you are responsible for raising it from birth, providing for its food, shelter, and every necessity. You must also attend to its moods, ensuring it remains content and undisturbed. Leon's expression darkened slightly, his voice turned oddly calm. Chieftain, we have a different term for that in our homeland. Oh, what is it? Farm owner. Farm owner. Chieftain Yaki mouthed the words to himself, contemplating their meaning. Moments later, his eyes lit up with realization. What a brilliant name. Rosvisser, struggling to keep a straight face, massaged her forehead. She had heard enough of this ridiculous conversation. Pardon us for a moment, Chieftain. Of course, take your time. She immediately dragged Leon aside, lowering her voice. This makes no sense, Leon hissed. Aju isn't some sacred beast. I raised him from a foal back on my family farm. He's just a completely normal donkey. Rosvisser crossed her arms, smirking slightly. A completely normal donkey, huh? She paused for effect before adding. The same normal donkey that once kicked and injured the strongest dragon knight. Leon blinked. Wait, what? Nothing. Rosvisser quickly deflected, changing the subject. She then explained. Samel is a vast continent, home to many races, each with their own customs and beliefs. It's like how I've always told you, the word cute is a positive term for humans, but for dragons, it's an insult. She gestured toward Aju and the still bowing dwarves. To us, Aju is just a donkey. But in the cultural traditions of the dwarves, he may very well be the symbol of a divine omen. Leon's expression turned thoughtful. No wonder people say that dwarves are a weird race. Exactly. Rosvisser's gaze flickered toward Thundercloud Blade in Leon's hand. We can use this to our advantage. Leon raised an eyebrow. How? Rosvisser's lips curled into a devilish smirk. If Aju is truly a sacred beast in the eyes of the dwarves, then we'll have them repair Thundercloud Blade, not as a request, but as a divine duty. Leon looked down at the sword in his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he said, That's fine, but first, I need to be absolutely certain about how important Aju actually is to the dwarves. If they just revere him, that's one thing. But if they intend to sacrifice him, then forget it. I'd rather leave Thundercloud Blade broken. If you dare lose Aju, I'll kill you. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully. I know Aju is important to your family, but I didn't think he was this important. Of course, if my sword isn't repaired, my master might be upset for a few days at most. But if I lose Aju, I won't have to face my master ever again. Rosvisser barely managed to stifle a laugh. After reaching an agreement, Leon and Rosvisser returned to Chieftain Yaki. Leon exchanged a glance with the old chieftain, then smirked and said, "That's right, chieftain. We are indeed the envoys of the sacred beast." "Oh, is that so? And what do you wish to say?" "Well, you see, we've been keeping a low profile on purpose. As the envoys of the sacred beast, it is our duty to ensure that its daily travels remain a secret, so that ill-intentioned individuals don't take notice." Chieftain Yaki, still caught up in the grandeur of the moment, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ah, truly worthy of sacred beast envoys, such meticulous forethought. Leon chuckled, "Of course." Then he asked, "Chieftain, how long has it been since a sacred beast last appeared in your tribe?" Yaki furrowed his brows in thought before answering. "It has been, roughly several hundred years." Sighing, the chieftain turned toward Aju, still surrounded by awestruck dwarves. With a hint of emotion, he said, "Our people have always viewed the arrival of a sacred beast as a sign of great fortune. But since the last sacred beast left our land centuries ago, our dwarven civilization has been in decline. Compared to the previous generations of chieftains, I suppose I've done better than most." Yaki then turned back to Leon and Rosvisser with solemn eyes. "It was for that very reason that I refused to accept your request to repair the sword earlier. If the outside world were to see our dwindling tribe failing to restore a mere weapon, it would only further damage our reputation. But now, with the sacred beast appearing once more, it is a divine opportunity for our people. And the three of you, you are not only its envoys but our distinguished guests. I am now willing to take the risk and gather the finest dwarven craftsmen to repair the sacred beast's chosen sword." Leon felt a glimmer of hope, but he didn't allow himself to celebrate just yet. Like he had told Rosvisser earlier, he needed to confirm one thing, just how deeply the dwarves revered Aju. Because if keeping Thundercloud Blade meant leaving Aju behind, then the answer was obvious. Leon would refuse. "I appreciate your goodwill, chieftain," Leon said, "but I have one question. For the dwarves, does the sacred beast need to stay here in order to bring fortune?" Leon's voice grew serious. "In other words, does Aju have to remain here for several years before you'll repair my sword?" The atmosphere tensed instantly. Even Rosvisser, who had been composed all this time, felt uneasy. She and Leon knew too little about dwarven culture. When it came to matters of faith, logic was often unreliable. They needed to hear the answer directly from the chieftain's mouth. Yaki hesitated, then finally spoke. "Given that our people have not seen a sacred beast in centuries, as chieftain, I would like to request that your highness leave the sacred beast with us for some time." "How long are we talking?" "About 1 month." Leon's brows knitted together. 1 month. "Yes," Yaki confirmed. "In accordance with dwarven tradition, we must construct statues and a shrine in honor of the sacred beast. This process will take approximately 1 month to complete. Afterward, your highness may take the sacred beast and leave." The chieftain then added, "Furthermore, repairing your sword will also take a month. So in truth, there is no conflict of interest here, at least that's how I see it." It was, undeniably, a win-win proposal. The sword required 1 month for restoration. Aju's shrine and statue also needed 1 month to be built. Leon hesitated, then glanced toward Rosvisser. She understood better than anyone just how important both Aju and Thundercloud Blade were to him. And honestly, 1 month wasn't too long. She gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod. Leon nodded in return. "All right, chieftain, it's a deal." "No problem, your highness." "683. Vol 6ch, 49. The dwarves presented Leon with several possible methods to repair Thundercloud Blade. After considering his options, Leon made his choice. Chieftain Yaki then personally led the top divination craftsmen of the dwarves and traveled several kilometers with Leon to a distant snowy mountain. The damage Thundercloud Blade had sustained was so severe that even the best tools within the tribe were not sufficient for the repairs. However, hidden deep within the mountain, there lay a set of legendary forging tools, passed down through generations of silver dwarven ancestors, the only instruments capable of restoring Thundercloud Blade. The problem was that the Snow Mountains conditions were extremely harsh. Food, shelter, and warmth were all difficult to maintain. Building temporary housing would waste time, so Leon chose not to bring Rosvisser along. Besides, Aju had to stay behind. The dwarves had already begun preparations to build a shrine and statue in its honor. With Rosvisser staying behind, she could also supervise the process, ensuring that no one with ill intentions attempted anything suspicious toward Aju. Before departing, Chieftain Yaki specifically assigned 2 dwarven attendants to personally assist Rosvisser. The only issue was the huge difference in size between them and her. In her sanctuary, Rosvisser was accustomed to being surrounded by women who were roughly her height. Conversations were easy, interactions were natural. But here, every time she wanted to speak to the dwarven attendants, she had to look up, way up. It wasn't that she expected servants to bow and kneel before her. She was a queen, not a pampered princess. But having to constantly tilt her head back was starting to make her neck sore. And that was just one of many inconveniences. Everything in the dwarven settlement was designed for much larger beings. The kitchenware, the furniture, even the houses themselves all made Rosvisser feel as if she had shrunk. Yet the dwarves did not question her presence. Once they realized that the sacred beast's envoy was struggling to adapt, some even offered a solution. "Lady Envoy, you're not a dwarf, right? So why don't you just transform into a dragon?" Rosvisser. She wasn't about to spend weeks lounging around in her dragon form, sprawling across a bed the size of a palace, daydreaming about her idiot husband. Still, after a few days, Rosvisser gradually adjusted to this oversized world. During the day, she accompanied Aju, watching as the craftsmen constructed its massive statue. At night, she led Aju back to the enlarged house she had been given. Thankfully, the house was big enough that letting Aju sleep inside didn't seem out of place at all. One day, she received a letter from Claudia. The new semester at St. Heath Academy had begun. Noah and the others had successfully reunited with Helena at the academy. There was nothing to worry about. Rosvisser sent a reply, thanking Claudia and mentioning the situation with Thundercloud Blade. She also asked Claudia to pass a message to Noah and the others. Their mother would be back soon. Time passed. Day after day. A week later, Rosvisser was strolling through the streets, leading Aju along. She had left the 2 towering attendants behind. Having them follow her everywhere just felt uncomfortable. "Dad, Mom, are we learning a new forging technique today?" "Of course, let's go. I'll take you to the workshop." "Yay." "Oh, it's a letter from Dad. He says Sir Envoy's sword has begun its reforging process, and everything is going smoothly. But the Snow Mountains conditions are awful. He's been freezing at night." "Oh no, Mom, let's prepare some thick blankets and have someone send them to Dad." "Good idea, I'll help you, Mom." "All right." Rosvisser walked through the bustling streets, overhearing fragments of family conversations from passing homes. A cold gust of wind blew against her face. She found herself staring into the vast white sky, lost in thought. "Do you all miss your families?" The thought struck her unexpectedly. The Northern Border Academy was far from the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. There was no denying it. She would be lying if she said she didn't miss them. And the previous festival. Neither she nor Leon had been able to make it back in time. That thought weighed on her. A deep sense of guilt lingered in her heart. As longing and guilt intertwined, no matter how well she tried to conceal her emotions, they inevitably showed on her face. As Rosvisser was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a warm sensation on the back of her hand. She turned to the side and saw Aju gently rubbing its ear against her skin. As if comforting her, Rosvisser chuckled softly and reached out to rub Aju's head. "Clever little foal, let's keep walking." As they continued down the street, a small figure suddenly dashed out from one of the nearby ice houses. The figure crunched across the snow, making sharp sounds with each step. Rosvisser stopped and turned toward the noise, only to realize the child was running straight toward her. Before she could even react, the small figure leaped forward and wrapped its arms tightly around her waist, burying its face into her chest. Rosvisser was completely caught off guard. She had no idea where this normally sized child had come from. And even more so, she had no idea why the child had just hugged her out of nowhere. Regaining her composure, she lowered her gaze. The girl had long, snow-white hair and was even smaller than the dwarves. Her clothes appeared to be oversized dwarven garments, hastily altered to somewhat fit her frame. Rosvisser blinked. She was about to ask for the girl's name when... Mama. Rosvisser. Aju. Excuse me, little one. Just because we have the same hair color doesn't mean you can just start calling me Mom. Even in her head, Rosvisser couldn't help but comment on the absurdity of the situation. She gently took the white-haired girl's shoulders and eased her back a little. Then crouched down so that her eyes were slightly lower than the girl's. Now, Rosvisser could clearly see her face. She was a delicate-looking young girl, with white hair, golden eyes, and a gentle demeanor. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a few years older than Helena. Rosvisser reached out and gently cupped her face, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes with her thumb. Then smiled softly. Little one, what did you just call me? The girl pursed her lips. Now that she had a clear look at Rosvisser's face, she seemed to realize that she had mistaken her for someone else. She didn't answer. Instead, she awkwardly averted her gaze, looking embarrassed. Zyaksu, what are you doing here? The sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind them. Rosvisser lifted her head to see a dwarven woman approaching. The woman quickly crouched down, bending forward slightly, and spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm terribly sorry, Lady Envoy. I hope this child didn't trouble you. Well, she kind of did. Rosvisser stood up and asked. And she is? The dwarven woman explained. Oh, her name is Zyaksu. Several years ago, the chieftain found her while traveling outside the tribe. She's a war orphan. She lost her memory. The woman nodded. Yes. After a brief pause, she added. When the chieftain found Zyaksu, she was buried under the snow, barely alive. But even then, she was clutching a photograph, a family picture. Rosvisser was silent for a few seconds before asking. Can I see the photo? Of course, please follow me. Rosvisser took Aju's reins and followed the woman and Zyaksu into the nearby ice house. Inside, the woman retrieved a photograph from a storage box, holding it carefully between her fingers before handing it to Rosvisser. Rosvisser accepted it. It was a family portrait. 5 people were in the picture. Zyaksu, her father, and her mother. And her mother was young, beautiful, with long golden hair cascading down her back. At a glance, she did bear some resemblance to Rosvisser. No wonder the girl had mistaken her. Even though she's forgotten a lot, the dwarven woman sighed. Zyaksu still remembers her parents. If the chieftain hadn't searched through the other tribes for survivors, he wouldn't have found anyone else. She was the only one left. That's truly heartbreaking. Rosvisser had been a mother herself. Hearing stories like this, even the strongest heart would be moved. She knelt down and returned the photo to Zyaksu. The girl took it and clutched it tightly to her chest, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Rosvisser smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Zyaksu's hair. The chieftain entrusted Zyaksu to me, the woman continued. But as you can see, Lady Envoy, our dwarven bodies are far too large, which makes it difficult for her to live comfortably among us. I understand. Rosvisser thought for a moment before standing up, placing both hands gently on Zyaksu's shoulders. If you don't mind, would you allow Zyaksu to stay with me for a few days? The dwarven woman's eyes widened. But how could we ask that of you? You are the envoy of the sacred beast. How could we trouble you with caring for a child? It's no trouble at all, Rosvisser replied with a soft chuckle. I like spending time with children. She looked down and lightly pinched Zyaksu's cheek. I think we'll get along just fine, right, Zyaksu? The white-haired girl stood frozen in place, feeling the warmth of the hand on her shoulder. That familiar sense of security she had long forgotten. That feeling of being with her mother. 684. Vol 6ch, 50. Zioxu had been living among the dwarves for a longer time than Rosvisser, so her home was already equipped with household items sized for a normal human. Since the dwarven woman had left for a while, Rosvisser decided to stay with Zioxu for a few days. She would take care of her until the woman returned. After the woman left, Zioxu sat alone on the edge of the bed, holding the family photo in her hands. She stared down at it silently. Rosvisser watched the quiet girl. At some point, that expressionless face had started to show traces of loneliness and longing. The woman had said that Zioxu had lost her memories due to war trauma. She didn't even remember her own name. And yet, she still remembered her parents. That must be incredibly painful for her. To have no memories of them. To only know that they were irreplaceable. To desperately try to recall them. And yet, no matter how hard she searched, all she could find was an empty void. Rosvisser made sure Aju was settled, then walked over to Zioxu's bedside. She crouched down again, keeping her gaze slightly lower than the girl's, so that Zioxu wouldn't feel intimidated while talking to her. Hello, Zioxu. My name is Rosvisser Melkve. I come from the Silver Dragon clan. She deliberately left out her title as queen. That would only create an unnecessary sense of distance between them. Zioxu lifted her gaze to meet Rosvisser's silver eyes, her golden irises lingering on Rosvisser's face, as if searching for something, as if longing for something. After a long pause, Zioxu finally lowered her gaze again and gave a small nod. She muttered a quiet, Rosvisser glanced at the photo in Zioxu's hands and softly asked, "Do I look like your mother?" Zioxu nodded again. Rosvisser smiled gently and reached out to rub the girl's cheek. "You don't talk much, do you? You remind me of one of my daughters." Though there was a clear difference. Noah, when she was younger, had deliberately tried to act like an adult. Back then, she believed that staying silent meant being mature, and maturity was a mark of adulthood. But Zioxu's quiet nature seemed to stem from her personality, rather than any deliberate act. Hearing that Rosvisser had a daughter, Zioxu blinked in curiosity. "Auntie, are you married?" Rosvisser smiled at Zioxu's timid attempt at conversation and nodded. "Yes, I've been married for almost 10 years now." 10 years? That sounds like a long time. "Not really," Rosvisser chuckled. "When you're with someone you love, time flies by quickly." "Auntie, do you love your husband?" She was older than Noah and Helena. Right in the midst of her teenage years, when thoughts about love and relationships began to bloom. Rosvisser didn't mind indulging her curiosity about her and Leon's marriage. "Of course I love him," she answered without hesitation. After all, that mangy mutt of a husband wasn't here right now, so there was no harm in being a little soft-spoken about it. Zioxu tilted her head. "Auntie, how many daughters do you have?" Rosvisser lowered her thumb and held up her 4 other fingers, smirking with playful pride. "4. That's a lot. I wish I had an older sister or a younger sibling." Her gaze slowly drifted back to the family photo, to the 3-person portrait. "But I don't remember anything." Rosvisser thought for a moment before gently taking Zioxu's small, icy hands in her own. She spoke in a warm, reassuring tone. "Don't let the past become your chains, Zioxu. It shouldn't be something that traps you, but something that gives you the strength to live on." Zioxu's golden pupils trembled slightly. "Live on. Even though your parents can't be with you anymore, they will always be watching over you from the skies." Rosvisser's voice was soft, almost a whisper. "So promise me, Zioxu. Live on. Don't let your parents down." She wasn't sure if the dwarves had ever tried comforting Zioxu in the past, but from the way the girl had reacted earlier, even if they had, it likely hadn't worked. It was understandable. She was still too young to fully express her emotions, and it was unreasonable to expect a war orphan to simply forget her past and move forward. Even so, Rosvisser wanted to do whatever she could to heal even just a little. This poor child who had lost everything. Zyoksu stared into Rosvicer's silver eyes, feeling the warmth in her voice, the kindness in her touch. This woman, whom she had just met less than an hour ago, made her feel something she hadn't felt in a very, very long time. It was different from the dwarves' kindness. This warmth felt like a mother's embrace. Zyoksu couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was similar to what she once felt with her mother. And yet, it was not quite the same. If Zyoksu had more life experience, she might have understood. The reason she felt so at ease around Rosvicer was because Rosvicer was, at her core, a truly exceptional mother. She radiated the purest warmth of maternal care. That made it easy for Zyoksu to lower her guard around her. Okay, I understand now, Auntie Rosvicer. Rosvicer smiled in satisfaction. But there was something she had noticed earlier. Zyoksu's speech pattern was slightly unusual. For example, when she said, Auntie Rosvicer, there was a very distinct pause between Rosvicer and Auntie. Even during their previous conversations, Zyoksu had spoken in a similar manner. Rosvicer considered asking about it, but decided to hold back her curiosity. It could be a natural speech quirk, or it could be a result of war trauma affecting her neurological functions. Either way, it wasn't something Zyoksu seemed comfortable talking about. So Rosvicer wouldn't pry. It wasn't hindering their conversation, after all. Auntie. How did you meet Uncle? We met him, let me think. Rosvicer paused to gather her thoughts before answering. We met at a victory banquet. Banquet celebrating what? Rosvicer's inner thoughts. Celebrating the fact that I captured your uncle and threw him into a dungeon, haha. She cleared her throat. Just a regular victory banquet. Your uncle stood out a lot that day. Oh tilde really. That's how it was. Far away, deep in the snow-capped mountains. Leon, who was both repairing his sword and suffering in the freezing cold, suddenly sneezed. Who's talking behind my back? Prince, maybe it's just the cold. Leon rubbed his nose. Yeah, maybe. With that, they continued working on Thundercloud Blade. As the evening approached, Rosvicer was preparing to leave with Aju. But just before she stepped outside, she noticed Zyoksu hesitating. After a brief moment of thought, Rosvicer leaned toward Aju's ear and whispered, How about we stay here tonight? Aju let out a snort and flicked its tail. That meant yes. Rosvicer chuckled, patting Aju's head before turning to Zyoksu. Zyoksu, do you have any extra blankets? I do. Zyoksu's eyes lit up, her voice betraying a hint of excitement. Auntie, you're staying here. What, you don't want me to stay? Rosvicer teased, tilting her head with a smile. Of course I do. I'll go get you a blanket right now. With that, Zyoksu ran off and eagerly fetched a spare quilt. After neatly laying out Rosvicer's bedding, she turned her attention to Aju. Aju also needs one. Rosvicer watched as Zyoksu rummaged through her storage chest, pulling out a plain, darker-colored blanket. She then tiptoed up to Aju, placing the quilt over its back. With Rosvicer's help, Aju let out 2 deep snorts, wiggling its ears in contentment. Zyoksu clapped her hands happily. Aju likes it. Rosvicer ruffled her hair. He does, Aju likes your blanket. Zyoksu beamed. Auntie, let's go to sleep. All right. After settling Aju in, Rosvicer took Zyoksu to the bedroom. The bed was large enough for the 2 of them. Once they got under the covers, Rosvicer turned off the bedside lamp. Outside, the snow reflected the moonlight, casting a faint glow through the window. Silver and gold eyes stared at the ceiling, neither one falling asleep. After a long silence, Zyoksu suddenly whispered, Auntie, I feel cold. Rosvicer smiled knowingly. She lifted one side of her blanket and offered, Do you want to sleep with Auntie? Yes. Without hesitation, Zyoksu rolled over and burrowed herself into Rosvicer's blanket. Nestled against Auntie Rosvicer, she felt warmth, softness, and a gentle scent. Her thoughts wandered for a moment. That uncle from the banquet sure is lucky. I really like this feeling, Zyoksu murmured sleepily. Auntie Rosvicer is so warm. That's probably because your mother used to hold you like this when you were little. Really? But I don't remember. You will, Rosvisser reassured her. One day, those memories will come back. But until then, like I told you before, you have to keep living. A quiet pause. Then, in the darkness, a firm voice answered. Okay, I understand, Auntie Rosvisser.